$30,000 apiece. Alaska Airlines signs Hawaiian Air in a $1.9 billion deal. Hawaiian Air has been in business since 1929. The airline said this deal will pay for 18 months to fly. Caroline weather is 34 outside. We'll be partly skies today. Highs will be in the low to mid 70s. Right now it's 52 degrees in Bowling Park. We're going to beach check at 54, 59 on Catalina Island, and 52 in Florida. Winds lead local 23 outside. Sunshine is I'm Green Tennis.
The Eagle Rock on the 2 Glendale Freeway northbound between College Drive and Mountain Street attack has all lanes blocked. Making way to road lead on the 10 eastbound off-ramp that goes to about a vehicle struck a pole on that southbound. And Highway 2 Santa Clarita to 14 southbound of Newhall Avenue is stalled blocks the right lane. And in Riverside on the 91 westbound at Adams Street, we're up to a crash that's off to the right shoulder. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Bruce Joseph. You thinking about CEO or responsible for marketing? If you are, I need you to help me with your goals and find new customers. We reach marketing for marketers anywhere in any area. I would give you access to those potential customers to walk out effectively. Across radio, digital, and social. We have to take your marketing and media to work for you. From your phone dial 2360 and say keyword great results. 6250 and say great results. This is sponsorship. Welcome to Iowa. University Sponsorship. Marketing legislation. Most of it is follow-form organization. The first of the customer service custom state. That's the primary of your market. And what the junior organization is based on the school. If you really want to do it, iHeartMedia is marketing access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, take a 5% startup. Did you know there's a way to outsmart COVID if you get it? Now there are medicines that can treat COVID, whether or not you've been vaccinated. This is great news, especially if you're over 50. If taken in the first 5 days of having symptoms, COVID medicines can help stop the illness from getting serious. Call a healthcare provider or the state-run COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to learn more about COVID medicine. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health and the creator of Office Day. You can reach this time weekly podcast series. The chief episode of Office Day joins humanity and death as they discuss all things crime, life, mystery, and crime. Where it is real. So we come every week with a reading that can be put together with no something. I don't know if it's alien radio, but I think there's something out there that they haven't know. Listen to Talking to Death on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Or not, you want that painful, AM 640, more stimulating talk. AM 640. Today, you'll sleep like a baby. No, you'll never miss your favorite guest or topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Cassie, you suck. What do you want? You gonna go at yourself? Like look at this move.
Good news. Thanks, Jermaine. Appreciate you being part of the program. Next up, we've got our friend Jeremy in North Dakota. Hello, Jeremy. What's the question? My question is, well, we are on the 22nd. I have a dream that I was not we're going to discover the culture supply for the skills of the local book with the good and with the promote the home and the good and all of the things that are from home and the good ones outside of what this school in Virginia and like that all of the people who are in the restaurant you something that's not there. Yeah, I was, yeah. You would make about 60%. So the taxes go up another 50% before you sell it. And that would be November or your 2024. Remember where we bought it, we talked about a million shares, but it was like 1 million of a point or something. Yeah, it was a funny stock. It'll go up about 50%, and the amount of money that accumulates is a significantly good investment. David in California, first time caller. Hi, David. Welcome to the show. Hey, David. I'm talking with I'm not a particular fan, and let's do this. I'm wondering, what is that every time I just don't know if they, and I didn't used to work over training. So I'm looking for a while, but I'm wondering what happened. It's Truman as well. Truman, yes. And one of the things that I just wanted to interject, for some reason I'm seeing some kind of misalignment or something, some kind of misalignment right around on your left shoulder and on the right side of your neck. Might be perhaps some adjustment there. The family gets filmed, your movie gets filmed, that's going to be more so like in May 2026 is when it gets produced. Robin married to I'm about still the time of about you're about another 18 months away from being involved with do you ever get the impression that sometimes these things come up too much? They come at me very quickly. And when I get the information, it's a bit of my mind, and I usually have to get it out or I lose it. But it's not too much. I just pay attention to that. Bonnie and Buffalo, take it away. Hi, Bonnie.
Hi, I have a complicated mood consequences, and I'm wondering if one, that's going to happen, and two, if it's going to be financially auspicious.
All right, move across the country, Robin, then we'll let you get first news.
Well, first of all, you're going to be making more money in 2024 than what you did in 2023. Wherever you are, in 2024, you'll have another car, and at the end of 2024, you'll be in another state. And
Got a wonderful voice running hard. It's really good one. How many people hear your podcast? My sign up for that.
well, you can find us on pretty much anywhere you get your podcast. And but you can also find it on my website, which is www.ROTHSCHILD.com. And if you want to get a reading of the find it sponsored. How often are you doing on this podcast? It's we do well, I took several months off because just started it. We do 2 a month here. That's pretty good. They're more like an old-fashioned TV show, interview show, rather than just with the professionally produced, and it looks like a TV show broadcast. And it's fun, and the focus is being positive, being kind, being honest, and that's the focus of my podcast. Overall, for 2024, you think it's going to be a pretty good year for the farmer. It is a better year for the farmer, and significant
see all the always see. There's a thing that I'm seeing. The overall mentality in the world is going to be more relaxed, more peaceful than it has been in 2022. And rather than one final question, the people who are contemplating wanting to get into the second line, into the business, what do you recommend? Report? Yes, keep your day job until you get lots of profit. But the most important thing with doing this type of work, and like with anything, is do it. Practice it. When I was 21, I made a vow that if I was going to do this for my living, I would either do a psychic reading every day by my full being psychic. Back then, I made it more than 10 years without missing a day of doing at least one psychic reading or practice being a psychic reading. And you did a great job doing it. Well, keep in touch and continue to keep on media. I'm glad you went through the surgery with flying forward. It's not an easy surgery, so you have bypass. It's been difficult. So stay strong. Stay strong. Here's something unfortunate for Sunday. You always regret for wonderful. outdoor players coming up here on course to go clear on the two on the next position of ViralRabbi. Resurface.
Did you know that they were output over to Google? Now they're on looking to be peaceful. Whether you're using vaccinated, this is great news, especially if you're over 50. If taken in the first 5 days of having symptoms, COVID medicines can help stop the illness from getting serious. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to learn more about COVID medicine. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
The new connector between the 15 and 91 express lanes is now open. You can now enter both expresses to view the directions for a seamless journey. All you need is a fast-track transfer. To open an account, visit 91 Express. Hey, Steve, so a few years ago, I had told you that there are only two types of solar companies in Southern California: Sunlight and everyone else. And year after year, Sunlight proves me right. The state is now free of the light switch. It's sunlight, sunlight, all cars free. All the time on the roof, dealing with roofing. Sunlight knows how rare it is to find a roofer worthy of your trust. Their answer? Assemble a green suite of the finest roofing professionals in Southern California. And Carlos All-Stars with any roof, any style, from repairs to overhaul. Decades of roofing expertise and GA certified. So the question is where to find a roofer worthy of your trust. Answer is ultimate. Safeguarding home is your new better. You owe it to your roofer to contact the dream team at All-Stars Roofing for a free estimate today. Give us a click away at allstarsroofing.com. Allstarsroofing.com. CSW Lane 0766. Stop by a Edward Stagger here this Sunday at 1 p.m. The LA Tigers take on the Denver Broncos. Listen live to the game on All 98.7 and so is yours. Your vaccine equals stupidity. Live everywhere. Radio.
Johnson Brown, Andre Harris, unclarified, who's on an interim. Police now investigating after experiencing drug theft at a mall in Arcadia. This report happened in the middle of the day at the shops at Santa Anita Mall Sunday. Four suspects wearing hunting masks and sweatpants with cameras with cash display cases at the Rebag stores from purses and watches. The three then got into a again and took off. The mall goers say the officer heard gunshots. There was a lockdown at the mall, but it was lifted until time later. Santa Anita bus drivers are back to work today. The strike has ended. It lasted nearly 3 months. Transit drivers will return to their post today, starting at 5:30 this morning, and the contract was approved yesterday. Israel and her position fighting now that the 7-day truce is over. The Israeli military announced it has resumed combat on the Gaza Strip, claiming Hamas violated the truce and fired a rocket toward Israeli territory. Police in Atlanta were able to corral a deer running loose in a Sam's Club store. Officials say the deer ran up and down several aisles before officers were able to hold him down. Animal control picked up the deer and released him into the wild. The hunt for serial killer in LA is now over. Ryan Baker with the details.
A convicted felon is suspended in the middle of the street. Homeless man last 3 years with tragedy is in custody. The murder suspect is in 3 homicides. Within the country, we have no third man and has been identified as Gerald Joseph Yetlock, 33 years old, and a resident of the city of Los Angeles. He's lost in locations Michael more than hours and also suspected on a fatal home invasion.
And today is National Stop Day. The average person makes it 15 every year. Stop by Mother today in the low to mid 70s, right now 51 in San Diego, Gray and high 50s, 60 in downtown LA, and 51 in Glendora. In England, from the side, Jenny Flowering from Holly Green Center.
Going time between Harvey Drive and Mountain Street having cleared the traffic, looks like everything now has been cleared. And if you're going to 605 north on that door, a diesel road to go for a back up to the right shoulder. People are there, the 605 north on that west to the start left to the right lane. And as you make your way through Carson at the side, not even westbound at Main Street, you've got an overturned vehicle that's blocking you off. And you can't follow the side, but you get faster. I'm James Joseph. Today's here, and here's a great tip. My phone is excited to bring this fitness clinic to heaven just behind the highway. Just so that right now you can get the Music Green Steak Easter Road $29.98 instead of Philippines is only $9.98. Rejuvenate your family in my Pearl mattress top up for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get your legs, hips, and comforted. Body care, self-care, children. All of the biggest discounts left. Looking for the perfect gift this holiday season? Give the gift of say sleep. With my full extended money-back guarantee. There's extended money-back guarantee for March 1st, 2024, making these products the best for your family and friends. To have the holiday season, go to mypillow.com and use the promo code PAN5 or call 800-683-1504 and you'll get huge discounts on all My Pillow bedding products, including the Music Green Bed Sheet for as low as $29.98. For all the shopping done now, that's not even well. You can save it online. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. TNI is here for the hard work. Everyone is rolling up their sleeves, working out far, and getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business running. TRILLIONAIRE is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked, being ready to ship any of our 41,000 emails for same day. Your shipping and industrial supply specialist. Visit TRILLIONAIRE.com. For your big market, what you can imagine. Executive Vice President of Worldwide Marketing for your event discovery, working on regional volume marketing and the
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specifically people are performing. So only your marketing at a very broad scale, and that doesn't for a specific local market. That's really the beauty of user people. Yes, there are marketing tips to a consumer in every area that you may be engaged. You have the ability to be very specific and very personal with your content.
If you're not answering your phone, I hope you do the smartest. Action Square, the national creation, everyone needs live conversations, custom influencers, and insights
Are you
into
done?
what you need to grow. Not just a media
Oh, there's
outlet,
one.
you're doing it.
After the one people.
If you're a
I
brand
smell
building
the
a
shine,
business
so we
online,
got the devil, we will put on the
strategies to
Over the
elevate
mouth,
your
shot the
brand,
mouth, was
and
ready for
learn
another
how to
for
scale
discuss.
storytelling, virtual digital marketing, and
Put the words on the window, and put the mouth, shot the shell, it's another first. Perhaps I think it was everything we should have said about the response. And what she said. That's good.
7 p.m. on KFR and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFR, AM 640. special edition for you. Later tonight, the second war. Here's what's happening. A U.S. warship and multiple commercial vessels were reportedly under attack by drones in the Red Sea on Sunday. The developments could signify a serious escalation in a series of maritime attacks in the Middle East linked to the Israel-Hamas war. They're still not sure exactly who sent the drones. There's been a lot of speculation. Meanwhile, Israeli warplanes struck targets from Gaza, intensifying the Israeli bombardment of the enclave as hopes faded that a collapsed deal will help the fighting could be revived. With less than 200 more people reportedly killed in the latest burst, the United States also escalated pressure on Israel in the area of work that sees civilian casualties that are turning public sentiment worldwide against the continuation of this war. Our expert Charles R. Smith, author of The Sanction and Focus War. Charlie, do you see an end to this situation?
I don't really expect it to change a whole lot, to be honest. The Israelis apparently employed a new AI system to help improve their targeting that are known as production external. This AI system is actually allowing them to target middle and lower-level Hamas leadership. So it appears they're expanding, not contracting their target list, and are continuing to use very heavy weapon systems inside the limits.
Charlie, why are people attacking Israel now vocally after they had to defend themselves after being viciously attacked on October 7th?
It's the fact that again, this is again propaganda. The war has always been framed as it is aimed against the Israelis. We've seen that ongoing since the 1960s. So it's not a real shocking surprise. On the other hand, despite the, shall we say, overt public announcements being made by many members around the world, you don't see Arab nations such as Egypt, Jordan, Syria stepping up and saying, well, we'll take Palestinian refugees or we'll put pressure on Israel. They're quietly actually saying to the Israelis, keep doing what you're doing. We don't like you either.
All right, Charles, thank you so much for your feedback. A terrorist pleading allegiance to ISIS stabbed multiple people in Paris Saturday night near the Eiffel Tower. The suspect shouted Allah Akbar during the terrorist attack and was known for radical Islamism. At least one person from Germany is dead in the war incident. Alaska Air has announced it will buy Hawaiian Airlines for $1.9 billion will still operate separately. Kevin Bacon, Equal Sutherland, Julia Roberts, Megatron Sundown, finalists of the 1990 film classic. The characters experiencing an in-between place between being brought back to life after a cardiac arrest. However, new scientific studies from the New York University Grossman School of Medicine have documented it does not affect that myth. A large community feedback before life can be done. This has been heard from the podcast Spirits of the Afterlife on the iHeartRadio program, the Podcast Network. That's an amazing story, Sandra.
It is. It's very exciting research. In the past, doctors have always assumed that the traditional brain activity after about 10 minutes of cardiac arrest, what are called spontaneous side of the brain stops. However, recent new research shows that activity actually breaks that brain goes into an interesting hibernation state. Dr. Ken Carney, an associate professor of medicine, says there are signs of normal brain activity found up to an hour before ventilation. In addition, his team studied 53 patients who survived cardiac arrest, and 40% of them had memories or conscious thoughts while in this hibernation state. One of the most common experiences of people that have is people having a 360-degree awareness of the space around them. For instance, they feel separate from their bodies, they can move around the hospital room, feeling conscious, and often seeing verifiable information, like who was in the room, the operating procedure, what people were wearing, and sometimes even conversations that were happening. All of these observations are peaceful and free from stress. And yet, like every
reality is how we treat other people. And these are not actions. There's so much everything. Another common injury is the sense of arriving at a place that feels really familiar, somewhere they recognize, who people they recognize, and a feeling that they have arrived home. And Dr. Conley believes that when we function in our normal day-to-day lives, there's some kind of a braking system on our brain that won't allow us to access this super precious information. But the key is that the brakes are on, and we all get to access all of our feelings, thoughts, memories, and more. So there's definitely more to life than meets the eye, and there's more to us than we know for. Thank you.
Remember, what's wrong? Thanks for the aftermarket and turn on the podcast network.
Yeah, this has usually has stories from listeners, everyday people that don't have any books, their signs, their experiences with their loved ones when they pass, often people coming for us, these death transitions, and then coming up this week, we have the near-death experiences with guardian angels. So we do have love that comes with very own.
I love it. In a few minutes, we'll commentary how you can listen to the podcast from the ViralRabbi podcast network. In a moment, Christian Van Uden back with us, the latest look at one of the sickest twins. Stories recounted to survive communist oppression. And later on this hour, we'll talk about another work, the Antichrist, next on Coast to Coast Radio. With the holiday season upon us, the increase of travel, shopping, and connecting online can significantly increase the opportunity for identity theft. Helping protect your identity and finances with LifeLock can lower the risk of identity thieves from draining your account, opening new lines of your name, and damaging your financial future. LifeLock protects on risk you can expect you might overlook during the busy holiday season, but if you do experience ID theft, the U.S. Coast Guard Corrections Specialist dedicated to your case will provide expert-level service to help resolve the issue on your behalf. The law plans are backed by the LifeLock $1 million protection package with stolen phone reimbursement up to the limits of your claim. Protecting your identity and finances is invaluable, so is the peace of mind it comes with. Join LifeLock today, save up to 25% off your first year. Go to LifeLock.com, use promo code SHORT. That's LifeLock.com, the promo code SHORT to save 25% off your first year. LifeLock, identity theft protection starts here.
Miracles.
I have briefly accident all over my arm 3 weeks after I stood on the carnivore. I noticed I was looking at my arms and I said, hey, I don't have any bruises on my arm, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore. So that Labrador can hardly lift himself up off the floor. I won't tell you what's been there. Still, it has worked in the door. And I didn't know where to grab when I said, this could be the trigger. So I started administering it. She took to it right away. 3 weeks, you could tell. She's very alert. And the
Comical.
food they want you to do is that you want to walk and lift. It's like, wow. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. We're with you, Christian Van Uden, back with us for the search of Catholics who survive slavery with Catholicism and its country's history. We're especially interested in continuing the subject to the story of what took the Catholic martyrdom, memory studies, and dissident literature. Her first book is One Sickle Twins, Stories of Catholics who survived communist oppression. The works such as Sophia Institute Press as a media spokesperson and has been featured on a wide variety of media platforms. She's also the editor of Catholic Exchange. The article is called The Antichrist, the Final Countdown Against the Savior. Kristen, welcome back. How have you been?
I'm glad it's great to be back. Thanks for having me.
Communism oppresses all kinds of ways. It's not just one, right?
That's true. Mother
because he kind of walks the middle line where he tries to make religion and communism compatible, which of course, ultimately never really worked out. But he kind of lied about the nature of his revolution at the beginning to try to get as much popular support as possible. He would say the revolution was seen as palm trees and deny that he was a communist. But after a few years, of course, it became quite obvious. One of his greatest measures against the church was actually to exile hundreds of troops, training physicians and all on a boat out of the country, and of course suppress public worship, suppress the non-committed ghost church, public processions, and imprisoned many people under the guise of political persecution, a charge that was levied against religious people was often met as anti-revolutionary, because if you're not going along with the revolutionary program, which is first this ideological shift away from religion and towards materialism, then of course you could be considered an enemy of the revolution. So tactics on many fronts.
So then what killed his communists really afraid of?
I think it's because, in my opinion, communism is ultimately a satanic ideology because it's seeking to establish utopia here on Earth, which is always this futuristic, planned, Babel-esque endeavor that never worked out. And as you can see with the death toll of communism from the 20th century, it's only this bloody mess that descends into slavery and slaughter. But their ultimate principle is that instead of storing up goods for the next life, as Catholicism does, or it's the idea that there is a realm separate from the earthly realm, they instead believe that only this world exists, and so therefore this is it, and the ends justify the means, essentially. So they justify even the murders of millions, as Stalin famously said, the death of one is a tragedy, but the death of millions is just a statistic. They justify this because they believe that the state will wither away as Marx thought, but it never really materializes, and the communist utopia of equality and prosperity will eventually take over. And so religion essentially sees how this is this totally different cosmology and worldview where this world will pass away, the end of the world will come, the apocalypse will come, and the next world is where eternity will be. And so this turns on its head the communist project of focusing on a mere earthly realm, and that's why they're so afraid of it, is because it really turns their worldview on its head.
Your book, the Socialist Counter Socialist Strings, concentrates on Czechoslovakia, Cuba, Hungary, and Romania.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened in Czechoslovakia.
Czechoslovakia was one of the most intense implementations of the communist system. They introduced several countries who survived, one from the Czech communist country and the other from Slovakia. So Russia introduced in Slovakia worked with the underground church there. So basically what happened is that all of the churches were shut down or taken over by the state. The properties were seized and repurposed. There were two operations in the year 1949 against the monks and the nuns that rounded up thousands of the religious and either forced them into forced labor in the factories, deported them, and many were killed. So many of the bishops, especially, were murdered right off the bat. And from there, the Jewish People's Church rose up, which is similar to what we see in China today, actually, where the state actually called itself to sort of the Jewish promoted to the bishopric. Rules were made, household property was disseminated, all of these rules that were typically reserved to the church and to the religious leaders was given to the state, which is a complete usurpation of power, obviously. It also welcomed from the state protected and became loyal to the state and informant to the government, where they would inform, unfortunately, sometimes on their closing and also on their return. Lay members would come to church, but the majority of the clergy luckily did not talk to this, and they were loyal instead to the Vatican, and they had to go underground. So one very famous bishop who later became a cardinal was named Rabbi, and the person I interviewed worked closely with him to be able to live out the faith in secret. So the picture I included in the book of Bishop Ben Bishop was using this apparatus that they invented that was sort of like an ear trumpet that they would use to really talk to them when speaking in their meetings. So one person was speaking to one eye, the other was listening to the other. There was something right out of a spy movie, but they knew that the curtains would likely bug, so this is the only way they could continue the operations of the church.
Maggie K. King's parents fucked
is also translated as vulnerable. This is something that
38 years, 9 months ago.
organized originally as a sort of prayer rally that would
Shout out to
run
them.
from the prisoners, and then
They
later
raised a very small young
evolved
lady.
into this overall movement
Right?
for freedom that many people, regardless of religious affiliation, ended up getting involved with because they believed in these
Or
principles of
is it?
freedom and separation of church and state, and it was against the totalitarianism of the government. So it's ultimately a hopeful story, even though it was a
She
very
invented
brutal
something around
action, and
basically.
many
She
people
popularized it.
unfortunately were killed. That here in
Really?
Leviticus, the first like that.
Yeah. And she showed them titties, bro. You like her titties? I never looked at them. You're always too young. It's always like your mom. Really? Yeah. Really?
Unfortunately, in Cuba, the communist regime still holds on to power there. So while the people remain very religious and
I am
definitely
so
not
fucked.
giving up, it's something that unfortunately did not pass away in the past year, but it did.
But there's also a story about the sacrifice based on the baby.
Yeah, so my favorite story kind of was this is a woman named Ava, and she from the very beginning was very wary of the communist project. She remembers as a child, her parents would tell them that when they went to church, they had to keep their eyes downcast so that they couldn't recognize anybody else who was there, because if they were called into an SPD, or state security, or the strategy of the of Czechoslovakia, that they said that the police officers said, I don't know who was there. I'm not aware of the identity of the priest. And so she grew up really understanding the true oppressive nature of communism, always dealt with the black line and the deprivation, of course, on the more economic side. She later became a teacher, and she refused to join the Communist Party, so she was never promoted. She was often persecuted within her role. She one time wore a cross outside the school and was called to the principal and told that she had to take it off, and was cited for technical prostitution, which in theory the religion was a freedom baptism. And so she was a fighter from the very beginning. She knew her rights, and she was not going to let the government take them away from her. This dramatic moment happened in 1968, which was, of course, the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. This was after a period known as the Bloodshed, which was a period of reform represented by a weakening of a lot of the really hard restrictions of the previous 2 decades, where the borders opened up a bit, there was more freedoms in the university system, people spoke their minds a lot more, and it's a number of groups that resumed. And of course, the Soviet Union didn't like this. This was a sign that was not welcome to them. So they took matters into their own hands and sent in their tanks. So famously, there's many famous pictures of the tanks on the streets of Prague. On that day, Olga was in the Czech city of Brno. Very similar, yeah. And she was out there and was extraordinarily upset, understandably so, at what was happening to her city. And she looked the Soviet soldier of his tank in the eye and just threatened and started yelling at him and her country, get out. Really a kind of a Don Quixote as racist sauce endeavor here, one woman against the might of the Soviet army. Of course, this did not sit well with the Soviet soldiers, and so take her away. It did not work. He pointed not only the gun at her, but ultimately the gun of the tank itself at her, which was then into the barrel of an enormous Soviet tank. At that point, the maneuver is defeated, and she takes it off. She thinks her guardian angel was looking out for her in that moment, and pulls her away from the tank, which is not worth her life to fight, because the entire Soviet army she walked away and saved her life. But ultimately, she considers that moment a victory, even though she wasn't able, obviously, to make any real political advancement in that act. She sees it as an act of standing up for her own freedoms and speaking her mind and doing so with her people.
The name of the book is Wonderful Friends, and you don't have to be just a Catholic to enjoy it. It's the nearly gift of all religions, but the stories of Catholics specifically. We provide timeless impressions. It's an honest look at the two brands. We then go on to talk about their work with the Antichrist. Who is the Antichrist?
right here, Irvine, California.
Actual travel from Pacific Grove, California, to the town of Syracuse. Get daily shows and experiences for free with the first movie dinner. Sign up today at coasttocoastdating.com.
Multi-channel.
listen to this version of the free iHeartRadio app anytime. AM 640, more stimulating talk. Our next emerging artist, Daniel Malak, from the Lecture of Santa Margarita, California. Every day I'm listening. And the music we made, all the stuff we do, it's the So take your calls next hour with Christian and Mueller as we talk about when the circle swings, and also when we come back, we're going to talk a little about the election finish. So get ready for that. If you just heard one of our emerging artists and is looking for more music, very good. We sure are. It's very simple. You just put some music together and go to the photooftheday.com website. It's the easy to put in nothing hard in search, and all the instructions will come up very point. You just email your music to us, and you just not send it. Earlier, this segment, we heard from Sandra from Turin talking about flatlining, and she is one of the great hosts on the Paranormal Podcast Network. She sure is. Listen, if you listen on your PC, just go to iHeartRadio.com. If you have your phone, just download the iHeartRadio app, and please search for the Coast to Coast Phone, and all the shows will pop right up. One of them is Standard, shows with the afternoon. We've also got Strange Things with John Christie. Couple other shows, and that's just not go there. Absolutely. And there's something for you to go to your music.
Healthywithin.com and Dr. Alice Ray for full decades of experience in natural products with exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Choose Dr. Ray now.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, bloated bodies, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, taking support of reducing inflammation through creating the body heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell. It needs to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver, are chronic signs of inflammation. The ways by supporting the body ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any particular adaptive thing together, supporting the body to be best it can be.
Dr. Monica Garcia, opportunity with Dr. Spencer with STEM.
The industry is rehabbing and manufacturing, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You can adapt to with it, and you also feel it within 30 minutes.
Order more at healthywithin.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Ray protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit is adapted to the immune system and your choosy lifestyle is only available at healthywithin.com. Or toll free at 800-563-3980. For the other 563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. Order the stem cell wellness kit at healthywithin.com. That's healthywithin.com.
This holiday season, give the gift of peace of mind and protection to your loved ones. Give the burn of self-defense process, ViralRabbi, alarm automation is a 20% increase in crime. Get a reliable tool that sets potential threats in the opposite direction. Get a burner designed for easy use by anyone with powerful deterrents like tear gas and kinetic knives. Burner, it is incapacitated package just for 40 minutes. When you work the night shift, make sure you have protection tools come that provide self-defense to your family while you're away. Burner is the solution everyone can get behind. Within 50 states when it comes to background checks required. I personally own the burner SB launcher, a great compliment to my firearms. I recommend you invest in one for yourself and some family pleasure. Burner is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit burner.com/bullets now for an exclusive 20% discount. Choose Burner for peace of mind and protection at BYRNA.com/bullets. Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home protection. Your phone, your computer is at risk. This invisible threat is now seen. An FBI crime story, and I quote, "Con artists take a house. It could be a vacation home, rental property, or the home someone is living in right now. They transfer the deed of the house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake ID, and filing the paperwork with proper authority. Now they own the home. Once this step is complete, they take out loans using your home as collateral. They can even sell your home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at hometitlelock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO, and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com. Do it today. HomeTitleLock.com. Welcome back, Real Pro. With Christian Van Leeuwen. Christian, back from last year, you wrote a book called The Antichrist, The Final Campaign Against the Savior. I remember as a kid reading about the Antichrist, and it scared the living daylights out of me. Has anything changed?
Yes, I think it's very interesting because this book, which we published last year, really takes not only a fictional analysis of the Antichrist, but also the literary analysis of how he's been represented in literature. And what's interesting too, and what Truman wants to define is that the Antichrist is represented oftentimes as this very alluring figure, so not someone who's the caricature of evil. And this is why he's able to trick so many to win over almost 90% of the population, is because he is a master of deception and he is quite a popular figure. So one book I really recommend that's an interesting literary device is Robert Convention's Lord of the World, because in that one, the Antichrist is represented as a famous politician who is extremely popular and is a media star and is really everything that we would think of as the opposite of the face of the Antichrist. But for those who have the powers of discernment, they can see just clearly through figuring out what's happening with all of that. They can see the seeds of his true nature there underneath the facade.
We made a change. We can let the Christ really come now.
I don't think so, because all of my candidates are getting a bit old. He's supposedly supposed to take his full power when he's 33, basically knows it's your characteristics out of the past year directed. So everyone has their best time because he's 33, he turns 40 in just this year, and it's big enough.
Will the Antichrist know that he or she is the Antichrist?
So in terms of all scriptural evidence and evidence from previous issues, the rule that is something that's embraced by the Antichrist, the person is proven represents the, and it is not the devil incarnate either. So another popular misconception is that the devil can become a man, just like God became man. But it would be actually who has accepted this role, who is working with the devil, and they know what he's doing, but they'll be so good at accepting that it will appear that he doesn't.
I've always wondered about the Antichrist's parents. One, does he have them? And
Yeah,
two,
that's fucked up.
the parents know who he is.
No,
The parents mentioned among the behavior, this is that is conclusive evidence
Anything that you price related to trillion?
Well, in the big because yes, because anything that is against Christ is going to take that role and claim to be the savior is antichrist, but not necessarily because they'd be a member of any particular satanic religion or cult as we know them today. It's more of the attitude of the hubris and the pride that, of course, is really secondary to the devil, but the Antichrist will have because, of course, one of his attributes is that he will claim to be Christ and he will say that let me tell you about the lie, and this is actually the first covenant that he rewrite salvation history in his own image.
What times will we see Christian like they point to that Christmas season?
Any natural signs that will occur in the natural world before the coming past. So there is some debate on whether or not the end of the world comes before or after the reign of Antichrist. So this is the whole TRILLIONAIRE versus post-TRILLIONAIRE debate, which has been raging for centuries, which really has not had a conclusive decision. So basically, the millennia is 1,000 years of peace that will occur either before or after the apocalypse. And so the Antichrist reign is bookended at when it ends, which we'll find out is when it is, by this this peaceful period. But before that, there will be many signs. There will be the mentioned in the prophecies we see fire guns in the sky, of course, there could be a volcano, probably earthquakes, tsunamis, things that were described in languages in the prophecies that, of course, we didn't necessarily have the word for tsunami, but that is a wall of water we can interpret in our modern parlance as a tsunami. And pestilence is another one. Most people have heard of the apocalypse with all of the death and destruction. So we can assume great wars, including maybe more wars and maybe a different nuclear war, if this is coming. And so basically chaos on earth before the final showdown in the spiritual realm.
We've had some guests on the program, Kristen, over the years. They believe that we are in the French prophecy right now. What is your thoughts?
It's certainly possible. I think obviously history is theological, so there's only one way that we're going, and we are hurtling towards the end, failure that may be. But interestingly, ideological mapping of the time does point towards a certain escalation of preparing the world for Antichrist. And to dovetail with my other work, communism is also one of the harbingers almost of the Antichrist. I in my book call it the doctrine of the Antichrist because it is this complete exalted denial of the supernatural that Antichrist himself will bring. Will either deny the supernatural as we know it or convert himself fully to. And so these ideologies take a part of the way to make people more receptive to his message, when people become more materialistic, more selfish, less attuned to the life of the soul and to developing their supernatural faith. They are much more prone to fall for these ideas. And I think that the rampant success of the Nazism and communism in the last century is thanks to that degradation of our ability to hold on to objective truth and to follow the next great fad with a charismatic leader, even if it goes against our other principles. So I think that is something that takes a little bit of risk on reality, and the collective consciousness of that does not seem to have taught us the lessons that it should have at this point. So I think that the fiber of feeling steadfastness is kind of unraveling, and that would make sometime in the near or not so near future a prime time for Antichrist to enter the stage.
How point will these deadlines echo biblical prophecy?
Well, we're rescued pretty closely. The book of Revelation is very interesting big center. Of course, some of it is meant to be read more metaphorically, it's being more spiritualized, and some of it is meant to be quite literal. So there's all I don't think it is. Many events throughout human history people have thought would have been the end times, just because of it. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of recent speculation about some kind of got my opportunity, I was really, really I tried to do my best to make it happen.
When they called you to tell you that you want a house, what was that like?
It was a good feeling because they gave me three locations to choose from. All the locations, of course, was in a bad neighborhood, but it didn't matter to me. I was gonna have my own house. I was renting before. To me, when you rent, it's a waste of money because you never own it, and the money that you're putting into it, you can never claim it. Any kind of no kind of way you can claim it. So one of my goals were to own my own home. And I was overwhelmed, excited. I was especially excited because it had a little small fireplace in it.
That's great.
We really fake some moves with the fireplace, you know.
You knew the lifestyle that Rod in Colombo and Jerry in Colombo had. When you saw their lifestyle, did you think for a minute that maybe I can have a little piece of this?
I asked Robin, what kind of work that he did, and she said that he do a lot of different things. I'm not one to just look at what someone else have to determine what I need. I just like what I want for myself, and my goal was to do my place where I'm living now the same way I did my first place. So I just figured, hey, this was another blessing coming my way. I just wanted to just progress.
People describe Jerry Colombo as this funny, sort of fun-loving guy, but it was different with you. How was your relationship with Jerry Colombo?
I've seen, the jolly part that he played. My first, encounter with him, it was okay. And then later in the process, you start seeing another side of it. I was getting phone calls all the time in the night. I was getting all kind of directives. I was actually being told what I needed to do. There's two sides of Jericho. And I saw both sides.
Does it frustrate you to know that he's just trying to play this life, and in a lot of ways you're suffering because of it?
Even though Robin felt that I was a friend and I was going to be treated right, I got treated like everybody else. There was the family side and the good side, and there was the side with strictly business. So with me, it became strictly business. Yeah, he didn't come right out and say what he would do to you or anything like that. But he had a way with words that do as I say.
Yeah. Another really big moment within your story is when you actually had to redeem the game piece. What was it like watching that?
It's embarrassing to me. No one wants to get except
You actually claimed the piece, and immediately people think you're a millionaire. How did winning impact your relationships with your family and friends?
I started getting phone calls and I started getting congratulations, and people were just overwhelming me with asking for things, asking for donations. It was just very, very rough at that time because nobody knew that I was working 3 jobs, trying not lose what I had worked so hard for. It was unexplainable to me, so I didn't bother to explain it to anybody.
One thing that was really interesting to us is understanding how the payouts work. And anybody from the outside might think, oh, you won $1 million, they hand you a check for $1 million, and you cash it, you're a millionaire. But that's not how it worked. It was $50,000 over 20 years and then taxed on top of that. Did Jerry Colombo ever explain to you how all of that would work, or were you blindsided by that?
I think the rules change as we went along. Some things.
But did you initially say that he wanted $100,000 up front, and then all you could do was get 50?
He wanted a total of 125. I could come up with that. He wanted me to just try and get what I could get, and he would take that start. Then he would break it up over the years to get to that point. It ended up where it was like I was having to give up more money, and he was just really calling me and telling me to try and get more money. He even called me one time and just said, "Give me the whole check." He'll skip a year, 2 years or something. He was trying to argue with me. And, I was thinking to myself, this is not going to ever end. I'll always be looking over my shoulder. He even tried to force me to cash it in and get all the money for it. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to get caught. If I get caught, I'm not going to have to pay all that anything. So he kept pushing me to do it, and I just told him I couldn't do it.
Cash it in one.
Lump sum, yeah, do the lump sum thing.
For a while, it was only the 20-year option was the only way that you could claim the prize. So you actually did have the option when you won.
What Jerry said I did, he said that I can cash it in, but I would have to go to I think it was a place called the Lending Tree or something, some place that would give you money because they know you're going to be getting money.
Did you ever ask Jerry, so what would happen if we get caught?
They said no one would get caught because that's the way it operated. That's the way it's been going on for years. That's how it works.
That's what you were telling yourself, and that's what they were telling you as well.
Yes. When I left the FBI interrogation, I'm gonna get busted. I had determined that I gotta go to jail. I just gotta go to jail. I did what I did, and I shouldn't have. I figured if I had did what I did and had to tell lies behind it, it was definitely a crime on my part.
When Jerry Colombo comes to you and suggests getting a mortgage on your home to be able to pay for the game piece, were you ever worried that if you got caught, how this would affect your homes beyond just being in trouble with the law?
I was worried almost immediately. He approached me about mortgaging the house, money. And with him calling me, it was kind of pushy. I really feeling the real stress of it. I had to start making up lies to say and tell people. I'm not very good at that. My dad used to say, if you tell one lie, you're going to tell another. And that's where the whole thing ended up going lie after lie after lie.
I mean, speaking of lies, how did that make you feel watching your footage with the FBI?
I could see that I was very uncomfortable because I had declined to do this thing how many times, but I kept getting phone calls. I said that I was doing whatever they needed me to do as far as publicity was concerned. When I won the piece, so I kind of felt obligated to do it. If I had not felt obligated, I wouldn't have did it because I had this feeling just from the phone calls that it was not sincere what they were asking us to do. And then when I walked in, I was thinking it was a reunion. Then when I walked in, all I saw was lights, camera, nobody else in the room but me. It was not a good feeling. I wanted to just hurry and do what they needed me to do, and I was praying and hoping that they'd let me out of there.
I'm sure you played in your mind at certain points how your life would be different if you had never taken that piece.
For sure, because I probably have that other house that I was trying to put my hands on. One of my dreams has been in life is to do real estate, and I didn't have the money saved up to do it, so I was going to do it a little at a time and try and build my income so I don't have to work so hard. So with all that happening, it was a real setback. I still have that dream, but I'm gonna make sure I do it the right way.
Basically, now 19 years later, you're at the same point you were back then, or when you say you're better off or you're worse off?
I just began to just kind of not work as hard, working 2 jobs instead of 3 right now. So I'm doing a little bit better. I've worked and paid off the mortgages that I got on that house. So it's been a long road to just trying to take care of all those things that was on my shoulders.
How did you feel seeing Robin in the show? Did it change your viewpoint of what went on at the time or what she had to deal with?
I had an idea, a rough idea that she was going through some of that because, when I went to visit, he wouldn't let us be in the room together, by ourselves. So we really technically weren't allowed to talk about anything that had to do with the McDonald's monopoly. So I'm not sure, how happy she was most of the time, but she had a secure, safe environment, which was very important to her at that time.
How did it make you feel knowing that you're shelling out all this money for Jerry and Robin to feed their lifestyle when you were struggling so hard?
I was angry inside a little bit because even after seeing the episode of how things were twisted, I got twisted up in it. It's not a good feeling, even though I got a phone call from Robin years later, and she made a statement to me. She said, "Well, you got something out of it." And I'm saying, "Robin, you don't realize what I put on the line. And I had to pay taxes on it." I think sometimes people that don't live in a lifestyle where they have to pay homeowners insurance and pay taxes and have to really, really totally provide for themselves, they don't realize what a real struggle it is to just do what you have to do. It was years before I heard from her again because I was a little pissed. And she was laughing it off. So she didn't call me back until years later.
Gloria, thank you so much for being on the show, being on the podcast. You've been fantastic.
I guess I was purging. So I have you guys to thank for that. I really appreciate your kindness 100%.
Now let's get into some of the questions from our viewers. Our first question is an actual audio question.
We love these, by the way. Please record your voice.
How did the FBI allow the agents to talk about the case specifically? Are the agents in retirement? Are all of them in retirement? Are some still active? And if they're active, how did they permit them to come on camera and talk about what I assume to be confidential information, especially how they did the process?
What the FBI normally does is keep things very close to the chest, but for this case has been closed for almost 2 decades, and it's completely adjudicated. There's no chance for an appeal, and that allows them to talk about it. Then you just have to go through the process of reaching out to FBI headquarters, talking to them about what you want to do, wait a little while, and then hopefully they approve it. In our case, we're lucky that they did. Most of the agents, as well as federal prosecutor Martevro, are retired, but there is still one active agent. That is Doug Matthews. Time for the next question. Our question comes from Bill Wilson. Did the detective really wear a gold suit? First of all, to the FBI agent, not a detective. Brian, did it really happen?
Doug Matthews, the rookie agent he is referring to here, did in fact wear a gold suit, and that was corroborated by many other people in the room. The next question comes from Tom Ferry. He asks, did you ever consider editing out Doug's laughter and leave that aspect of his personality on the cutting room floor?
Absolutely not. once you meet Doug Matthews in person, you see that personality. It's infectious, and it just absolutely has to be in there. Part of it is because we, like most people, were surprised that FBI agents actually have personalities. They're not just robots with suits on. And we really wanted to show that the FBI isn't exactly what you think it is. It's real people working together.
And as Chris Brown says in the undercover operation, no one would ever suspect him as being an FBI agent. No FBI agent laughs as much as Doug Matthews, so it is an important character trait to keep in.
What we wanted to do is work with the material that we have.
Editing a documentary series is just a process of discovery, and in our case, we felt like we had strong material, funny material, and we really wanted to lean into that. We wanted to embrace the humor and the serious tone at the same time.
All right, now for the next question. This is a question that several people have asked us throughout all the time working on this. That is, who tipped off the FBI?
So if you ask the FBI, there's no way in the world they would ever tell you. James, are we going to divulge who gave that tip?
Well, you're going to have to stick around to find out. That's it for episode 3 of the McMillions podcast.
If you have any questions about this episode or any future episodes coming up, please contact us. And how do they do that, James?
You can email us at McMillionspodcast@hbo.com. That's McMillions spelled with an S, not the usual $sign that you see on the internet around the world.
If you want to record your question as a voice memo and email it to us, we can play it right here on the show.
Don't forget to check out McMillions, airing Monday nights at 10 p.m. on HBO. And see you next week for episode 4 of the McMillions podcast.
This podcast was produced by FunMeter in conjunction with Unrealistic Ideas. For FunMeter, I'm Brian Lazarte.
And I'm James Lee Hernandez.
Joe Fenstermaker produced this episode. Our consulting producer is Barry Finkel from Pineapple Street Studios. JP Hesser is our mixer. The music heard here comes from our actual series and was composed by Bernard Torak.
Unrealistic Ideas is Mark Wahlberg, Stephen Levinson, and Archie Gibbs. And of course, none of this would be possible without our amazing partners at HBO. You can find the McMillions podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, the HBO Now and Go apps, or wherever you get podcasts.
Thanks for listening.
Bye.
If you said to me to describe the story, I would say don't believe it, but it's true.
I can't even imagine somebody doing something like this.
It's also the perfect crime. Because sometimes the thing that's blatant right in front of your face is the thing you don't expect.
I was going to be a $1 million winner.
I was paid for something exhilarating.
From 1989 to 2001, there were almost no legitimate winners of the high-value game pieces in the McDonald's Monopoly game.
Jerry told me, if you want a game piece, this is how it's done.
Hi, I'm James Lee Hernandez.
And I'm Brian Lazarte.
We are the executive producers and directors of McMillions, a documentary series on HBO.
And this is the official McMillions podcast, episode 4.
In this episode, we'll talk to George Chandler, a $1 million winner within the McDonald's Monopoly game, who was roped in by his foster father, Dwight Baker. We'll also have some deleted scenes. We'll answer some listener questions. But first, let's recap what actually happened in episode 4.
We ended episode 3 on the car crash. And episode 4, we learn about Jerry Colombo dies.
Was it a hit? We don't know. We also get to meet AJ Glow, a new recruiter in the whole stable of Jerry Jacobson's farm.
And beyond AJ, Jerry Jacobson pulled in Dwight Baker into his recruiting family. And Dwight Baker then brought in his son, his foster son, George Chandler.
And the episode ends with Dwight Baker chasing down his sister alone when she tries to run with $500,000. We always refer to this episode as The Greed Goes On because you have Jerry Colombo and Jerry Jacobson teaming up, running this game for years and years. And as soon as Jerry Colombo's on the picture, you could rightly think, well, Jerry Jacobson's done. He made his money. He's going to stop. But he let greed get to him, and he brings in completely new recruiters and even expands larger than he ever had done before.
So, James, what do you think? Was it a hit?
It's tough to say. I mean, the scenario is they're driving in a car, they get hit by a truck. But is this something that was planned? A lot of times within organized crime, specifically the mafia, they don't just try to take the person out that they're going after. They try to take out everyone involved with them. We will continue to dive into this topic in the series, but you never know.
Yeah, Frank and Heather sort of make this assumption that if it could be a hit, perhaps was it in any way tied to the fact that Jerry Jacobson and Robin Colombo might have had a thing, and this was their attempt to get Jerry Colombo out of the mix? We actually don't believe that to be the case.
Now, we have a very special guest. George Chandler, the foster son of Dwight Baker, and he won $1 million. And what he thought was a good business decision might not be exactly what he originally planned.
I'm George Chandler. I grew up in abject poverty. I was raised Mormon, one of 8 kids. We grew up here in rural Oconee County, South Carolina, and we were poor. I didn't have running water until 1986. So, I mean, we're not talking about ancient history here. We're talking about 1986. Most people had running water at that point in time. We were still using a well. Dwight was very successful. He had a family. He had 5 kids. I became friends with his son. When I was about 12, I left home. And Dwight Baker was foster father to me for a time.
Well, George and I mean, originally we went to church together, families. So we took him out, we became foster parents with George. And he grew up with our kids.
Please welcome George Chandler. How you doing?
Better than I deserved.
Thank you for talking to us on the podcast.
Yeah, I'm glad to do it.
We have one large burning question that we need to ask, and that is, what is your favorite karaoke song?
Well, actually, karaoke is kind of a thing that you do when there's no other live band around. I love music and I love playing with the guys, playing live bands, singing, that sort of thing. Karaoke is kind of a mandate or a good release to do, especially in an environment like that, in a hideaway. It's a lot of fun because we're all friends. Nobody's really paying attention to the quality as much as we are just that's the fun we're having. My favorite karaoke song, I don't know, I'd have to think about that. I'm a country kind of guy, traditionalist. I'll have to go to one of those Christopherson songs, or maybe Old Violin, maybe some Earl Haggard. I don't know, it'd be hard to nail down a favorite. But I'll tell you what, y'all come on out and we'll try them all out.
All right, we can't wait.
Speaking of singing, did you sing to your cows this morning?
Every day. Every day.
Did you just do that on your own, or did someone tell you this is what you do to bond with them or something?
Well, I think they're pretty comfortable with it, and it may be possibly, there's a remote possibility that they only like me being there because I'm bringing the feed. But I really believe, I personally think that it's because of the singing.
Yeah, hey, it worked on us.
How often did you eat at McDonald's and play the game prior to your foster father coming to you with the ticket?
Not regularly, like every other American probably. It wasn't necessarily a go-to place for me, but Russell was 8 or 9 at the time, and if you got a kid in the car and you pass McDonald's, they're going to want to run through there. And so having Russell it was just a given, we're going to be in the McDonald's game.
Were you very familiar with the game prior to your foster father, Dwight Baker, coming to you with the game piece?
Oh, yeah. I mean, everybody played the game in some way or another. I don't know that, you actually sit down at the kitchen table, or I personally actually sit down at the kitchen table and get these game pieces, but everybody's looking for the rare and exclusive ticket to win. So, yeah, it's very familiar.
Brian and I have talked a lot about this, how easy it would be to make the decision that you made, because you had someone that you conducted business with, someone you trusted come to you and say, there's an opportunity. Can you talk a little bit about your relationship with Dwight and how things like that just didn't necessarily seem out of the ordinary?
I think everybody in their life has one or two people that they trust implicitly in every way and rely upon. It's the kind of person that you can call at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're on the side of the road with a flat tire and they're going to get up and put the keys in the car. They've always got your back. And Dwight Baker was that person, one of those people to me. When he came to me, I had no reservation at all that anything he could ever do would be illegal. He was raised in the same religion I was raised in. I'll emphasize was. I had a lot of focus on being honorable in the community and etc. I never would have questioned his motivation or the origin of the ticket or anything like that. It never occurred to me. You call it naivety, and it wasn't presented in a way that it was like too good to be true. Yeah, you've heard the odds, something seems too good to be true, probably isn't. And I think that may be the case most of the time, but in this case, it wasn't presented that way. It was more of a pretty decent business transaction, and that's the way I approached it. By the time Dwight had approached me with this ticket, I had already ran a multi-million-dollar company, so I was no stranger to making decisions that involved good sums of money, calculating the risk and return, and from an investment perspective. It just wasn't an outstanding, over-the-top kind of deal. It was a good deal, and I did. It's just that simple.
The way that he approached you, he told you a story about a friend that was going through a divorce, and they needed somebody to claim this so that he wouldn't have to pay half of it to his wife. And you had just gone through a pretty messy divorce yourself.
Well, I think all divorces are messy. And touche. But I had been through a divorce, and I had the ability to understand what this person out there, a person that I didn't know, but had this story, was dealing with. It made a lot of sense to me that, they're already separated, and they're getting ready to get divorced. He gets lucky, fills this ticket off. Well, of course, he doesn't want to have that counted as marital property. So it made a lot of sense to me why he would take this approach. And I didn't have any moral reservations about it. Having been through a divorce myself, having seen how people you love can, in almost an instant, turn on you or do a 180 and instead of giving, being on the taking in of everything and every possible opportunity, I wouldn't have wanted to be in this position. That made a lot of sense to me too. The story and it coming from Dwight just gave it all the more genuineness. And so I never questioned the validity of the story. I never questioned the fact that this guy had insisted, which now we know that he didn't, but at the time it was completely legitimate, viable to me.
When you first won, what sort of impact did that have on you and your family?
It was mostly negative. I wasn't financially struggling at the time. I was already a very successful businessman. I had several businesses running, and people knew that. People in the community know people pretty well. And people come out of the woodwork wanting something, wanting a favor, get a letter in the mail, just blatantly wanting money, asking for money, asking for financial help, a lot of that kind of stuff. that's kind of hard for a guy like me to deal with because my natural tendency is to be a helper, to help. And the whole decision to buy the ticket was just part of another business decision that I would make that I thought was the right thing to do. At the time, I was buying rental property, starting companies, and developing other ways to make a living.
At the time, you also had some extra motivation because not only did you go through a divorce, but you also had a son.
Russell's 28 now. Back then, he was 8 or 9. I viewed it as one more way to provide for my family. I'm one of 8 kids. I know what it's like to be poor. I know what it's like to not have things and to have to work hard, twice as hard, in fact, to get ahead. And part of that is providing for your posterity. Nobody provided for me. My father died last July the 6th, 4 days before my birthday. And he was a good man. But he didn't leave anything behind for his kids, for his posterity. I always had the thought in my mind that during my working years, I should be building an estate, something that I could make it a little bit easier on my kids.
George, how many kids do you have now?
I forgot. I've lost count. It's 7.
We had a chance to interview your son Russell, who appears in the series. We also interviewed your stepdaughter Taylor, who we loved meeting, and we did not include her in this episode. And she had a few things to tell us about growing up. Here's actually a deleted scene from the series.
My name is Taylor. George is my stepdad. So my mother and him were together ever since I was born. Throughout my childhood, George was very involved. He was always in my dance competitions, always the one sewing my dance costumes, makeup. He was even a participant in. My mom was too, but he enjoyed it more, and you could tell. Dance was a big part of my childhood, and he always participated in the father dance. So basically, like all the dance dads put on a show, and he was like the star of it. One year he actually did a toe touch. Basically, you jump and touch your toes, so your legs go out and your arms touch your toes in front of like everyone, like a huge audience, and he went out there and like it was actually pretty good. And the jump was high too.
So the main reason we played that for you is, can you still do a toe touch?
If you could see me, it's one part about radio, right? If you can see me, I'm blushing. And I mean, I really am. Yes, I can.
Please send us a picture.
It might not be as attractive as it was then, but yeah.
Wow. How did it feel hearing Taylor talk about growing up with you?
Well, it's kind of emotional, actually. Kids bring up a unique perspective on the world. Taylor is so animated, and she's been such a joy in my life. I can't really explain it to you. I can tell you there are times that I could kill her. But I can also say that all the time I would kill for her. She's just a wonderful person, and me and my daughter, there was a little bit prejudiced there, but thanks for reminding me of that interview. I don't know that I've heard that before, but appreciate it. Played that for me, so really special to me.
You talked about how life would be different for your kids, potentially a little bit easier. In one of the deleted scenes, we had talked to your kids about what it was like for them.
And here it is.
My name is George Russell Chandler II, and George Russell Chandler Sr. is my father. So the way that the whole incident affected our lives, my life particularly, as a 10-year-old, that's the impressionistic point in your life. So you always want to lean on your dad or your mom.
Because we, we hear things from their parents, and the parents don't always know details about the situation. So that was hard when I was younger.
You always get asked about it, and people want to know why in the world this happened, and is your dad the one that got arrested for that fake thing? And at that point, you want to get upset, you really do, but you can't. You have to say, well, if you really want to know the story, you can sit down and talk with me. Let's have dinners. People just jump to conclusions, and it hurts you.
I vividly remember being in elementary school and moving schools. And when I came to a new school, a lot of kids, their parents were involved in police force. They would tell me like, "Oh, your dad stole from McDonald's, and that's why you live in a big house. That's why your mom drives a brand new Escalade at the time. And like, oh, this is why you get to take all these dance classes. And that's why you get to travel with dance. And that's why you get to dress like the way you dress." And I remember being like, no, that's not why. The reason why I get to do that is because my dad is an incredibly smart man who works super hard for his money. He built his own, business and everything. And that's why I get to have these things, do these things. But kids never, I guess, understood that.
We were kids, and guys would come up to me like, hey, let me go get me a fake ticket. I wonder if I can cash it in myself. You want to be upset, but it hurts you more than anything. It's really hurtful for the rest of your life. That's going to dig deep. I don't know how else to describe the feeling of hurt and anger at the same time, but that's exactly what it is. You figure out ways to cope with it. You figure out how to tell people off politely. I mean, really, I know that sounds crazy, but that's how you do that. And once you learn that, it makes it a little easier. My dad's my hero. He's all of our heroes. I mean, everybody wants a dad like George Chandler. Everybody. Because I promise you, the epitome of a great father is that. And it's hard to have people come up to you, not talking about you personally, okay, cool, but then you talk about my dad, talking about you, that's hurtful. And I don't know that closure will ever come from that.
I think it'll always be an open person.
George, we know that your kids have had to deal with a lot, just like you have. What is it? It feels like the bond between all of you is so strong. They're ready to have you back in an instant.
Yeah, that's pretty tough to listen to. They're strong kids and they're smart. They know the whole story, but they know, more importantly, they know through my actions what kind of fella I am. I'll take their accolades. I wish they didn't have to deal with it. If nothing else, it improves their debating skills.
They obviously think the world of you.
I was working when I was 12 years old. I was working early summer as a bricklayer's helper, carrying bricks, order, that sort of thing. So I learned early on that you had to work to make money. That's really all I've ever done.
How did you learn to be a farmer?
Just bad luck. I grew up, we lived on old farms that we rented. Oftentimes there were cattle there, horses, that sort of thing. We always had chickens and goats, rabbits. I think you kind of get a heart for that kind of thing.
Dwight ends up really letting his greed take hold. What do you know about when he tried to chase his sister-in-law down at the airport?
Well, I wasn't familiar with that story until you guys were actually out here filming. I was kind of shocked to see it kind of play out on episode 4 there. I could imagine what Dwight must have been feeling like at that moment. Just goes to show you what greed will do to you, I guess, right?
True. This was an intense moment where Dwight Baker and Linda Baker, his wife, were going after Brenda. And so the FBI, they have rules. They never want to, if they're on a wire, they actually don't ever interfere unless they think someone could potentially be harmed. They were really concerned that potentially harm was going to happen to Brenda Phoenix. it's actually their obligation to intervene.
My knee jerk is that it's a little overblown, but if I take a step back and put myself in their shoes, people in some van someplace monitoring calls, I would probably have to give it credibility too and pull out all the stops, send in the troops.
When you originally talked to Dwight about working together on this, did you know that he was going to keep going?
When Dwight originally approached me with the ticket, it was coming from somebody he had a relationship with in his real estate business. I had no idea that there had been other tickets or would ever be other tickets given to other people. And I was obviously disappointed that was not the case, but I did not find that out until after the indictment.
How do you think your life would be different had you never agreed to take that game piece?
I don't know. We don't have that option. I've laid in bed at night and wondered about other things. If I had done this or if I had done that. I think that's the human condition. We do that. But if you spend a lot of time focusing on that, then you don't have the ability to focus on what we are going to do tomorrow, the decision we're going to make tomorrow. So if I had participated in a McDonald's thing, undoubtedly some things would have been easier. Some things would have been more normal, especially for Russell and my kids. But normal's boring. I don't have any regrets. I don't have a single regret. If I had it to do all over again, gentlemen, I would do it again and present it in the same conditions, in the same light, in the same context, without the knowledge that I have, obviously, after the fact. I would absolutely do it again.
Can you ship us some of the sweet tea we had at your place?
Yeah, I can. I can get you some tea. That tea comes from Sherry Lay Holbrook. Sherry is a longtime friend of mine and caterer. Sherry, we love you. You make good sweet tea. Yeah, so I'll try to get her to ship you some tea.
In the upcoming episodes, we will learn a bit more about you and the challenges that you faced, and there's going to be some surprises.
It's painful to watch in places, embarrassing in places, interesting in places, but overall, so far I'm happy with the level of integrity.
Well, it was really easy with you. We just turned the camera on and let you be you.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment, but it's a lot of fun. I'm still having fun. All you got to do is drop in on me one weekend. We'll have some more fun.
Awesome. Well, stay tuned for more from George Chandler in the upcoming episodes. Thank you so much for talking with us on our podcast here.
Yeah, thanks, George.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, George, you're off the hook. Now you can go have a drink or three.
Yeah, well, that's I think that's in order.
So now we want to answer some of the questions you sent in. First question comes from John Kustuch. He asked, did I miss how Uncle Jerry's name became the focus of the investigation so early on? Was that skipped on purpose or cut from the doc? If you remember in episode 1, when Doug Matthews reached out based on that sticky note, he was given 3 names and this nebulous name of Uncle Jerry, if you never heard of it. It's in there.
All right, and now we have an audio question from Jordan Green. Let's listen to it.
Hi, my name is Jordan. I live in Florida. My question is, how is Mark Wahlberg affiliated with your show? Is he a producer, or what is his role that he plays in your show? My second question is, did anyone else notice how awkward and strange it was when they were in the house with that guy pretending that he won that check? And the way that Doug rolled up the paper, it was all like he was trying to be all eat. I don't know how to explain it, but what in the fuck was up with that? You can ask Doug that from me.
Well, to answer the first question, Mark Wahlberg is an executive producer on this project along with Stephen Levinson, Archie Gibbs, Brian, and myself. We teamed up with them to work on this project. They were a great support group for us and also really helped back us in directing the series when talking with HBO.
As seasoned as they are, they always had great ideas and feedback to offer us along the way.
And with what was up with Doug Matthews, so you see how Doug Matthews is all the time, the way he is in the interviews within the show. That's how he always is. Now, if you add the extreme kinetic energy and excitement of him being able to go undercover, you're going to heighten, you're going to multiply that several times, and that's why he may have acted a little extra spazzy during that time. In general, those interviews are just so awkward in a way because you are watching two groups of people lie to each other, and you're watching someone that had committed criminal activity now fully lying to the people that know what's really going on.
And actually, after I, open up birthday or holiday gifts, I actually wrap my paper the same way that Doug did. So I don't see anything wrong with how he
was just flexing for the camera.
He was flexing for the camera.
All right, so our next question is another audio question, and it comes from Lee Gardner.
Hi, McMillions podcast. This is Lee from Seattle. I watched the HBO documentary last night. Safeway recently did which is owned by Albertsons, it's a grocery store chain, but they recently did a Monopoly game. So this is going to be interesting to see if these types of games will be played again. What are your thoughts on this?
Everybody wants the chance to win, even to this day. You got to remember the scam that happened between 1989 and 2001 involved more than just the monopoly promotions that McDonald's did. They did all these other promotions.
So McDonald's ran multiple versions of this game. It wasn't just the McDonald's Monopoly game. There were different peel-off prize games that they had run that were branded. There was a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire game. There was one for Scrabble. Monopoly just so happened to be the most popular.
Right. And the fact that you're seeing a similar version of the game out there in Safeway or Albertsons, because they all know that Uncle Jerry's busted and he's not behind this.
But it is not at all affiliated with the original McDonald's Monopoly game, and we've no reason to believe that there are any shady dealings with Safeway or Albertsons.
Maybe we should try to find the winner of that game
and have them on the show.
Have them on the podcast. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. Our next question comes from Diane Borschler. Just wondering who made the initial phone call to the FBI that triggered this whole investigation.
That is the million-dollar question. Who took this entire thing down? Who helped the FBI discover this was happening?
What we learned is the FBI receives multiple complaint calls all the time. Like people who say, like, oh, I think that there's a suspicious package down the street.
I don't like my neighbor.
Right. So it came through a complaint call. Rick Dent, supposedly, this might have actually been on his desk for a long time before Doug Matthews actually first saw it. There's a lot of speculation as to who made that phone call. We asked everybody about it, and it was quite interesting how many different...
There are a lot of theories on who it could be and what happened. And
we talk a lot more about it in our last episode, actually.
Our next question is from Dara Bryant. How did he, meaning Jerry Jacobson, get the winning pieces through all those layers of security?
This was the nagging question that the FBI had.
We're following the same procedure that the FBI went through when they actually investigated this case, and they didn't find out until the very end.
Thank you you all so much for sending in those questions. We look forward to answering more in the future.
Well, that's it for episode 4 of the McMillions podcast.
If you have any further questions about this episode or any future episode coming up, please contact us.
You can email us at McMillionspodcasts@hbo.com. McMillions spelled with an S, not the normal $sign like you'll see all over the internet, television, and really anywhere in the world.
And if you want to record your question as a voice memo, please do that and email it to us. We love that, and we'll play it right here on the show.
Don't forget to check out McMillions airing Monday nights at 10 on HBO. And see you next week for episode 5 of the McMillions podcast.
This podcast was produced by FunMeter in conjunction with Unrealistic Ideas. For FunMeter, I'm Brian Lazarte.
And I'm James Lee Hernandez.
Joe Fenstermaker produced this episode. Our consulting producer is Barry Finkel from Pineapple Street Studios. JP Hesser mixed this episode. The music heard here comes from our actual series and was composed by Bernard Toprak.
Unrealistic Ideas is Mark Wahlberg, Stephen Levinson, and Archie Gibbs. And of course, none of this would be possible without the amazing support of HBO. You can find the McMillions podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, the HBO Go, and Now apps, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Thanks for listening.
Later, Skater.
If you said to me to describe the story, I would say don't believe it, but it's true.
I can't even imagine somebody doing something like this.
It's also the perfect crime. Because sometimes the thing that's blatant right in front of your face is the thing you don't expect.
I was going to be $1 million winner.
I was game for something exhilarating.
From 1989 to 2001, there were almost no legitimate winners of the high-value game pieces in the McDonald's Monopoly game.
Jerry told me, if you want a game piece, this is how it's done.
Hi, I'm James Lee Hernandez.
And I'm Brian Lazarte.
We are the executive producers and directors of McMillions, an HBO documentary series.
And this is the official McMillions podcast, episode 5. We do have some swear words in this episode, so if you are listening with young children,
or if you're just
sensitive,
if you have sensitive ears, cover them and then continue listening to the podcast. Joining us on today's episode is AJ Glum, one of the game piece distributors, aka recruiters, for Uncle Jerry. But before we do that, let's recap what we saw in this week's episode 5 of McMillions on HBO. So what happened in this week's episode, Brian?
Well, we saw a number of arrests. We saw a fax machine debacle to probably the highest and most embarrassing of proportions. I don't think there's another fax story that exists out there. In fact, if there is, we should ask people to send it to us, because could you actually send a worse fax than what happened in this episode?
It's still unbelievable that a government entity did this, and it almost took down, or at least made the arrests and really the pinnacle of everything that you build up within this case almost came crashing down before it even started.
Indeed. And so when the arrest happened, we always found it interesting that all the arrests were happening simultaneously. Doug Matthews, of course, trying to be first in line, getting his guy first, which is AJ Glum, who we're going to talk to in a little bit here, ended up being the last of the federal agents to get their guy. There's actually more to that story. We only barely scratched the surface of Doug's undercover attempts at getting AJ out the door.
We get into the arrest of the man himself, Jerry Jacobson, aka Uncle Jerry. Then the government now trying to find out, how did Jerry do it? Is he going to cooperate and tell us how he actually pulled all of this off?
This is the start of what we're about to get into in episode 6, which is the trial.
We always really love the idea of this episode because throughout the first 4 episodes, you're you're hearing from the FBI, you're hearing from the winner's criminal / Uncle Jerry side of things. And in episode 5, all of the worlds collide. You're having Doug Estrada show up to arrest Dwight Baker, and then you're having him talk to George Chandler. You're having Doug Matthews, who's arresting AJ Glum, and you have everyone talking about each other. You even have Gloria Brown talking about when Special Agent Tim Adams shows up at her door. Seeing everyone then actually interacting together and talking about each other was just such a fascinating concept for us to have it all meet in this one huge moment.
You get that sense of completion to the story. At least this is the beginning of the end. And obviously the way that we end this episode is talking about the informant, which is actually the very beginning of this whole thing. And we went down this rabbit hole of who could the informant actually be. And as we started talking to each of our subjects, it actually made us think differently about who it could possibly be. James, you know, when we were first going out there, do you remember who you thought the informant could be?
Yes, I do, actually, very clearly. And I was wrong. I was definitely wrong. Everyone has their own theory about it. We had our own theories about who it could possibly be. Whoever you think it could be, you might be wrong. Now with us today is AJ Glum. AJ was one of the main recruiters for Jerry Jacobson, one of the most honest humans I have ever met in my entire life. He talks about his past drug running, like I would talk about my job at McDonald's when I was 16.
Matthews was one of the original people who arrested me.
He had some snippets of the phone calls just to let him know we had. And he decided not to cooperate. One of the very few.
We were arguing in the car. He said, "Yeah, you think you're some gangster or something?" I said, "Yeah, and you think you're Don Johnson, from Miami Vice." At the end, he was okay. The front, he was a little bit of an asshole. I did. I'm that way. I'm very friendly.
And now we have him here today. So let's talk to AJ. A lot of people always want to know the motivations. How does somebody deal drugs? How does somebody get involved? What is going through your mind?
They always say money is a motivator. And to a certain degree it is. But with me, boredom had a lot to do. Not that I had that much money. I knew right from wrong my whole life. And my dad would beat my fucking brains in, he wanted to beat my brains out when I got arrested for drugs. And then when the McDonald's thing happened, that really, put him over the thing. He said, "That's what you get for being so fucking greedy." That was his exact words.
Wow. When we first met with you and you told us that you had spent some time on the run, how would you describe that period in your life?
Well, there was a lot of good times because it's like every day you're living like this is the last day before I go to jail. So I also have a nice dinner. I also do everything that I ever wanted to do. I think my hair was pretty dark when I started. By the time I got arrested 18 months later, most of it was gray. So no matter where I was, if I saw two guys in suits, I figured they were marshals. So I don't think I would want to do it again, but just chalking up to experience. And, it was a good experience overall. That a lot of people can't say they ever did something and they never had that feeling.
That's true. Definitely. Yeah, most people don't live on the edge like that.
No, they don't. Maybe they should. Not necessarily be a fugitive, but
even though you've had your brushes with the law, you actually used to be a cop for a little while. Can you tell us about that?
I always had the desire to become a policeman. You went on at 18 years old. You were just a cadet. You worked in administrative work. And then when you were 21, you became a regular officer. But the good part about it was all that seniority went with you. basically I could have retired at 38 years old with a full retirement.
What was it? You had a gun that got discharged. What was the story initially?
Nah, it was a funny thing. I had a starter pistol at a party. We were messing around. Somebody got in a fight or something, and I think I shot the pistol into the ground or something. And so the police came, and that was it.
I must imagine that you told me that you were dancing.
No. Yeah, if you saw me dancing, I'd probably get arrested for that too. No, it had nothing to do with dancing.
Yeah. I know. For some reason, in my mind, you
just wanted it to be.
I wanted it to, just living every day to your fullest. Why did you get fired?
Police cadet, you didn't have a gun. You had nothing. You didn't even have a badge.
So what were you doing walking around with a pistol?
It was a starter pistol.
I don't know the difference between a starter pistol.
A starter pistol shoots blanks.
Yeah, when you start a race.
Yeah, the starter race. Yeah.
Okay. So what were you doing with the starter pistol?
I heard they were going to have a race there. They were going to have all the girls run around the apartment.
That sounds like a fun party.
Yeah.
Of course. I don't know why I asked such a dumb question.
There was this club I used to go to, just a social club. And we're sitting here having a drink, and this one guy, his name is John, he said, "Well, you guys want to hear a funny story? This guy got hired at 8 o'clock in the morning, and he got fired at 9 o'clock. And the guys went, "No, don't believe it." I said, "You know what, John? You're not going to believe it. That was me." He said, "Get out." I said, "I swear to God, that was me." So that was it. That I could never get hired, even if I put it on. I passed all the physicals and written tests and everything. But when they did background investigation.
How do you make the leap from police officer to the drug life?
Well, I had a lot of jobs in between. And at one time, let's see, let's go from there. I went back to Pittsburgh from Atlanta, and I went back to the trucking company I used to work for. I shipped my mother a chair out of salvage, and that's how it all ended for me. That was probably like the biggest turning point in my life, because I was doing really well.
They got upset that you said something personal?
Oh, yeah. I got fired for that.
For shipping a chair out of salvage?
I shipped a chair out of claim salvage, which you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to send it. I think back then you had to send it to St. Louis or something. And I shipped it to my mother. And somebody must have reported me.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how I lost my job. And then nobody would help me. In fact, they even filed charges against me.
Really?
Yeah, there was a guy that was in the security department. I never say it happened because this guy didn't like me. It really had nothing to do with it. He was doing his job, and he was trying to make a name for himself.
Wow. So
much like Doug Matthews.
Right.
You lose your job. How long from that point until you got busted by the DEA?
Oh, that was 68. 1968. Detroit, Florida. I didn't get into drugs probably until 1979.
With Harold Robbins?
At that time, when I met Harold Robbins, I wasn't selling drugs.
Right, no.
That was the first time I experienced drugs.
I've never talked to anybody who's tried amyl nitrate.
That was for heart patients, I think, to revive them.
Right.
So if I remember right, that's what it was for.
What was the experience like?
Yeah, what are the effects? What happens?
It scared the shit out of me. I know that. And Harold Robbins says, Why didn't you tell me you never did it before? I just wanted to try. I guess that shows what a jerk off I am about everything in my life. Amyl nitrate, McDonald's tickets, drugs.
So you have no reservations to try something at least once.
Right.
It's probably an incorrigible trait, although some of the options that were put in front of you to try definitely got you into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, but nobody twisted my arm.
Yeah, right.
You know, it's like I've been watching the series, you know, somebody's story, people that keep saying, you know, how they got dudes and they got this. You know, who in earth, am I allowed to swear on this?
You can swear, yeah, you can.
Because you know how I talk.
Be you.
Who in fucking the right mind? Somebody's giving you a ticket for $1 million that you think is legitimate. Like it's all out of the sky.
Now, what about George, though? In George's situation, which you saw in episode 4, could you actually see it from his perspective that for his foster father, he didn't know Uncle Jerry or Jerry Jacobson, right?
Yeah, if everything that he says is the truth and I have no reason to doubt it, yeah, like somebody comes to him and, you know, he probably altered Jerry's story. Because I know a lot of people, I told them that I won the ticket, you know, different stuff like that. Or somebody else won, and they wanted somebody else to do it, and I couldn't do it because of my tax bracket, so on and so forth. So, yeah, I can, you know, in his story, I can almost believe. And he trusted the guy so much, like that was his
foster father, yeah.
Foster father or something. Yeah, I can see where he totally got duped.
Dwight Baker, in sworn testimony, actually said, when asked by Mark Devereaux, why did you tell this story to your foster father or your foster son, George Chandler? And Dwight said that it was Jerry Jacobson who told him to do that. Jerry Jacobson, on cross-examination, also corroborated this, that it was Jerry's idea for Dwight to tell this story.
Yeah, but that's basically what I told him. And then again, I told them that I lied to these people. And Matthews, I told him, you know, he was the one that said that you're either the best salesman in the world or the biggest fucking liar in the world. I said, I'll take your pick.
You got hired as a police officer. So did Jerry Jacobson. Did you guys ever talk about being a cop?
Never. I don't think to this day, I don't think we've ever discussed it.
Did you ever eat any of his ribs?
No, I didn't.
In episode 5, we also introduced a lot of people to Jared Jacobson's biological son. Jared Jacobson had told us as well that his dad had made the most amazing ribs. And as we were talking about it, because both James and I love ribs, who doesn't? If you
Brian really loves ribs, especially the rib story, for some reason.
So Jared was telling us how he's been a chef for many years at different restaurants, and his father's ribs were this prized secret recipe. We actually have a clip from one of our deleted scenes.
They were absolutely delicious. Still cook those things all day. You come into the house, the place smelled like a barbecue restaurant. He used to tell me that he used to make his own barbecue sauce. One day he slipped. He asked about where the barbecue sauce was, and I was thinking, oh, it's in a pan in the refrigerator. Knows how to bottle those Baby Ray. The guy was like, this is your secret sauce this whole time? I don't know what he said, but it was just like, really. And it's funny because this is probably just a few years ago, too. In the last 5-6 years. You know, this is obviously after all the aftermath of everything, you know, you're still lying about your sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce. Your son is the chef. You can't tell him it's a jar of sauce. You know, he's making it himself. So, I see. For no reason.
Jared Jacobson, Jerry Jacobson, Richardson's son talks about all the lies as if his father is nothing but a liar. Did you ever find that Jerry, when you ever dealt with him, was inconsistent or would ever lie to you?
Never. I had very, very few dealings with Jerry, especially in the beginning. And then later on, we would just meet just to give me the winning piece. And then when I had the money, then I would get the money to him.
So he never asked you for money up front either?
Never. You know, very fair with me. I can't. I know he never told me lies. He did. It didn't matter. I really had no relationship with him.
Jerry had a way about trying to achieve something from nothing.
Or he's a bit of an opportunist. Here's a deleted scene where we talk with one of his ex-wives about a couple instances of him being an opportunist.
While we were working at the Hollywood Police Department, Jerry got a broken wrist. He sustained he was in an altercation. Some sort of fight, yes. That broken wrist, he kept saying that it was broken so bad that he couldn't use it, couldn't fire his gun. But yet he would take power tools and build an alternator, that kind of thing. He went out on workman's comp and then sued the city for disability. And he got a check every month. It still does. Yes, he got sick with this young Gray syndrome, but that was later. I've got the doctor's report of that wrist break. And reading that report, that wrist was just a regular wrist break. It didn't cause any of those other things he said it caused. And it was over and over and over again. He was in some nice hotel and he tripped and he tried to sue the hotel for his back being hurt. And he wore this little thing on his back. But when the suit didn't go through, his back was hurt. Jerry was the kind of person that was always trying to figure the easy way. How do you get a free lunch? How can you do this without getting caught? The moral of the story is there are no free lunches. But there may be some brownies hidden somewhere. Does that make any sense?
Does that make any sense, AJ?
Jerry, well, what she says, yeah, it makes sense. But Jerry, see, I never, ever saw that person. But a lot of people were opportunists.
Right,
you know, true. They figure, well, I slipped here. Why not? Especially down here in South Florida.
Right.
It's big business now.
So in the series, we talk about his illness, his Guillain-Barré, which often is confused with MS because they share very similar traits. In the series, we almost make the assumption from the FBI's point of view that it was because of the Guillain-Barré/MS that he left the police force in Hollywood, Florida early on, but it was actually a result of this wrist break. Yeah, and that he had claimed disability from. Do you remember him ever talking about his Guillain-Barré or MS?
He never brought up the MS. I don't think he did.
Getting back to, in general, the mechanics of how some of this works, were there any similarities between moving drugs and moving the game pieces?
Nah, not really. You have the same apprehensions. Like if you want to meet somebody with a kilo of coke, That's a lot more dangerous than giving them a little fucking coupon.
True. Very true.
A coupon I can swallow if something happened. But I mean, I was always apprehensive when I gave out a ticket. For some reason, I don't know, I wouldn't sleep the night before when I was traveling to go someplace. It always was on my mind. And I would go with them to McDonald's. I would wait outside, or I'd get a sandwich or something, and then I would go to the post office. And a lot of them, I'm the one that mailed them. Wow, that was it. I said, you're done. That's it. You'll be getting something in the mail. That's it. You're done. So, you know, up until that point, then you relaxed. And once they get the check, it's all over. You know, totally relaxed.
Now, you never asked for any money up front. You know, you couldn't believe that Gloria actually mortgaged her house to get the upfront money. You never even asked for upfront money. Is that correct?
That's totally true. A lot of people, when I gave them tickets, I had to take them to dinner. They didn't even have money for dinner.
Wow.
I'm giving them $1 million. You say, at least they could have taken some bottles and cashed them in to take me to dinner for giving them $1 million.
They could have taken it at McDonald's.
Yeah, right.
Did you ever have an issue collecting or getting the money from them?
Never.
Let's talk for a minute about your arrest, because there was actually more to the story that we didn't have a chance to include in the episode. The version that's in the episode is somewhat of a truncated version of what actually happened. Doug Matthews tells us that he was trying everything to get you out of the house and wanted to be the first federal agent to accomplish his task. He tried the newspaper trick, which didn't work, and then he came up with this idea of doing it undercover.
Part of Doug Matthews, his plan was to have another agent dress up like a construction worker and do some construction out front to get you to come out of the house. Do you remember that?
The construction worker was out there working, supposedly. And I said, hi, good morning, how you doing? I said, so what are you doing? And he says, oh, we're surveying the road, putting in the road. I said, oh, good. I said, who's paying for it? I said, it's not me. He says, oh, I don't know. I said, okay, can I get you a cup of coffee? He said, no, I don't need anything. You know, he was kind of, very curt when I was trying to be friendly with him. And then the deputy came to the gate and said that there was a string of home robberies in the neighborhood. And they wanted us to come down and identify. They had a couple of people in custody. And the guy said, oh, I won't take them. I said, why? I'm going someplace. I said, I really don't care. I really don't care. He said, I'll only take a couple of minutes. I said, all right. So we went down to the corner. Got out. And that's when Matthew was arrested.
So you've seen several of the Shamrock Productions interviews. There was one specific interview that Doug Matthews described to us. Unfortunately, no one knows where the footage is for this. Here is Doug Matthews describing one of his favorite Shamrock Productions interviews in the deleted scene.
So I'm like, hey, let's go out and talk to this guy. He comes out of the door and he kind of meets us in the driveway. I go, hey, we stay in the car. And so he's telling me, he goes, look, I just want to tell you guys, my wife is a freak. In the house, she was OCD. When he wants to take her shoes off, she's like, she probably does. She's totally nuts. So I'm emotionally cool. This house, inside, immaculate. Nothing out of place. I mean, hospital. And so he's telling us how one prize they did this. We've done this again 5 times before. So there's a part at the end where it's she grabbed the thing for like a gymnasium or something. Whatever it was. And so she gets this explosion. It started laying on the back. I'm not kidding, for a good 30 seconds. That shit was fine. That much on me because we did it everywhere we went. And it was 3 inches thick. All over. I mean, on the table, in the lane. I mean, it was everywhere. You could just see Miss Davis. She's dying. And I said, oh my God, I forgot. You are like OCD on cleanliness. She's like, yes, I am. Damn, and she's just like, her whole face is lit up red. She doesn't know what to say. The lady is like, it's okay. She was telling herself that it's okay, right?
That's rich. That's funny.
When you first saw the Shamrock Productions footage, did you have any idea that they had done these undercover operations?
No, I didn't. Well, I knew it was undercover with who.
Once you got busted, but
yeah, once I got busted, no. Yeah, prior to that, no, I had no knowledge that they had done this to other people, so on and so forth.
Well, what was it like watching that footage? Obviously, especially with Michael Hoover, because Michael was a good friend of yours.
He said that this girl was really interested in him. I know Hoover. He couldn't make out in the whorehouse with a fistful of 50s. So he said, yeah, this girl, I think something's going to happen here. You know, I mean, I love Mike. Don't get me wrong when I say that, but he just always had a thing with women. I don't know. And he was a good-looking guy until we put on all that weight, drinking them 42 Coca-Colas a day.
Oh, my gosh.
He drank 42 Cokes a day. He would get up in the morning, he didn't have coffee, he didn't Coke.
You know, were you feeling bad for Michael in watching the footage?
I felt more bad for Mike Hoover than anything. It made a fool out of him. You know, he thought that this was all legit and everything, and then find out, I mean, it was like a real smack in the face for him. And I felt his pain. And when I watched it again, I felt that pain again.
Michael tells a pretty elaborate story to the FBI in that Shamrock Productions interview. Who came up with that story?
I did not coach him on that story. In fact, I think, if I remember right, that one of the magazines did get wet or something.
Did you tell him a story that if ever you were asked, this is what you're supposed to say?
No. But, Mike was not stupid. Even if I didn't say anything, he's been around the block 100 times.
He was never going to say, I got the ticket from my friend, AJ.
I wasn't worried about that. I had told everybody once they got arrested, I said, do whatever you got to do. If they ask you, we're going to testify against me, definitely.
But you never ever thought yourself that you would get arrested or that Michael would get arrested. What did you think was the worst that was going to happen if you got in trouble?
I thought the charge would be receiving stolen property.
Which is what, a misdemeanor?
Yeah, it's like nothing.
Did you have any idea that there were other people doing what you were doing, like Dwight Baker and Jerry Greenville?
Oh, I'm sure there was people before me. I think at one time I was told he was going for years with other people. And I guess he still was going with other people.
Surely through your life you've seen more than your fair share of friends get busted. Is that a consistent thing? It's when you start, it starts to kick in.
Right,
what
right.
To it.
But like with McDonald's, if I would have quit after the first one, the same thing would happen.
For you, right?
Yeah, for me, right, exactly. You just don't know when to say
One more. Like I said about me and Jerry, we were supposed to be the $5 million one. I was going to cash in. We were going to split the money. And that was it. Right into the sunset.
In a lot of ways, I mean, that's probably Jerry Jacobson's. One of his biggest mistakes was he didn't know when to quit. 12 years that he was in some capacity doing what he was doing. You assume that you're invincible. But had he stopped, especially had he stopped the year prior, the chances of him getting busted would have been quite slim, if not at all.
Yeah, that's always possible. But you know, people would talk. I think afterwards, somebody might say something. Maybe the statute of limitations would be out by then. It wouldn't matter.
We'd have to prove it. You'd have to prove it, though.
Yeah, true. Yeah. That's something to think about. It's tough when you're making money like that. This is going to go on forever. And I still say that to this day. I blame Jerry too. He should have more fucking brains than be dealing with these assholes. I went all over the country to give people tickets. Here, they're giving them all within a 200-mile radius of Jacksonville.
Right. Yeah.
No, that just. I mean, this guy's connected to the mob. He's connected to his ass. I mean, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah. Did you ever tell him that?
Who? Jerry? No, I think he must have really been involved with that Robin. I really don't know what happened after her husband. I mean, watching the story, I guess that's where I came into the picture after Jerry Gennaro died. And I don't know, did he keep doing things with Robin?
No, after
the guy died?
Yeah, after Jerry Colombo passed away, then he basically cut off all ties with that side of it.
Okay. So I didn't know. So, because I think it would still be going on today.
You think if nobody had come forward with this, it just never would have stopped?
Yeah, it's too hard to stop. You're making money like that. It's just like in a drug dealer. You're making so much money. I know all the drug dealers, they had a timetable. First thing they buy is a Rolex. Then they buy a Mercedes-Benz. That's how it was back in the 80s.
Right.
And then they buy a big house. Then you get to a point that you go on vacation. The next thing you know, you're chartering planes. You're making so much money. It gets boring.
There's nothing else to buy.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you got to maintain that lifestyle too at that point.
Right. It gets, buying so much stuff. But I just think it would have carried on to other people. See, with me, I did it like a business. It was a business. I looked at even the drugs. I looked at it as a business. I didn't give out free samples. I didn't do this. But the end, got the same end results. I got arrested.
So, AJ, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today and being so open and talking about everything with us.
I always enjoy you too. Take care. Bye-bye.
That was fun. I love AJ. I feel like we could talk to him all day.
Oh, man. We've talked to him for hours and hours, and we have. And it's just every time you learn a new interesting facet about his life, it's just mind-blowing. Now, we would like to address some of the questions that you, the listeners, have. So, Brian, I posed this question to you from Scott Salmon. 10 creams and 5 sugars in a coffee, ? So this question has literally been blowing up Twitter like crazy.
This is a really great question. We were in the car when it happened. McDonald's has told us that the number of creamer orders have actually skyrocketed in recent weeks.
Setting a trend.
Have you ever tried 10 creams in your coffee?
Actually, it was really weird for me because at the time, I didn't think it was weird because I've never had coffee. And then later on, when we were looking at it in the edit bay, and people were in the room with us, everyone freaked out about it. I was like, well, this must be pretty weird. Let's put it in the show.
I mean, here's the thing, like the latte, it's pretty much like 90% milk and like 10% espresso. So he just wanted a latte.
The Mick Cafe Latte. Coming to you soon.
Our next question comes from Allison Williams from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Raleigh.
Is it Raleigh?
It's Raleigh.
Raleigh. All these pieces would come in and they would be opened with white gloves, etc. And they must show the code under black light, but would always have an issue. So were there a lot of people trying to pull another scam?
There were flaws built into these game pieces on purpose. Imperfections within the printing and the blacklight pen all helped to keep this game secure.
And in some cases, like people would be aggressive. They would write letters from their attorneys saying that our client had sent in a winning game piece, and they said, well, this is actually not the real game piece.
All right, our next question comes from John Austin from Kent Square, Pennsylvania. How did the money payoff work? That is, the ticket winner gets $1 million, but has to pay considerable tax, and he/she wouldn't know how much was netted until after they did their tax return. Then, what percentage could they keep, and what percentage got kicked back?
It depended on what point in time. Obviously, when Jerry Colombo was in the mix, he dealt with things very differently than how AJ or Dwight Baker. Our next question comes from Jason G. Hi, can Doug get a spinoff? Ha! Love the show and the podcast.
First off, thank you for reading it like that. I feel much better about my day. Second, we might work on something with Doug, so stay tuned.
This is from Ryan Bowersox. How did the other winners figure out that they should not go to Vegas or participate in the reunion? Was that just part of coaching and grooming, or was the mob starting to figure out that the FBI was onto them?
That was really the luck of the draw. It was the first people to commit to going to this Vegas trip. Those are the people that came in for the Shamrock Productions interviews. Our next question comes from Maxwell Kagan in Atlanta, Georgia. Did Jerry and the Colombos have access to only the instant winner pieces, or did they actually have the pieces that were needed to complete the Monopoly game? For example, did they have Boardwalk to go along with Park Place? Brian?
Jerry Colombo did have multiples. He had the instant $1 million prize game piece. He had the Boardwalk Park Place. There were also, in a few instances, like with Lika Sano, there were like 4 pieces together for her.
Yeah, it was 3 or 4 pieces, and you put them all together, and you get $100,000. So the answer is he had all of them.
Yeah. Our next question is from David Holzer. David Holzer writes, how did Jerry from Simon Marketing and Uncle Dominic actually meet? Who approached who? How did they first connect?
This is a hard one to answer because Uncle Dominic passed away, but from what we heard, it was through some shady connections that Uncle Jerry had introduced him to Uncle Dominic because he wanted to expand the fraud.
Some people have often thought that this was tied to Marvin.
Oh, Marvin. Yeah, right. Marvin could have. And who knows?
Right. All right. Our next question is from Mike Schubert. This is an audio question.
AJ and Brian, my name is Mike Schubert. I'm a huge fan of the documentary as well as the podcast that you're making to go along with it. I think the music that is used in Millions is absolutely fantastic. And I would love to know more about how you chose the songs, where you got the music from, and anything in regards to the music selection throughout the documentary, because I think you do a great job of using it to heighten certain scenes.
We really love the music too. That's why we chose it. It's a layered question because first, you have to have enough music to cover 6 hours. So we took a long time to pick a fantastic composer in Pinar Toprak. Came off of working on this really small project called Captain Marvel in 4 hours. And we were just lucky enough to get a meeting with her, and she really enjoyed the story and dove into this craziness with us. And then as far as the popular songs, that was all of us putting our 90s nostalgia together to choose some of the best things. And Brian, how did you feel about the music selection?
Well, we always wanted to keep it rooted in the the 90s or in that caper-esque thriller type vibe. Really have to give hats off to Jody McVeigh Schultz, who was our supervising editor on the series. But Jody really helped in shaping the initial tone. Often what you do when you're just feeling something out is you start playing with what we call temp music to just get a vibe. But oftentimes when you do that, it doesn't really feel like, it doesn't have one sound because you're pulling from all these various sources. And that's the beauty of what a composer does. They take the spirit and they create a sonic landscape that can apply to the entire series. And we did have RJD2. We had a couple songs from RJD2.
We had a fantastic team that helped us get popular songs in Jill Myers and Sarah Manaki Garisi. To be able to get songs like This Is How We Do It, RJD2, and even to get a Billy Joel song to end out the entire show, it's very difficult to track all that down, and we absolutely had to use the most perfect song for the show ever created if we wanted to keep things 90s. And it caught Sealant by Jane's Addiction. Came out in the 90s, and I mean, the name of the song says it all.
Right. That was actually one of the first pieces of music that
was like one of the first things we ever did was create that sequence.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for sending in all those questions. We love hearing from you. It's really, really cool that people think so critically about this show, and we'll be able to address more questions at the end of the next episode. That is it for episode 5 of the McMillions podcast.
If you have any questions about this episode or any future episodes coming up, please contact us. And James, again, how do they do that?
You can email us at McMillionspodcast@hbo.com. That's McMillions spelled with an S, not the normal $sign like you'll see on advertisements around the world.
And if you want to record your voice and email it to us, we can play your question right here on the show.
Don't forget to check out our finale episode of McMillions coming next Monday night at 10 p.m. on HBO. And see you next week for episode 6 of the McMillions podcast.
This podcast was produced by FunMeter in conjunction with Unrealistic Ideas. For FunMeter, I'm Brian Lazarte.
And I'm James Lee Hernandez.
Joe Fenstemaker produced this episode. Our consulting producer is Barry Finkel from Pineapple Street Studios. JP Hesser mixed this episode. And the music heard here comes from our actual series and was composed by the fabulous Bernard Topar.
Unrealistic Ideas is Mark Wahlberg, Stephen Levinson, and Archie Gibbs. And of course, none of this would be possible without the fantastic support of HBO. You can find the McMillions podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, the HBO Go, and the Now apps, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Thanks for listening.
Bye-bye.
If you said to me to describe the story, I would say don't believe it, but it's true.
I can't even imagine somebody doing something like this.
It's also the perfect crime. Because sometimes the thing that's blatant right in front of your face is the thing you don't expect.
Would be $1 million winner.
I was made for something exhilarating.
From 1989 to 2001, there were almost no legitimate winners of the high-value game pieces in the McDonald's Monopoly game.
Uncle Jerry told me, if you want a game piece, this is how it's done.
Hi, I'm James Lee Hernandez.
And I'm Brian Lazarte.
We are the executive producers and directors of McMillions, a documentary series on HBO.
And this is the official McMillions podcast, episode 6.
Episode 6, which is the final episode of the series. This week we're going to have a very special guest. Former Assistant U.S. Attorney Mark Devereaux will be joining us this week. But before we get to Mark, let's do a quick recap of what we learned in the 6th and final episode of McMillions.
So this is when the trial kicked off. We focus on the fact that most people don't remember the story actually happening because of 9/11. And most people pled, with the exception of George Chandler. He went to trial. He was found guilty. He appealed that decision. He was acquitted on the appeal. And really, this episode, we focused on the relationships, the fallouts, the forgiveness,
the ramifications, and where are they now with some of our main characters. And then we also get into the informant, who that actually is.
We started this episode with Lee Casano, who shared with us her story about calling the IRS. And when we had met with her, we certainly believed that this could very well be the case of who the informant was. Her story is very believable, and she believes, even to this day, that she's the reason why this whole thing went down.
The way that the informant plays out in the show is literally how we experienced it. We went through all those twists and turns of what built into the show, and we didn't learn who the informant was until the end, just like everyone else.
Because this particular episode deals very much with the trial and the legal aspects, we wanted to have Mark Devereaux, and we felt that he could shed a little bit more light on the actual trial.
The trial was here in Jacksonville, here in this building. It lasted 3 weeks, and it was almost like a couple trials within a trial, because once we have the overall scheme, then I had to place evidence just upon each of the defendants.
Yeah, with those grand hopes of being $1 million winner.
Deborah says Jacobson pocketed those pieces and in exchange for a cut of the prize, gave them to friends and relatives.
Mark is at that stage coming on very strong. Lots of threats about the consequence to our client and the terrible situation our client was in. How much time he's going to get. Simply, we don't respond favorably to threats.
Well, without further ado, let's talk to former Assistant U.S. Attorney Mark Devereaux. Mark, welcome to the show.
I just happened to have a wiretap up on you guys.
Just casual wiretap?
Yeah, just casual.
Your background is in military law initially as a JAG attorney, and there was a TV show back in the 90s, JAG, which I don't know if that was actually...
they made that after me, you know that.
Right, and we have to ask you about that. But for those who don't know what a JAG attorney is, if you remember that movie, Few Good Men, also, you
and Tom Cruise, I had to give Tom a lot of advice on exactly how to carry himself.
Wait, for real? Like you talk? Okay.
That sounds good, doesn't it?
Bird. Well, I knew that the TV show Jag was based on you, and we wanted to find out legitimately, is that the case? Like, is that true?
No, but hey, if somebody will buy me a drink if I say it, I'll say it.
What is a JAG attorney? What does JAG actually stand for?
The JAG stands for Judge Advocate Generals. And so a JAG is that's an acronym. The military is full of acronyms. The most exciting thing is court-martials, of course, and that's criminal. And so that's where I ended up going into when I went into the JAG Corps. I enjoyed the courtroom, I enjoyed criminal law, and I did both. Acted as both a prosecutor and as a defense counsel.
Curtis Folgetter helped you get your first job as a federal prosecutor, and then
Curtis Folgetter is now a defense attorney, and he was the defense attorney for George Chandler in this case, and you guys actually had to go head-to-head.
And that's not the first time we went head-to-head, and it wasn't the last time. The two of us frequently would be opposing parties on this set. When I was a defense counsel in Europe, we ended up buying a label for bottles of wine that they were making in Germany. Our name was on the bottle of wine. I remember I brought one to my interview, and I put it on the desk.
Your interview with Curtis Folgetter?
With Curtis Folgetter, I put the bottle, and it had my name on it,
And out of the three individuals, and Curtis being one of them that were interviewing me, I know for a fact the other two didn't want to hire me. Curtis did. Without Curtis, I wouldn't have been there.
You've had a chance now to see the entire series. And what is your impression of the overall story as we laid it out?
I guess the best way to say it is if we went out to the store and bought a coloring book, you could open the coloring book and you see, okay, well, there is Mickey Mouse and Ronald McDonald. We got a color. Basically, I think we ended up having a coloring book, and what you guys have done with the investigation that you did, you put the color to it. I learned a lot. I think all of us have.
You're just looking at it as, did you break the law? How did you break the law? Who were you conspiring with to break the law? And what evidence is there to support that?
You're exactly correct. And it was very clear, I think, when you considered like Jerry Jacobson, the kingpin. Jerry, we knew absolutely that he was the one taking the game pieces. However, we never knew exactly how he did that. And it was not until I had worked out a deal with his counsel that we were able to actually learn exactly how he did it. At the point that we indicted him, we just knew that he had done this. We didn't know how.
With the arrests, you send out FBI agents and they make the actual arrests. Are you there for the arrest of Jerry Jacobson?
I was not, and the reason is simple. Let's just say that I was present at the time he was arrested, and let's say he ended up making a statement, or he didn't make the statement, and the FBI said he did make the statement. I'd end up being a witness of his arrest, and so I knew not to put myself in a situation where I become a witness. You know, I'm a phone call away for them to talk to. We flew to Washington. I briefed Attorney General Ashcroft in his office, his personal office. Then that evening, I flew with Rick Dent down to Atlanta.
This was not in the Bureau plane, right, with the Tide bottle, or was it?
No Bureau plane. We actually flew on a commercial aircraft because that other one, it leaves something to be desired. like comfort. Rick Dent and I flew down from Washington, D.C. to Atlanta, get in somewhere around midnight, and then we got up about 4, and I was in the boardrooms there at the FBI office. I had a couple of phones, and I get phone calls from everybody, and they also were calling down to the command center, which is actually in Jacksonville. We basically had the plan, hey, if the guy cooperates, just let him have a nice day, which, you know, the Rolex. And those that basically told us to pound sand, arrest him, give him some jewelry, silver handcuffs. We had ballpark 120 FBI agents across the country. We had 8 people that we were going to arrest, and of course, you know, Doogie Howser Matthews, he wanted to be number 1, and he was number last. I mean, he ate.
Now, have you ever had a case where you had this many defendants? There were 53 people who were ultimately indicted.
That's absolutely the largest number for me. In one case, yes. I've had several where you have to get into double digits, but it's usually very few over 10.
You like to prosecute people on ties?
I like to prosecute people in ties because the person that generally wears a tie is in a situation where the only reason they're committing the crime that they are is greed. And that greed monster has made so many people, so many years, decades, actually ruined so many lives. In this case, you know, we knew from the beginning, even if we have this fraud, McDonald's is still going to stand. And I remember telling Attorney General John Ashcroft at the end of my presentation to him, tomorrow's a good day, but it's also going to be a bad day. I remember him McDonald's was going to sever ties with Simon Marketing, and I knew what that meant. That meant Simon Marketing was going to die. It was really, honest to God, only one bad apple, and it didn't spoil a basket full of apples. He ended up causing so many people to lose their jobs and lose their life savings. Their stock dropped the most of any stock in one day in the history of the world.
Or at least at the time.
And even think about Jerry Jacobson. Did he think about that? No. And the problem is so many people do things and they don't think about the repercussions of their conduct. He probably rationalized, hey, somebody's got to be the winner. So why can't it be, what does it matter? McDonald's, they're still making their money, and I'm not hurting anybody. But, that's the people that rationalize, and when people don't follow the rules, and they intentionally don't do that for their own personal gain, generally you look in there, and it's a problem.
People will think of this story as a victimless crime, and we really wanted to make sure that by the end of the whole series, people realize that there are great consequences for what might be a seemingly small act of telling a white lie.
If Jacobson stood back just for a minute, he was the absolute head of security for Simon Marketing. And Simon Marketing is not just a small marketing firm, it was across the world, literally across the world. Why did people go to Simon Marketing? Because of their integrity, their security, and he ends up breaching all of that. Why? For greed, for his own benefit. You think he might have thought, well, if McDonald's found out about this, don't you think McDonald's would fire you? And what's that going to do? Apparently he never thought about that, or he didn't care. One of the two.
53 people were indicted, and most of them fled. What actually goes into working on a plea deal? How do those negotiations work?
I ended up having to make sure that I treated everybody fairly. And fairly can be interpreted differently. I was able to identify, okay, if you're a winner, then you're in this area, and if you're a recruiter, you're of course more culpable, and therefore that person is going to have to be treated more harshly.
The rules prior to 9/11 were very different from what the FBI could actually do to investigate. And so, to clarify this a little bit, we wanted to play one of our deleted scenes from the series.
When I first got to the office, I was assigned to the terrorism squad before 9/11. We had 3 of the 4 pilots of the 9/11 flights in Jacksonville one way or another. But it was long before this case happened. So it wasn't like we were actively investigating and that was not a priority at the time. So, I mean, it's not like that's the way for those investigations when we have those investigations. It would have been difficult to put the pieces together. And when you go back and look at it, just using hindsight, you know, just the rules we were looking at the time, it's very difficult to work those. Because it was a lot of before 9/11. As a counterterrorism agent, I've been dealing with it my whole career. I worked it for a few months before 9/11, so I can see the difference when we're allowed to do it and how we dealt with it. But everything stopped after. And then the Bureau changed from focusing on traditional crime to counterterrorism.
People that say that the FBI should just be working terrorism, they don't know the FBI like I know the FBI, which is we're capable of doing both terrorism side cases and then the larger white collar crime cases that affect the country. And we're affected on both fronts. So again, with regard to McDonald's, who else is going to do these cases? The local law enforcement, too big, too many assets, don't have the authority to do a thing. Can't do it. The states, same thing. Cut with the border, not going to do it. The IRS, I'll just say great, but all on tax stuff.
takes longer, like laundry side of it, maybe, not this. So I believe that we are the only ones that can get a hold of those multi-divisional, national type cases, run them down, drag all these people and get them straight and hammer through and do it in the right way.
The first voice you heard was Sean O'Donovan. You don't see him in the series. We've heard him on the podcast before.
The difference between life before 9/11 and after is night and day. There was what's called the Patriot Act. After 9/11, let's say you had 100 agents, one locale. Cut it in half because half of those are now going to be terrorism agents.
No matter how many cases you guys actually crack and solve, there's always going to be someone else who's trying to cheat the system.
Correct. Absolutely. I ended up prosecuting a number of very large drug cases. This one had 13 defendants. We call it the Baker's dozen. The sad part is when you would take drug dealers off the street, you arrest Mr. A, and Mr. B comes in right behind him to replace him. And you didn't have what I look at is deterrence. On the white collar side, you just see greed, not need. It's a big difference to me when you see somebody just the only reason they're stealing is greed. And it absolutely just pisses me off.
When you were prosecuting fraud cases early on, did you notice that you would actually create deterrence?
Absolutely. In the white collar fraud area, if I arrest one, it deters others. In the drug world, it doesn't. It just doesn't, because there's somebody else that's going to fly right in and take up that.
And so getting back to the case, you have all these people that pled, and then you had a few people that actually went to trial. And so the lead attorney for the defense side is your former boss at a certain point, Curtis Fallgetter. What is it like going against a former colleague like that?
There were many times, both in the military, fight all day in the courtroom, and then I would go to dinner with the prosecutor. And there's one that most everybody knows, a friend of mine, Lindsey Graham, a senator now. We spent my 30th birthday together. Both of us were in Germany doing a trial that was several weeks long. But then with Curtis, I had a job to do and he had a job to do. And unfortunately, things bled off outside the courtroom into the personal area. Our relationship soured significantly.
Sorry to hear that.
The first few days of trial are quite important. You're looking at this as a conspiracy that each of the defendants were involved in. There was something else that happened at the very beginning of the trial. Doug Matthews showed up and he decided to wear the same gold suit that he wore
when you first had your meeting with McDonald's in Jacksonville.
Right.
We'll play it for you, a little deleted scene.
In trial, it's a very conservative environment, but for some strange reason, Doug had a suit, a matching suit, and a jacket that was gold in color, almost like it had been made out of a set of drapes. And he wore it proudly.
That gold suit that I wore once, remember I told you I wore that once? I'm not a suit guy, but that's a nice Italian suit. Much better than Deborah's nasty double-breast garbage that he wears all the time, which is way out. Nobody wears that crap anymore.
I recall Mark taking quite exception to people said Doug away to change it to something less offensive.
He said, go home, change that shit right now. Get that gold suit off of you. It was a really nice gold suit. I wish I don't have it anymore. I think he paid my wife off to get rid of that thing.
No question, Doug did have a gold suit, and for him to chastised me for wearing double-breasted. I have to say, double-breasted is still in, has been for over 100 years, and it still makes a statement. But you got to have the right physique, and he just didn't have it. I mean, he's sort of like a pencil, and I'm like a V. I'm narrow at the waist and big at the chest. At least I was.
Well, yeah, he's an accountant, so he isn't really.
Yeah, that's it. He's a pencil.
Doug Matthews actually showed back up wearing a purple big plant shirt.
No, he did. He had that too. I mean, and then he's giving me a hard time. He had some guy that I remember he used to get them from North Carolina. He's from North Carolina, and he had some special guy, and they'd mail him his suit. He used to get him in the mail, and he claims he didn't like it. Oh, no, he's a clothes whore.
So he says now, basically, all he wears is what you wear, which is black and white and boring. And he was like, so obviously, it had an effect on me.
Well, see, I didn't need the clothes to make me stand out. See, I've got a personality, and he doesn't, except he does like to laugh.
At his own jokes.
Correct, at his own jokes, and whatever he thinks is funny.
Now, you might have a few people who disagree with you because there are some Doug Matthews lovers out there. Did you pay his wife off to get rid of that suit?
I think she did it on her own because she's got a lot of sense.
So, speaking of fashion, when can we see the mustache again?
The big one?
Yes.
Well, I guess if it comes back in style, but I have to say, I look at some old pictures, and I don't know why, but I start thinking, ding, ding, roll, down, this looks like a little bit of like a porn mustache. But I guess that was the 80s. Hey.
So the actor who we had play you in those reenactments, we actually were so surprised by how much he looked like you back in the day. He grew out that mustache, by the way.
Yeah, he told me it was the first time, I guess, he was ever allowed to have one.
Yeah, yes, he was very excited about it.
Yeah, he said, I've always wanted to grow my mustache out, but I never could.
Well, he just wanted to look like me. I mean, who wouldn't?
It's true.
Now, did you have a little deja vu, like when you looked at him?
It did. I mean, he even brushed his hair back on the sides. I saw that. You guys did a great job on getting somebody to look like me, and that's why I wouldn't trust you guys for nothing.
In trial, George Chandler and Curtis Hallgetter talked very much about how the prosecution brought up the game rules in federal court, and they made a big deal out of this. Obviously, McDonald's created the game rules for a reason. They explicitly state that they were not transferable. St. Jude's was a great example.
I'm glad you brought up St. Jude. Mr. Hallgetter frequently would have brought that up during the trial. But in the St. Jude's case, because they did not obtain the game piece in accordance with the rules of the game, they're thinking they have somebody that has sent them a game piece and trying to give them $1 million. And then all of a sudden McDonald's is going to say, sorry, you didn't win it. Well, they were in a terrible situation. So what they ended up doing was McDonald's said, we're not giving you the $1 million prize, but we're going to donate $1 million to St. Jude. And so they received it as a donation, not as a prize.
The defense contends that these are just McDonald's game rules and they shouldn't be talked about in federal court. It's more of a civil matter. Your viewpoint on it was that this is part of a larger conspiracy.
We all know what a lie is. It's not telling the truth. And we know what stealing is taking something that doesn't belong to you. Well, I come from that world where honesty and your integrity is everything. And then you look at what's called the mail fraud statute. The mail fraud statute states, in essence, he or she devises a scheme or artifice to defraud, to obtain money or property. So, in this case, a scheme to defraud. A scheme is a plan. That's what a scheme is. So we have a plan to deprive someone else of their money or property. There were people that received twin Corvettes. There were like matching Camaros. There was the Dodge Viper. There were Sea-Doos and these types of things. I remember a jet boat. We took the jet boat. When you end up having a plan to trick somebody out of their property, that is the scheme. And then you use the United States mail and furtherance of the scheme. There's no question. Like Miss Brown went up to South Carolina and she went in and acted like she had obtained the game piece off of one of their fry boxes or the drink cup, and she gave it to the manager. She stays around. They came out and they jump up and down. Yeah, when McDonald's have come with the big check, have said you're a winner, if they said the following on that document that they signed to be true, if they said, oh, I got this game piece from Mr. Columbo, and he told me to come in here and act like I got it off this drink cup and jump up and down like a clown, would McDonald's have given them the time of day? No. So they knew they had to do what? They had to trick McDonald's into giving them the winning proceeds. I never said that it was a crime to violate game rules. I said it's a crime to trick somebody into releasing money that they otherwise wouldn't release unless you had given that story, which was false. Meaning, it's not just false, it's called a lie. They say, I am a winner. You're not a winner, you're a liar.
In this trial, though, we learn how Jerry Jacobson actually stole the game pieces.
During the trial, I asked the indulgence of the judge to allow me to put a chair in front of the jury box. That became the throne. And I'm not talking about the king's throne. I'm talking about the bathroom toilet. Because that's where the whole thing happened. And he'd steal the wedding tickets. And then he'd put in, he just, hey, go get another fry, you idiot. And that's what all of us did.
How did you react when you actually found out how he did it?
Oh, I interviewed him, of course, for hours and hours before he testified. And that's how he said that he did it.
Jerry Jacobson, he made a plea deal. So this moment when he revealed how he was stealing game piece was part of the trial helping you prosecute, specifically George Chandler and those who were defending themselves.
I was putting the color in the pictures for the jury. Because you know they all wanted it. They loved seeing that. Having the kingpin sitting in front of them, and I had him actually do it with the envelope. I had him do that in front of the jury. They loved it. I have to keep them entertained. I don't need a juror falling asleep. You know, you have over 3 weeks of trial, and they're going to listen to me all the time. I mean, hey, this podcast is 30 minutes. They're probably already tired of it.
I just went back up, actually.
Yeah, I know. That's because you ate so many hot apple pies from Mickey D's.
Did this actually have an effect?
What did the 12 jurors do? They convicted everyone of them. They convicted 4 out of 5. Meaning, the conviction is 12 jurors. When you put 12 people together, it is amazing how a jury works. It's hard to get 4 or 5 people to agree on what to eat. I had to convince 12 independent people to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. And they did. They convicted 4 of them. The people felt guilty. The court let them.
There was actually a lawsuit filed in Canada really running with the idea that Jerry Jacobson was talking about with not allowing Canada to win.
And were any of them, did any of them establish anything? No.
what ended up happening with the Canadian lawsuit was McDonald settled, and just because you settle does not mean that you're guilty.
Absolutely, because sometimes it costs you so much to just fight. It's like an aggravation fee. I'm just going to pay these fleas or these flies that are giving me a hell of a time today. Money. Here's $5. Just get your ass out of here.
There are a couple of shocking things that happened at the end of episode 6. Marvin Braun is the stepbrother of Jared Jacobson. You and Marvin Braun are now friends. How does that happen?
Marvin immediately just embraced, literally, he embraced what he had done. He ended up admitting what he did. He knew it was wrong. He accepted his responsibility. And then, a little bit like Matthews, I'll tell you, Marvin Braun's a character.
Definitely.
Mr. Braun and I just sort of hit it off. He'd fly up from Miami in a day, and then I'd interview him like all day. And then I'd take him back to the airport that afternoon with Doug Matthews and put him on a plane. And I remember one time we were late in the afternoon. We hadn't broken for lunch. He's catching like a 4:30 or 5 o'clock flight. And we stopped off at a Bono's and got some barbecue. And then late for the plane.
That's so funny you bring this up because this was actually one of the deleted scenes from the show. Here, let's play it for you.
Mark Devereaux, I think from day one, really better. Never, ever mind. I'm not smart, but he knew I was a person who just did it really bad. I'll give you an example. I think the second or third time I flew over to Jacksonville and met with Mark Devereaux. We did like 2 hours of interviews and whatever it's called. And he says, let's go to lunch. I'm like, you're kidding. He said, guys, I got money to go to lunch. This is what happened. The planes are all going to be back up and everything else. You know, the people lines up the airports were like 5 hours. They say, don't worry about it, you'll be on, and I'm going, shit. So, Rick got Doug Matthews, I, and Mark on lunches. Goes to the barbecue restaurant. They took me to the original one, like a Tupperware in Jacksonville. So we're eating lunch. I said, you know, what flights like the flyers now? I got a ticket, but the line is like 4 blocks deep. Never forget, Mark said, Rick that Matthews just walked me right to the front of the line and flashed me from behind badges. He's official. Bingo, right on. They let me right on the flight.
I have to say, that's amazing that we remembered the same approximate time.
And the restaurant,
but,
too.
Yeah, no, I can picture it in my head right now. I remember doing that. Marvin, he accepted what he did, and he's a nice guy. And then this is how we became friends. About a year later, Marvin was diagnosed as suffering from cancer. He came up to Jacksonville, Florida to receive a specialized treatment. When he came up, it was the first time I had met his wife. He called me because I'm the only SOB that really did well other than SOB Matthews. I mean, SA Matthews. I'm the only other one he knew. And my wife, Diane, and I went out with him and his wife. We ended up going to dinner, and I promised his wife I'd be visiting him because, you know, he stayed here. His wife had to go home. And so I started going to see him. We'd go out to lunch, that type of thing. Just, you know, I knew he was going through a shitty time of his life. Just because he had done something stupid didn't mean I couldn't be a person, be a human and a friend to him. And after that, you know, he's sharing with me his grandkids, and I started to have grandkids, and I've been down to Miami, and one of the funniest things was he invited me to his 60th birthday. He had like one of the stores or whatever, a Capital Grill. First time I'd ever been to a Capital Grill. The only thing I can afford is McDonald's.
I thought you were a Burger King guy.
Well, I do. I love McDonald's fries, but I do like plain royal, baby.
You and Marvin have remained friends. That was something that we wanted to highlight, and we also found it incredibly interesting that you guys have become friends.
I'm glad you did. One thing I've always wanted to do is I wanted to be fair with everyone. People might say, why this person? Well, here's the question. Where should I have stopped? Should I prosecute Marvin? Because he was number one. And then you have all these other winners. But no, Marvin wasn't just a winner. He was also a recruit. He was traveling from Miami up to New York. And there were some associates and friends of his there that he ended up having recruited into this scheme. Do I prosecute? Okay, Marvin. And I prosecuted Miss Brown. Here's the question on fairness. Why would I let go somebody else that's a winner just like Miss Brown? I mean, if I'm going to prosecute Miss Brown, I'm going to prosecute somebody similarly situated. Because otherwise, it's not fair.
Right, then you're not picking and choosing, just deciding. To me, it's everyone who's involved, that you get evidence and proof was involved, and you got prosecuted. Correct. Thank you so much for coming on the show, and as always, being so gracious to spend time with us.
All right, guys. You have a good night.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you. Thanks.
Thank you.
So we only have time for a few of our listener questions. Our first one comes from Jeff from Chicago. How imperative was it for the winning pieces to be found at the right location, right time? I.e., was it predetermined that pieces would be found in X region around X time frame based on inventory reordering? Also, were there winning pieces tracked based off where specifically they were being applied?
This is a great question, actually, and that is all correct. There was a time frame that you had if you had a winning piece to actually retain the piece, but you also had to know exactly what the product came off of, or if it came from a magazine. And then there was a computer program that Simon Marketing used to pick the general region that the ticket was going to go to.
Right.
And you needed to know all those things to be successful with it.
So this computer algorithm would pick the distribution center. Jerry Jacobson at least knew what distribution center and how that game piece was supposed to be claimed.
So they would set up fake addresses in different places to make it look like they were winning in different parts of America. All right, so next question is from Andrew Kohlmeyer. I was curious about the $1 million ticket that the first winner interviewed by the FBI referred to as $1 million instant winner ticket. I was under the impression that Boardwalk was essentially the $1 million ticket. It seems odd that no one refers to it as Boardwalk, so I'm wondering if it works differently than I thought, or I just care too much about the Monopoly reference. There were two $1 million winners every time this game ran, and one of them was Boardwalk. If you got Park Place at Boardwalk, that's $1 million winner. Then there was also one instant $1 million winner when you only needed one ticket. It literally said instant $1 million winner, and that's what he won. Next question is from Mike Curtin. How did the press not find out about all this?
Every single one of these winners who came forward in these commercials holding the big check that weren't part of the FBI, in McDonald's eyes, they were legitimate winners. And if you look back in hindsight, you see how the pieces connect, but it didn't seem like there was any connection at the time.
A question from Derek Klein. Did the recipients of the prizes have to return the money, including St. Jude's Hospital?
Yes, so anyone who is indicted has to pay restitution. In fact, they're still paying restitution to this day. St. Jude's is unique the game pieces were not transferable, and McDonald's decided to pay it as a donation. It was, in a way, excluded from the actual payouts, so St. Jude's did not have to return $1 million. Our next question comes from Cynthia McAdam. Did anyone actually win the large prizes during this time? If so, what happened to them?
So the game started in 1987, and the fraud started in 1989. So from 1987 and then 1988, all those prize winners, as far as we know, were legitimate. The first prize won in 1989 was $25,000, so there were some legitimate winners. There were also some winners throughout the entire game that could or could not have been legitimate, but because of the death of Jerry Colombo, the FBI couldn't prove that these people were involved.
It is possible that there were winners who came forward and claimed prizes that did not receive a game piece from Uncle Jerry or one of the recruiters.
All right, what's next?
Matt Aubin, why aren't these idiots still in jail where they belong?
You seem very passionate about this. So it's a really interesting thing, and this was a question that we asked very early on with the FBI. Like, why are people still in jail? And for white-collar crimes, as long as you don't kill someone or kidnap someone, the sentencing is usually aren't as extreme as you would think. The next question is, when Laporte, or Laporte, says, did the quote-unquote participants pay for the game pieces and then split the winnings? Jerry Colombo seems to be making out like a bandit. Did we ever get any money? Where's Matthews? He needs his own podcast episode. Please! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. There's a lot to unpack.
Every winner was a little bit different. Jerry Colombo was worried that people would not actually pay up, and there were a couple cases where people did not want to pay their recruiters. Lee actually did not get any money because Jerry Colombo died. She was waiting for it. She was asking him. It just never happened.
Where's Matthews? You never know. You can never pin him down. He could be right next to you at this very moment.
Undercover. Next question comes from Trina Medea.
Yeah, okay, good rap name.
How is Jerry's brother, Frank, able to talk so freely about his brother's dealings without the family being upset?
According to Frank, he cleared it with the family to be able to talk to us. And the reason he knows so much is because his older brother, Jerry Colombo, was his best friend. They really shared a ton together.
Robin obviously helped fill in a lot of holes as well. And there's probably a lot about Jerry that we still don't know to this day.
All right, next question from Maggie Marshall. All caps, big question that both me and my daughter have. Did the general public that played the McDonald's Monopoly game sue McDonald's? We understand that McDonald's doesn't appear to be at fault. However, who's responsible for all of the hopefuls that kept going to McDonald's to get the game pieces? It didn't have a snowball's chance in hell when
McDonald's knew that the moment that they agreed to call the FBI, by running the game again to catch the person who's behind this, they were going to get hit with a great deal of negative attention. And there were a number of class action lawsuits against McDonald's.
Next question is from Neil Labarge from Heber, Arizona. So far, you have been quite kind to McDonald's. My question is, I have read some material of the case on the internet that states Uncle Jerry stole the winning Monopoly game pieces under the justification that McDonald's was intentionally holding back the winning pieces for distribution solely in the USA. McDonald's purposefully not sending them to Canada, where the game also being played. Uncle Jerry's justification being that the game is already rigged or tampered, so I might as well get on board myself and make some money. Is this true?
There is a great deal of speculation. It's something that Jerry Jacobson mentioned at that trial. There's actually no evidence to corroborate this. We looked into it, the FBI looked into it, and in fact, we found evidence that actually refuted this statement. So even though he said it and it became public testimony, it actually just wasn't true.
As far as Jerry being in the episodes, well, you've now seen all of them. See that he's not in it, but there might be some things in the future we can have that conversation. All right, well, thank you for sending in all of those questions. We love answering them. That is it for episode 6 of the McMillions podcast. We're also going to have a bonus episode of the podcast that will be coming out very soon.
Yeah, and the bonus episode will be a bit different. It's going to be hosted by Tom Segura, who's a very well-known comedian.
He will be interviewing us.
If you do have any further questions, though, please email us. And James, again, what is that email?
That email is McMillionsPodcast@hbo.com. That is McMillions spelled with an S, not the usual $, which you will find all over the internet and my bedroom where there's a poster.
And if you want to record your voice, email that to us. We'll use that on the show.
And be on the lookout for our bonus 7th episode of the McMillions podcast.
This podcast was produced by Funmeter in conjunction with Realistic Ideas. For Funmeter, I'm Brian Lazarte.
And I'm James Lee Hernandez.
Joe Fenstemaker produced this episode. Our consulting producer is Eric Finkel from Pineapple Street Studios. JP Hesser mixed this episode. And the music heard here comes from our actual series and was composed by Bernard Cooper.
Unrealistic Ideas is Mark Wahlberg, Stephen Levinson, and Archie Gibbs. And of course, none of this would be possible without the wonderful people over at HBO. You can find the McMillions podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, HBO Go, and now apps, or wherever you get podcasts.
Thank you all again so much for listening.
If you said to me to describe the story, I would say don't believe it, but it's true. I can't even imagine somebody doing something like this.
It's also the perfect crime. You know, sometimes the thing that's blatant right in front of your face is the thing you don't expect.
I was going to be a million
Game for something exhilarating.
From 1989 to 2001, there were almost no legitimate winners of the high-value game pieces in the McDonald's Monopoly game.
Jared told me, if you want a game piece, this is how it's done.
Hello and welcome to the bonus episode of McMillions. This is not Andrew Bryan, but it's way better. This is successful podcaster and comedian Tom Segura. And I have been asked to host this episode. I am here with James Hernandez and Brian Lazarte, executive producers and directors of McMillions. Gentlemen, thanks for inviting me. Thanks for having me. I'm very excited to speak with you on the bonus episode.
Well, thanks. This has been really a fun ride for us. Obviously, we've never done podcasts before, so
yeah, this is. So, are you hooked now? Are you a podcaster?
It's pretty awesome to be able to do that right now. Like the turnaround time is fantastic. Doing a TV show takes like 2 years.
I remember, like, so for people that don't know, I heard about this project from you, Brian. Actually, it was quite a while ago. Was it 2 years ago?
it was 2017.
2017. Working on 3 years. Yep. And I still remember you telling me, you know, the McDonald's phenomenon thing. It's crazy. I was like, tell me something. You're like, nah, I can't. I was like, so what is it? You're like, it's going to be multiple episodes. And I'm like, how? And then now I've watched it. I'm like, oh, now I understand. Yeah, it's really many episodes.
The idea of the bonus episode really spawned from a number of questions that we still haven't been able to answer for the show. There's been a great deal of tweets about the show that are quite incredible. And because there was a great deal of humor, we wanted to inject in the show, and we always felt like this would be a great way to bring someone who is an expert in comedy, and who better that we know and that I know.
Yeah, no. On top of it being a highly entertaining, engaging, fun series to watch, there are just laughs throughout. And I think for multiple reasons. Like, number one, I think just the idea of like if you just take the idea of a scam of a fast food chain monopoly game, that in of itself is kind of fun, you know?
Yeah.
And then for sure, just the wild cast of characters in that. They are characters that you can't even write. Wrote them. Robin is super ridiculous person.
She's amazing. It's so interesting that it's just her thought process of life, just everything that she talks about is great. She has this charm to her when you talk to her for hours.
It's like you watch her on the series, you're amused and you just I kind of in awe, like study like from the way she thinks and speaks to the way she dresses and that, you know, and also just being like, I guess I married a Columbo, you know, like it's all ridiculous. And then of the winners, you know, there's some of them have that sense of like you can't help but think that Gloria is just actually this super kind, wonderful person. That's how she comes across. That made this mistake. And it's literally breaking. And every time you see her, I actually just feel nothing but the work that she met. Robin is now her friend. But it's just like this, you know, but then there's people who, like, I was getting like a little excited every time I see their face pop on screen, like AJ. I actually find Deborah to be just, I get excited because I think he's going to say something kind of slick. You know, like, took his ass down. That's what you want being a gross leader. Yeah, it seems like it's straight out of casting.
Oh, for sure. Like with Devereaux, his whole job was to be a showman. That's what a trial attorney is, especially for the U.S. government. And there's this point where he talked about he had this entire opening statement written out that he was going to try and slide in as many McDonald's references into his opening statement in court as possible. He didn't fully do it, but there were quite a few that threw over. Like, that guy is a federal prosecutor.
Yeah.
Like, for the United States government.
He loves it. You can tell that it is not a drag for him to get up in the morning and throw on his double-breasted suits that he has been rocking since the 90s, right? Because I saw the footage then, and now he's like, this is my shit, double-breasted suits.
Doug Matthews like shits on Devereaux's, you know, choice of clothing. Saying he still wears the same shit today, like at least that style.
Well, Doug needs. I mean, I'm not the only one that knows Doug needs shirts that fit. It's a really oversized white shirt he's wearing.
It's gonna be ripped.
What do you mean?
Well, like, you know,
tell us more.
I mean, isn't it like I always felt that way, like, you know, dudes who are like,
as
like
shirts,
you know,
be like showing off.
I thought you were saying like as a ripped guy, you always felt like you needed bigger shirt.
That's the real.
Definitely was like, I relate. We have similar bodies.
We need the extra wide V shirt.
Yeah, it is a huge button. I get what you're saying. I think that Doug should go maybe a size smaller. Yeah, don't be so ashamed. Doug, you worked hard for that body. We'll see.
We're talking about Robin. There's so many people who were asking questions about her, commenting about things in the show. One thing in particular was the Wheel of Justice.
Yeah.
The Wheel of Justice. Let's spin the wheel. See who it lands on this week. Looks like we're going to come up on Ms. Columbo. She's been on the wheel a couple of weeks.
Okay. Robin Columbo's wanted for Grand Theft Auto.
You know where she is or any of the suspects on the wheel. Please call Crime Stoppers. That number is 866-845-TIPS. Officer Harley, thank you.
Oh man, that is 100% real and still happens in Jacksonville.
So on the news,
it's on
spin the wheel of justice.
Yeah, it's a local news thing. It's been happening since back then, and they'll do a weekly thing where they spin that wheel, and
whoever it lands on,
that's their like fugitive of the week. Okay. Yeah.
But so we thought that this was like a 90s.
They're like,
No, and we checked it out, and they still do this today.
Sounds very Jacksonville. Yeah. I've been there quite a few times.
She did, by the way, want to assure us that she didn't actually steal the car because, it was Grand Theft Auto, is what she was up for at that time, wanted for.
Oh, by the way, I have to ask you this. In the episode, you know how they go, the FBI guys and everything, you ask who the source was, right? And they're like, I don't know the source. And there's this kind of, I guess, almost like a misdirect, or you think that it was Lee, right, from the IRS, then told them, and Doug dismisses that. And you finally see that it was Jerry Colombo's mother. Right. Do you ever throw that at them, that like we were told that? To Robin? Oh, no, to the FBI. To the FBI, like to Doug, and be like, hey, we were told that. We did. We wanted to corroborate it, and they still wouldn't say. So we were able to corroborate in other ways, but yeah, the FBI, they're still fully on lockdown on it. Were you face to face when you threw it at them, or no? Yes. Yeah. So you're like, we were told this. Yeah. Like, that's cool. Yeah,
pretty much. So Robin, by the way, we told Robin in advance. So in the end of episode 5, she is convinced that it was Frank Colombo, right? That's the cliffhanger. Yes. Right. Episode 5.
The youngest Colombo brother.
And so before this all started coming out here, we decided, okay, we were going to have the conversation with her so she's not blindsided by this, because she still is in contact. Like, she calls her mother-in-law every day. Like, yeah, I mean, they're still friends. Yeah, you see that she's like. So this is like, we didn't film it or anything like that, but we just wanted to let her know and let Jessica, her son, know.
Were you guys sitting down?
Yes.
Yeah, it was like, just as human beings, felt like I wouldn't want that to happen to me or somebody I care about, just getting blindsided by that from a TV show. So we talked to them about it, and Robin really had suspected something like that the entire time. It was too convenient of how everything went down, and when she was supposed to get out of prison and what was going on with Francesca, her son. She sort of knew, and this is really just confirming that.
Right. So she immediately after we told her, called and just bawled,
and then how did that affect Rhonda?
She said, this doesn't change anything between us.
They really put the past behind them.
She forgave her. Like, so how Robin is, and then like I love her and I would take care of her. Like, it really hasn't changed anything. She said, like, I've said and done so much shit to them, and the fact that like we are where we are currently, like, it doesn't. Why would it change anything? She was like, I've threatened them. I've threatened the FBI on them. Right? She did some shit over the years.
I've said some nasty things.
Yeah,
my famous criminal opinion that I'm married to.
Right. Yeah. So Francesco is probably more surprised by it.
Yeah. And what, like, I know it's covered, but like, what prompted like the mother so the why she did the entire thing was after Jerry Colombo passed away, Robin then was in and out of prison and was going to take care of her son Frankie, and because he was the first grandchild in male Sicilian culture, they were really, really passionate about him and how he would be raised. And so they wanted to raise him. And then there was Robin's parents who were also trying to raise him. And something that we really couldn't go into in the show, there was a legal battle between the two of them of who was going to get custody. And then on top of that, then Robin was going to get out of prison. So she would just automatically get Frankie. And that led to, they knew that Robin was part of this. They knew that her father was part of this. And that just immediately would eliminate that side of the family. Yeah. So there was a lot of drama within that.
We touched upon it.
Yeah. The whole time you're holding on for the explanation. Oh yeah, how did he steal the game pieces? Yeah, and some part of your mind assumes something like what happened, right? Because the whole time you're like, well, right, that. Yeah. So then when it's happening, you're like, okay. But then the fact that they're like, oh yeah, stickers were just mailed to him. What? Yeah, that seems so crazy. It was absolutely random. And then they're like,
without the stickers, he couldn't have done it. You're like, so how did they were just mailed?
Yeah.
Like, accidentally?
Yep. Yeah, so the company that makes them, they had this company out of China that was printing these holographic stickers that you just can't forge, and they were supposed to send them to one of the VPs, and they ended up accidentally sending it to the head of security.
Oh, so they're like, you're the same guy to
Exactly.
secure things.
And they didn't realize what they were doing, and instead of him being like, "Oh, I got sent these by mistake,"
Because the stickers are the key to the whole thing.
right? That was the whole deal.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. And then I was calculating that the CPA that he was traveling with must have been like, man, this dude takes jobs. Because for him to like open the thing, hold them out, count them, make sure they're at, put the cigarette on, right? You know, it's like, probably like, God, he's diving every time. Yeah. What was it? Like, she's either the dumbest.
Oh, right. So the FBI immediately started looking at Hilda Bennett, who was the accountant that would go with him on all these trips. Yeah. So Jerry's head of security, he would keep saying, "Oh, keep giving me her, keep giving me her," and you should be rotating that person. Really, Jerry should be rotated.
And in fact, when they switched accounting firms, he recommended that she get hired at the new accounting firm that was going to be traveling with him, because he knew that he could get away with it.
Right. Within the show, you hear Marcia, his ex-wife, who was head of security at Dittler, Jerry Jacobson's ex-wife.
Which ex-wife? No.
This is ex-wife number 4.
That was another funny beat. She's like, I'm the third, and it says fourth on the screen. And then she's like, oh, no.
She says that was really where the whole was with this, is that there's no way that the same person should have been going, and then she should have not ever let him be alone with that briefcase. And so to be able to take that amount of time and all of that, the FBI looked into it and were convinced for a while that she had to be part of it. There's no way that she could not have known. And so they said either she is the dumbest person we've ever met or a criminal mastermind.
Wow, I guess.
Like they looked into her bank records. Right. They looked at her bank records. They wiretapped her and listened to all the conversations between her and Jerry. Nothing.
Yeah, in fact, she had another account that she was working for her company, and she called out like $200 that was missing. There was some story that we had heard from, I think, Tom Kinnear, who had said that like because she like took this completely professional approach with this other client.
Yeah, for $200.
Right. Like, why would she? That character trait just doesn't line up with someone who is like involved in what Jerry was involved in. Interesting. Yeah, he needed the perfect accomplice or unwilling accomplice. Right. She did not want to sit down with us. She said this was one of the darkest times in her entire life. The past is the past. I was about to say how much fun it seemed like you I mean, you kind of want to be Jerry for a second without ruining everyone's life. You know what I mean? Like the excitement of his. I mean, it's just like it's the kind of story where you go like, oh man, I can see why it would be an addictive. Yeah, right. It's the poor man's Ocean's 11. Yeah, it really is. It's the power, right? And without that call, right? You go, does this ever get long run?
Yeah, could have gone on for as long as McDonald's is going to run the game. People were winning. As long as nobody comes forward and rats this out, it just keeps going and going.
And I wonder if he had that, like his son said, that's money married somewhere. Who knows?
It makes sense. If you're dealing in cash, where are you going to put the money? Of course,
You love money. Well, we always thought that one of the reasons he did this was because of the alimony payments he had for all the ex-wives. Like 6 wives. It was one of the early ex-wives who were talking about how
one of the early ex-wives. He's had more marriages than Elizabeth Taylor.
I think about the same. 7, yeah. Which is a lot. I'm trying to downplay it. But yeah, he was always in that boat of how am I going to afford alimony payments?
An interesting thing that Jared, his son, talked to us about of his dad wasn't in the picture at all until he got a court order basically to start paying child support payments to see his son again.
Yeah. This really ruined his son's life. Jared, the way that Jared talks about it, his son was, the part of the Police Explorer program,
which was like you started when you're 15 and it helps you kind of become, it's like transition to police officer, but it's like scout.
It's ROTC,
Yeah.
but for the police.
And like right when he was about to join the police force, he told his dad, who was, you know, a police officer, like, hey, I'm going to join the police. And his dad was like, why would you do that? You'd be a terrible cop.
Yeah. Nice.
I mean, this is what he said.
Yeah. Wow. It also stands out in the show when you realize when it went down, and that September 11th was shortly thereafter. It makes sense because that happens when big stories bury other things. That Jacobson, Jerry, must have the last few years gone. Like about 90.
I mean, there was a lot of people. I mean, no one was happy about
this right now. No, but I'm saying like right now, finally, like all these years later, right? It's like it's not a story. Right? No one's, I'm sure he's walking around, no one be like, "You're Jerry Jacobson, right?" You know?
Yeah.
And then this guy, he's like, "God damn it!" Like all over again. Yeah. Which I mean, you know, that comes with it when you run an operation like this. You know, it's going to come out, but it has to like really jar the person. All the people you have to write our faces and names are out there.
Yeah, for Jacobson, in general, he's the type of person that, from what we've learned in the show, that he almost can will things to not exist, like the rationalization of what he's doing, stealing all these game pieces and selling them. Like, isn't that bad? Same rationalization of like, if I don't put any credence into it, it doesn't exist in my life. And one thing that his defense attorneys talked about was, especially with Janice Singer, talking about how like your life shouldn't be decided or how people view you by one thing that you've done, and you can pay for that, get retribution, and be able to live the rest of your life. But unfortunately, you made decisions in your past that will come back to haunt you. You just can't fully control that.
Of course, this is the way life goes, right? Another thing that stands out, I think, in this series, and this is something that we all were taught this as kids, and you're reminded of it all the time, but I think in a series like this, it really stands out, is that you never know what someone is capable of, who they are, what they, you know what I mean? Right. But you always you make assumptions that somebody who looks like this, right, that's somebody who's steal, or that's somebody who's a criminal, and then throughout the series, you're just seeing all these people, and some of them, you know, like I said, you go, look at this is a good person, made a bad decision. Like if I saw AJ just sitting in a coffee shop, I'd be like, we're in high school. He probably plays bridge. That's to pass the time. Just sitting in classical music. He's like, I'm a drug runner. I fucking went to Monte Carlo. I've been in prison multiple times. You know what I mean? And then you see Jerry Jacobson, same kind of thing. Like, it's just you would look at him twice.
Yeah, that's part of the thing. Obviously, Jerry is not in the show. Jerry Jacobson. We tried relentlessly, and still probably will try until someday actually we talk to him face to face. Now it's just like this weird obsession.
Awesome, of course.
Yeah, with AJ, with Jerry, without having him in the show,
we were able to learn a great deal beyond just details of his past. Learn very much about what his current situation is right now, and had some line of communication that got to him. So, you know, we do know he has not seen the show, whether that's partly because he doesn't have HBO or he just doesn't.
We can hook him up if he needs.
The bonus restitution. No HBO. Premium channels.
PBS only.
Okay.
And then, but he does have, he knows the content of the show.
Yeah.
He's had people tell him what's in it and what people are saying.
I bet, dude. I'm sure people will walk up to him like, hey, man.
Now it is. I mean, obviously now people might recognize him.
That's what I was saying to him. I would not think it's outrageous at all that if you were to find him right now, today, he has a
I mean, even like Rick Dent, who was who didn't appear, right?
We talked to him.
We know he's got a big head, but that's
a huge head. And I mean, we've seen it in person.
It's huge.
It's huge.
Devereaux said, like, when you guys interview Dent, you're gonna have to get the widest lens you can find.
Really?
To fit his head in it.
How big is his head? He's a big guy.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't look disproportionate.
It sounds like it. The way we're talking, he's just a regular guy with an enormous head.
Bobblehead.
Yeah.
Rick Dent, he knew. He said the moment I signed that affidavit, like this case was going to haunt him for the rest of his life.
Dent said that?
Dent
Yeah.
said why?
He knew because of McDonald's and everything that was so attractive about this case. Like, I know this is back and come back to haunt me someday.
Why would it haunt Dent?
Because Dent just doesn't like the limelight.
Oh,
he doesn't like talking about it.
I see.
There's a lot he doesn't remember. And
he was willing to answer questions, just no, I can't.
Yeah, exactly. We even asked, like, could we, do an audio recording of it? Just use your audio. Dwight Baker, right, the Mormon.
Yeah.
I would never want anybody to go through the pain and hell that the people that have been involved because of my behavior have had to go through. You pay for some bad choices. And the sad part is, everybody around you pays for your bad choices.
Dwight Baker, right, he got busted by Doug Estraliga, which, by the way, like, having two Jerrys, two Dougs, in the show certainly made it a little tricky. So Doug Estraliga was he was the lighting guy who looks just like Javier
Bardem. He was a rookie at the same time as Matthews. They actually ran Quantico together. Right. So they were super close friends. He was the lighting guy.
He's the one that busted Dwight.
He's the one that busted Dwight. So he busts Dwight while Dwight is being processed. Dwight says to him, like, I recognize you. Dwight Baker had gone to a wedding like a month prior, and Doug Estraliga followed him, like got on the plane with the marshal and like sat like in the other aisle, just like just making sure he's not like
trying to find the country. Yeah.
And because there was also that tie-in where like and so but Dwight Baker remembered seeing him on the flight with the marshal.
But Dwight is another person, back to what I was saying, that you feel like this guy. I believe that he's showing up extra early on Sunday to church.
Yeah,
volunteering. He's coming across that way.
Right. He's a Mormon elder. To get to that level in Latter-day Saints is pretty difficult, pretty high. It takes years and years and years.
He's devastated. It seems like he's excommunicated. Yeah, it is wild that you recognize him.
Yeah. Now, did you feel any sympathy for him at the end? Did you feel like with George Chandler, like forgiving him?
Like, I mean, you got the credit to you guys. I was floored when he was convicted. I just didn't.
George Chandler, the foster son.
Yeah, the foster son, and I felt tremendous relief, happiness when his appeal was validated. Worked. And yeah, I mean, you couldn't help but feel for both of them in that situation. And George is forgiving him. And you know that Dwight feels terrible. I mean, I think it reads. I genuinely believe that he feels terribly for having brought his foster son into this horrible situation.
So when we first met George and Dwight, we met them together at lunch, and they were like, we'll meet with you this one time. We're not going to jail. And George, who rarely drinks, was so nervous. He had like, he was like, I'll have another one. Like,
he was pounding vodka tonics.
He was nervous about it. He was just nervous about talking about it.
And part of it was, this was, I think, the second time he had seen Dwight since the trial.
That's true. Yeah.
That's it?
That was it. Yeah.
We're like, oh man, wish we could film this to see. There's just a raw emotion between the two of them because there's just so much that has happened in their lives.
I mean, it took a while for both of them to agree to go on camera.
Really?
Yeah.
It seems like everybody didn't want to be on camera.
On the FBI side, it's easy.
Yeah, but I mean, like the participants, right?
Oh, yeah. It took a while of really telling them, we want you to tell your own story. We don't want people just telling the story for you.
The guy who
one of the first episodes. Is it Cooper? Hooper. Is he alive? Michael Hooper.
He is, yeah.
Really? Yeah. I was like, no, he's definitely alive. He did not want to go on camera at all. And for everyone who went on camera, it changed how people perceived them. Sure. Right? If you only heard their story from the FBI's point of view, you just think like, oh, this is some criminal ring. You would associate them with. But when you see their stories, it humanizes them. Even AJ Glum, who was like, yeah, I did it. He was like, I gave away $10 million and I took 600,000. So how dumb and how stupid am I?
AJ was like, I'll do it again tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, to this day, he pays like $160 a month, right? Restitution.
AJ does.
Yeah, there's been a lot of comments on Twitter about how people are like, I can't believe they pay less on my student loans in restitution. Like, it does pay. What's the saying about
crime does pay?
Crime does pay.
So with the white collar crimes, it's really different. And we at the beginning, like most people, assume like Jerry Jacobson's got to be in jail still, right? These people probably served 15, 20 years. In actuality, it isn't like that. If you're taking money and you're not physically harming others, and a lot of times if you cut a plea deal like Jerry Jacobson did, they'll give you a pretty good deal. I mean, you'll know a ton of money. But for Jerry Jacobson, like his lawyer, Ed Garland, says he owed the government $13 million, but at a certain point that becomes irrelevant because he'll never be able to pay that back. Right. So he'll be saddled with this incremental, but
I can watch that TikTok.
Somebody on Twitter said one of the craziest things is that they filmed an interview with Ed Garland and Jana Singer in the house from Knives Out.
That is dead on. Yeah.
That was actually, I mean, that's a beautiful house.
I believe it.
Yeah, it's a third generation attorney's house.
Yeah.
The idea that the restitution is so low,
it's upsetting.
It's upsetting, but you also have to remember that all of these people have like liens on any property that they have. So they can't sell anything. When you're a federal criminal, you don't have the same work and job opportunities that
you can't help but look at. It says 24 million, right? And he pays $360 a month for a Honda. What is that all about? Like, it seems like that should have a couple zeros at the end. You know,
part of it is it's percentage based. So if he was making $1 million a year, the amount he'd be paying back, but most of them are in retirement age. So this is really being taken out of Social Security and pension.
I wonder if they did. I'm assuming at some point they were just like, we have to track this guy and surveil him to see if he's it's going to the stash.
Yeah. We wondered about that. Like, how does the government keep track of all these people? Yeah. Like, if he had money stashed and all of a sudden he had a brand new truck in his driveway, is there somebody does that trigger? Like, right? Is their next door neighbor been watching this entire time, and all of a sudden the truck then is being impounded?
But I guess not.
I mean, it's about resources, right?
Like he said, though, when you say resources, the FBI says, 9/11 happened, we all became terrorism.
Right. Yeah. And they were lucky in the sense that the arrests happened before, because after that, they're all fully in terrorism. And Devereaux had to then carry the rest of his case on his own.
Wow. So there's two things on Twitter.
There's one major thing and one subthing. The McMillions coffee.
Frank and Heather Colombo ordering the coffee from McDonald's at
5 sugars or 10 cream and 5 meat.
Yeah, I mean, that's like drinking 42 Cokes. That's way too much.
Speaking of his family, a lot of people are really excited about their youngest son's name. So they kept talking about, this is our son Vinny.
Right. Vinny works at McDonald's.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And then we saw his name tag, and I said his name is Vintonio.
Vintonio.
It's like Vincent and Antonio combined.
That's some real shit.
Like that name comes with olive oil.
I think it does too. Hey, Vintonio.
What was your reaction when he popped on the screen?
When Vintonio did?
Yeah.
Like, again, it just seems like
too ridiculous to be true. He's got a very nice stereo in his car, and we heard him coming down like the street.
We heard him like blocks away. Because
I love that Brian starts with his a very nice stereo in his car. And that's why
it's a Pioneer. So we were like, stopped down for a second. Like, okay, obviously we can't keep filming. It's going to destroy sound.
Yeah.
Then he walked into that. You know, it was like,
you had no idea what coming.
no clue. Amazing, blindsided.
Speaking of surprises, one surprise was Ronald Scott.
During the time of Fuzzy Bunny, Colonel Scott was the reporter that was always sent out for the field report on what was happening with the Fuzzy Bunny.
The Fuzzy Bunny opened its doors just a half hour ago, opening the doors to a steaming controversy. Colonel?
The Fuzzy Bunny, which Jerry Colombo fought tooth and nail because it was important to him to stand up for a business he believed in. And no matter how many times the city was like, this isn't going to fly here, he's like, I'm going to change it around and make it a church.
Yep.
You know, he was running strip clubs. Yeah, strip club named the Fuzzy Bunny. And in the report that Ronald Scott did, you know what the thing is when you're watching it, your head turns, and then the information is so quick and the story's so captivating, your mind kind of moves on rapidly. But you're like, why is he in the strip club? With the stripper in the background. With the stripper, like, I'm here at the Fuzzy Bunny. You're like, oh, like most reporters do that outside the club. Like, I'm standing outside the Fuzzy Bunny. He was like, no, I need to make sure this is a strip club. I mean, did you guys ever ask any questions about that?
We tried to get in contact with Colonel, but I think he wanted to keep the Fuzzy Bunny behind him. It's also funny that like it was always him that was sent out to do the reports. Like every time you see him, those are all different instances, different reports he had to go out. I mean, the first one, I don't know if there's a more 90s thing than seeing him in a tan suede jacket with the stripper cut off jean shorts in the background.
I'm reporting live from the Fuzzy Bunny. So Jerry Colombo wanted to create like a membership. You got to have a membership card. And there was actually an awesome archival that we
It's a good thing that it sounds like times two.
So she's Turbo, and I believe that her name is Sarah.
Don't tell me Martha Stewart died. Thank you. Let's do it.
I'm coming to Romina.
Agitative story, I would say don't believe it, but it's true. Okay, so we're going to try this again. But God, no, Twitter's not working for me today. I can't open the page. Like, I literally can't open to see the room. It's just give me a second.
I'm allergic to weed. The idea of the piece is that myself and Rob Riggle are officers, undercover officers. Everybody laughing it up in comedy. Yeah, people smoking grass. You guys, what's that? Oh shit! What is this? Oh shit! Everybody know what this is? Grass! That's grass. That's a pound of grass. That's a pound of grass. Street value, $2 million. $2 million! Pick any problem. What's the number one reason for divorce? Divorce ocean, marijuana. Volcanoes, marijuana. Who caused Hurricane Katrina? Marijuana. Why do people become Jewish? Marijuana.
So, well, anyway, welcome to Amsterdam.
Thank you. I love it.
Isn't it awesome?
It's really great.
I usually describe it as the countercultural vision of downtown redevelopment for Oakland.
My name's Richard Lee, and I'm the owner of the Bulldog Coffee Shop and the Amsterdam Gift Shop and the publisher of the Amsterdam News. This was the first place, so it's matured and things are, this is the first municipality to issue permits. So I think it's a lot more mature than the other places that are just now getting clubs in the first place. You try to figure out the overall cannabis market.
Analysts rank cannabis as the #1 cash crop in America, well above cotton, wheat, and tobacco, with California responsible for 1/3 of the entire country's cannabis supply. In 2006 alone, estimated sales from California cannabis exceeded $12 billion. If taxed, these sales could have easily generated over $1 billion in government revenue.
It's like it would be like the new lottery for California.
Exactly. That's what I think it's going to be. Eventually, it's going to be a lot like gambling. SR-71 is the first stealth airplane. So we like to think of ourselves as a stealth coffee shop flying below the federal radar.
We have our medium over here on our second page. We just keep out one medium at a time. We usually medium and high grade. Got our prices right here next to the weights. You kind of know what you're working with. We keep out 3 high grades at a time. You can always feel free to take them out, smell them, squeeze them, whatever helps you make a decision.
Let me ask you, you going to smoke a spliff, man? All right. Do we have any marijuana smokers here in the park today? Any law enforcement officers here in the park today? I asked those in the wrong order.
I'm a gardener and landscaper, so I like to help AIDS and cancer patients grow their own medicine, to keep the price down, and to just decentralize the whole economy. Well, Amsterdam was basically a private joke that some few AIDS patients used to chuckle about when the first marijuana club came here. Most of those people are now dead. Most of the original patients from Amsterdam have died.
It's called indole-butyric acid. It's basically, it's a hormone. What it does is it softens up the plant tissue and it sort of sterilizes it at the same time. And what will happen is after a few days, the tissue is soft and little roots will push out and it becomes its own little plant.
Yeah, these were taken on the 15th. Today's the 22nd, so in 7 days, we've created life. So you see the difference between indica over there and sativa here.
This one's indica?
Right. You see short, squat, big fat leaves. This tall, more branchy, thinner leaf. This is actually a hybrid. It's not pure sativa. If it was pure sativa, it'd be even thinner and lankier.
The worst movie to see when you're high, the worst one ever, I think, is a motion picture called Super High Me. What the fuck? I just fucked up my own joke. Super size me. Forget. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Marijuana Peace means a lot of things. This is Dennis Perron, founder of the Medical Marijuana Club movement, and many, many things. Oh, right. April 14th, 1994. I'll never forget this day. It was the day before you called us all up and said, we're going to get arrested tomorrow.
The chief of police had called me that day.
Right.
Said he was going in busting us. I said, look, chief, you can come in, you can bust us. But you remember Stonewall? These people are going to fight back. They're not just going to lay down. Yeah. In the end, we knew we'd win. And it's a good thing that we wrote it to the people. Because it doesn't have it's got a lot of holes in it, they say. You know, they say it's very loosely worded.
Pioneer law.
You know, they say almost anybody can get it with this law. Don't vote for it, but it was done in the name of my dead friend, my dead brothers and sisters who died of AIDS, out of all that pain, all that sorrow. Something good would happen. That had to be the sum of their life, that the world changed.
You know, a lot of comedians work really hard on their jokes, but what I've been doing is smoking a lot of pot. So I've been high probably about 22 hours. No, more like 18 hours a day. I probably get sober during the middle of the night for a few hours, and probably going to prove nothing. And weird laughs in the audience. This guy's living in the cartoon world. He's got a cartoon apartment. Muir Woods, north of San Francisco, home of the mighty redwood. Let's enjoy it together, shall we? They really took the treat out of Rice Krispie treat. This thing tastes horrible. Express yourself. Fuck this First Amendment area. I know this guy who has a dog that can talk. You can ask the dog. You can ask. Serious. You can ask the dog anything you want, and then they'll answer it talking style. So I go, what's the thing on top of the house? And the dog goes, roof. I'm like, okay, who's the greatest baseball player of all time? And the dog goes, roof. I'm like, okay, that's good. Name a tourist attraction in the San Francisco area. Morph. And then I'm like, be more specific. Fisherman's Wharf. This is day 23 of a project that I'm working on called Super High Me. I am smoking pot all day, every day for 30 days, starting from when I wake up in the morning to when I go to bed at night. And it has been awesome.
I think, you know what? I think this month that you weren't stoned, I think you have a pot gland in your body now, and it just releases pot when you go without. You have, it's like a camel hump, and you don't see it. And so the whole fucking movie, you're just stoned. It's just super high me for 60 goddamn days. But you're not, what it is I'm going to spend a month not, smoking it. I'm just going to get it from my gland in my neck where I keep extra pot in case of an apocalypse.
How rarely if the last scene of the movie is it bursts out of my head.
And it looks like Tommy Chong. You grow another Tommy Chong.
Yeah, I was in your head, man. Do you have any plans to make that leap to having a doctor give you the thing so you can just go into dispensaries and buy amazing weed?
I know my name's on some list somewhere.
That's true.
Right?
That's what people think. We haven't been able to really track out.
I don't know if there is a list that exists, but up here it seems like there would be.
But, you know, wouldn't they just pencil your name in if they ever see you anywhere doing anything?
Well, that's true, yeah.
You're pretty open about it.
But I don't have a ton of material about it, but I did say I smoked pot on Conan, so that's probably not the smartest thing. People watch that, right?
Feds love Conan. Let me ask you this. How do you feel about marijuana in a pill?
So what's this, like Cocoa Krispies? That are full of weed?
Cucumber boat wire. We're going to do that mini mental status thing, but what's, cucumber boat wire? Oh no, this time it's completely different. See, I know you'd review the tape, so basically I changed it all completely I around. don't have to look at the tape. I've been obsessed with cucumber boat wire since it happened. Excellent. Because nobody remembers. But if it's still 3 words, I'm going to be aware enough to really get it right, even though I'm medicated. Yes, you are medicated. Yes, you are. It's true, I'm medicated. You sound more medicated than you did last time. This is a questionnaire about pot that I devised for this movie to just ask random people, see how much they know about pot and the situation with pot in America today. Here we go. East Bay, first question. What percentage of Americans smoke pot?
80%.
Excellent guess. It's 99%. Very close though. Do you smoke pot?
Not recently.
Yes.
No. 4 or 5 times a year? No.
Well, it depends on when you're
I'm going to write you down as a yes. No.
Occasionally.
occasionally.
No.
Yes, I do. Do you smoke pot?
Yes.
Welcome to the majority. Okay, 3 words. Cab, avocado, brick. Cab, avocado, brick. Perfect. Now, count back from 100, subtracting 7. So start with 100. Tell me what's 100? 93, 82, okay. 73. Keep going. 64. Do you think pot is addictive?
Yes.
Well, you're wrong. I quit smoking pot for 30 days, and now I'm smoking pot again. So you're wrong. Do I seem high to you right now? Well, you're wrong. I'm totally high right now. This is an important one at this juncture. At what age do you think it's okay for kids to start getting high?
18. 7. 14. 18.
18. As soon as you can use the lighter.
18. 15. 30. I hate that you talk to their parents first.
27, actually. 27. Okay, what are those 3 words that we talked about before? Cab, avocado, brick. Scored! Excellent. All right. You got 24 this time. And last time, you got 27. So, over 22 is still normal, but you barely got it. Cab, avocado, brick, you were just waiting for that. It's interesting, your mathematical functions completely are gone. I mean, the serial 7s, you kind of completely got yourself. Serial 7, see, that's what I did is I switched it to serial 9s part way for some reason. What's the chemical name for the active ingredient in pot?
Tetrahydrocannabinol.
No, it's an apple. Oh wait, that's the answer to the next one. What's the best fruit to turn into a pipe?
An apple.
Apple, yes. What do you charge for an eighth?
Good stuff.
I got you. Say hello to Officer Benson. Have you ever been high at work? If so, what do you do? If not, why not? You can take the fifth. How many, or take an eighth, how many presidents,
In terms of physical harm at this stage of the game, Zippo.
It's also a crime. Sometimes it's blatant right in front of your face and you can't handle it.
I was going to be a $80 man.
Do you feel, though, living like this is sustainable? In other words, for your career, smoking?
I think I could get away with it, but then I don't intend to. Because, I thought I'd be sick of smoking pot at the end of this 30 days, and turns out I'm not. It's been great, but I've been having people drive me around it.
Free to go, however, remember to pick up the green flag item at the base of the stairs. Please wait for it here in the jet bridge on the right-hand side without causing a traffic jam. Have a great afternoon.
My name is Doug Benson, and I am super high. California's medical marijuana state. So I got my license. I got a fucking license to smoke pot. I didn't have to do a test or anything. I just had to go, it hurts me in my back. Here you go. I'm a doctor. Here you go. And I'm like, $200. Now I have a license that says I can smoke pot. No one here has that. Not in Idaho. But you should. Because this place is awesome. Bless you. You guys are allergic to the truth. And I'm standing on my own jacket. I'm scared. It's scary to be in a state that doesn't, I mean, not that, California, it's legal on the state level, but on the federal level, it's still illegal. So a Fed could sweep it and could be like, no.
Pharmacy's being raided right now. About 3 minutes ago. Call me back.
It ultimately comes down to the federal government to decide what is and is not legal. Marijuana is illegal in any form under federal law. Federal drug agents raided 11 medical marijuana outlets. In LA County, the DEA agents swooped down on LA clinics because federal authorities don't recognize California's law that allows medical use of marijuana.
Yesterday, DEA agents granted search warrants and went to 11 facilities here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, they're blocked off the road. I'm gonna drive.
Let's go. They took all of the medication and patient records in all of these facilities. The climate of fear is very real.
I said, please don't tear me down. I'm just not standing up. Made some big mistakes. I wanna get fucked up just like I used to do with my daddy president. I will break all the rules, so I will have no regrets. Yes, I am president now. Believe it or don't no more. Never achieve it. Politics and fame. Fame and disaster. Let's go to war. I'll show you the master. And know these puppet strings are hard to break.
I'm waiting for a sheriff to use medical marijuana. I'm not going to say it won't happen because it's needed. Yeah. It's needed. That's why I did the one. All right. Do you believe in what you're doing? My godfather or my qualification? Okay. So we are not supporting the section today. The city of West Hollywood believes that we have a handle on these facilities. can't tell the government has the right. We can't stop it if we don't have the legal authority.
People are powered by the state. The state law is broken here by the federal agents right now. These guys should be enforcing California state law. Period.
They're not shutting us all down, and we will reopen. Because in California, the biggest trees in the world grow from little seeds. I'm just a little seed. All these people that were behind us earlier are little seeds. This movement will not be shot down. Well, you know, I've been a patient for almost 11 or 12 years when I crawled up those stairs in San Francisco and ran into Dennis Burrell, who opened that first box, and he said, Richard, I'm sending a guy to Los Angeles to help us. I didn't know what I was getting myself into, but I'm a proud American patriot, and I will continue fighting for medical marijuana.
So it's 4:20 on day 30 on.
Doug Benson, it's over.
Oh, it's just starting. Well, you know how going into this thing, I thought that by day 30 I would be so sick of pot and being high and just be dying to be done with it for at least take a break for a little while, you know. But I'm sitting here, it's 4:20 and I'm about to light joint number 2.
Yeah, you don't have to now. You're off the clock.
I totally don't have to. It's a personal choice now.
We checked it out. Sounds very good.
Roll some more joints. You guys are here on day 30. This is day 30 of getting high all day, every day. From the second I wake up in the morning until I go to sleep at night. And I gotta wake and bake. That's how I start. And then I don't have a rhyme for the end of the day, but what's that? It's the program intervention. Now, are we playing Jeopardy or something? Where the question is the answer? Because that was worded really strangely. I haven't. It would have been cool if I had an intervention, man. I guess you could try to do one now, but this is the last day. Fucked up timing. Stop what you're doing. That's like if the guy in Super Size Me was like, on day 30, I can't do it. Well, you already did a lot of damage. So this is day 30, and I gotta say, honestly, it's a fantastic way to live. I recommend you all become stand-up comics. So don't have anything really that you have to do during the day. And at night you can get away with acting like a buffoon in front of nice people who just want an old-fashioned intervention. And finally, do you think sick people who feel better when they smoke pot in the privacy of their own homes while not operating heavy machinery and possibly watching a Project Runway marathon on Bravo? Yes, Joe is right. Thank you, Joe. You're awesome. Yeah, you're doing great. Thank you very much for coming out. I hope to see you again.
Jessica, her son, she sort of doing this.
Why smoke it weed, man? Plant that big old seed, son. I smoke it strain there is in town. From a super sticky green to the hitting mix of brown. I smoke it strain there is around. I'll smoke it till I'm dead, cause it feels good in my head. I smoked a lot in Western Caroline. I swear that orange crush, so sweet it'll make you blush. You're feeling good with your illegal smile. I smoke it weed, man, plant that big old seed, son. I smoke it strain there is in town. From a super sticky green, the headache makes it brown. I smoke it strain there is around. When I visit the pharmacy, see me good night. I say, oh boy, I got 40 different strains. And I smoked them all that came up to the grave. I think I can make a beer all the names. Got the love, cause she's gonna do very Saturday, Alaskan thunder fuck. AK-47 and the OG, cause she got the purple and her granddaddy mothership and the orange crush. G13 and little balls of ash, she got the bug, cause she's gonna do very Saturday, Alaskan thunder fuck. AK-47 and the OG, cause she got the purple and her granddaddy mothership and the orange crush. G13 and little balls of ash, yeah, I smoke it weed, man, with that big old seed, son. I smoke it strain there is in town. I see a sticky green to the head mix brown. I smoke it strain there is around. Some people call it dope, some think it smells like burning rope. I tell you, it relieves my mind. Just to know we're a compassionate state. I think it's time to medicate. With the Mortgage, bubblegum, blueberry, Saturday, Alaskan thunderfuck. AK-47 and the OG, cause she got purple in her granddaddy mothership and the orange crush. G13 and little bottles of hash, yeah, I smoke it clean, man, that big old seed, son. I smoke it strain there isn't enough. From super sticky green to the hick mix brown. I smoke it strain there is around. From super sticky green to the hick mix brown. I smoke it strain there is around. Yeah, I smoke it strain there is around. Yeah, I smoke it strain there is around. Yeah, I smoke it strain there is around.
And they were supposed to send that to one of the VPs, and they ended up accidentally sending it to the head of security. So they're like, you're the same guy. Exactly. And they didn't realize what they were doing. And instead of him being like, oh, I got sent these by mistake, because this was the key to the whole thing. Right. That was the whole deal. It's unbelievable. And then I was kind of thinking that the CPA traveling around. Just for him to like open the thing, hold them out, yeah, make sure they're egg, put this thing back on, right? You know, it's like, go ahead, every time. Yeah. What was it? Like she did that, done this? Oh, right. So the FBI immediately started looking at Hilda Bennett, who was the accountant that would go with him on all these trials. So Jerry's head of security, he keeps saying, oh, keep giving me her, and you should be rotating that person. Really, Jerry should be rotated.
And in fact, when they switched accounting firms, he recommended that she get hired at the new accounting firm that was going to be traveling with him. Because he knew that he could get away with it.
Right. Within the show, you hear Marcia, his ex-wife, who's head of security at Diddler, or Jerry Jacobs' ex-wife. Which ex-wife? No. This is ex-wife number 4. That was another funny beat. Like I'm the third, and it says fourth. And she's like, oh, no. she says that was really where the goal was with this is that there's no way that she, the same person, should have been going, and then she should have not ever let him be alone with that briefcase. And so to be able to take that amount of time and all that, the FBI looked into it and were convinced for a while that she had to be part of it. There's no way that she could not have known. And so they said either she is the dumbest person they've ever met or a criminal mastermind. Wow. I guess, like they looked into her bank records. Right? They looked at her bank records. They wiretapped her and listened to all the conversations between her and Jerry. Nothing.
In fact, she had another account that she was working for her company, and she called out like $200 that was missing. There was some story that we've heard from I think Tom Kinnear, who had said that like because she like took this completely professional approach with this other client.
Yeah, for $200.
Right, like why would she? That character trait just doesn't line up with someone who is like involved in what Jerry's involved in.
Interesting. Yeah, he needed a perfect accomplice or unwilling accomplice.
She did not want to sit down with us. She said this was one of the darkest times in her entire life. In the past, I was about to say,
I mean, you kind of want to be Jerry for a second without ruining everyone's life. You know what I mean? Like the excitement of his. I mean, it's just like it's the kind of story where you go like, oh man, I can see like an addictive, right? It's the power man's Ocean's 11. Yeah, it really is. It's the power, right? And without that call, right? You go, does this ever get longer? Yeah, could have gone on for as long as McDonald's is going to run the game. People were winning. As long as nobody comes forward and rats this out, it just keeps going and going. And I wonder if he had that, like the son said, it makes sense. If you're dealing in cash, where you put all that, of course, you'll live with each other's life. You'll have money for that.
We always thought that one of the reasons he did this was because of the output payments he had for all of his wives. Like his wives. It was one of the early ex-wives who were talking about how
one of the early ex-wives. He's had more marriages than Elizabeth Taylor. I think about the same. Seven. Which is a lot. I'm not trying to downplay it.
But he was always in that boat of how am I going to afford alimony payments?
An interesting thing that Jerry, his son, talked to us about. His dad wasn't in the picture at all until he got a court order basically to start paying child support payments to see his son again.
This really ruined his son's life. Jared, the way that Jared talks about it, his son was, part of the police explorer program, which was like you start when you're 15 and it helps you kind of become. It's like transition to police officer, but it's like Boy Scouts,
ROTC.
Yeah, but for police. And like right when he was about to join the police force, he told his dad, a police officer, like, hey, I'm going to join the police. And his dad was like, why would you do that? I mean, this is what he said.
Yeah. Wow. It also stands out in the show when it went down, and then September 11th was before that. It makes sense because that happened when big stories buried other things. Then Jacobson, Jerry, must have last week.
There's a lot of people. I mean, no one was happy about that.
This right now. No. But I'm saying, like right now, finally, like, right? It's like it's not a story, right? I'm sure he's walking around like you're Jerry Jacobson, right? And then this guy, he's like, God damn it, like all over again. Yeah. Which I mean, that comes with it when you run an operation like this. It's gonna come out, but it has to like really jar the person. Well, all the people, right? Our faces and things out there. Yeah, for Jacobson, in general, he's the type of person, from what we've learned in the show, that he almost can will things to not exist. Like the rationalization of what he's doing, stealing all these game pieces and selling them, like isn't that bad? Same rationalization of like, if I don't put any credence into it, it doesn't exist in my life. And one thing that his defense attorneys talked about was, especially Janice Singer, talking about how like your life shouldn't be decided or how people view you by one thing that you've done, and pay for that with retribution and be able to live the rest of your life. But unfortunately, you've made decisions in the past that will come back to haunt you. You just can't fully control that.
Of course, that's just the way life goes, right? But another thing that stands out, I think, in this series, this is something that we all were taught this as kids, and you're reminded of it all the time. But I think in a series like this, it really stands out. Is that you never know what someone is capable of, who they are, what they, you know what I mean? Right. You always make assumptions that somebody looks like this, right? That's somebody who's steal, or that's somebody who's a criminal, and then throughout the series, you just see all these people, and some of them, you know, like I said, you can go like this is a good person who just made a bad decision. Like if I saw AJ just sitting in a coffee shop, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. He probably plays bridge. He plays pass the time. He's singing classic music. He's a drug runner. I fucking went to Monte Carlo. Got the prison multiple times. You know what I mean? And then you see Jerry Jacobson, same kind of thing. Like, he was different. Yeah, he was different. Look at twice.
Yeah, that's part of the thing. Obviously, Jerry is not in the show. Jerry Jacobson. We tried relentlessly and still probably will try until someday actually talk to him face to face. Now it's just like this weird obsession. Awesome, of course. Yeah, with AJ, with Jerry, without having him in the show,
we were able to learn a great deal beyond just details of his past. Learn very much about what his current situation is right now, and had some line of communication that got to him. So, you know, we do know he has not seen the show, whether that's partly because he doesn't have HBO or he just doesn't.
We can hook him up if he needs. No HBO. Premium channels. PBS only. Okay. And then, but he does have, he knows the content of the show. Yeah. He's had people telling him what's in it and what people are saying. I bet, dude. I'm sure. I'm sure people walk up to him like, hey, man.
Nowadays, I mean, obviously now people might recognize him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to him. I would not think without Raiders at all that if you were to find him right now, today, he has.
I mean, even like Rick Dent, who was who didn't appear, right?
We talked to him.
We know he's had a big head, a huge head. We've seen it in person. It's huge. It's huge.
Devereaux said, like, when you guys interview Dent, you're going to have to get the widest lens you can find.
Really? To fit his head in it. How big is his head? He's a big guy. Oh, okay. It doesn't look disproportionate. It sounds like it, but we're talking about a regular guy with just enormous head.
Wobble head.
Yeah. Rick Dent, he knew, he said the moment I signed that affidavit, like this case was going to run him for the rest of his life. Dent said that? Dent said why?
He knew because of McDonald's and everything that was so attractive about this case. I know this is going to come back to haunt me someday.
Why would it haunt Dent? Because Dent just doesn't like people in limelight. Oh, he doesn't like talking about it. He doesn't remember. And he would willing to answer questions, just not like him. Yeah, exactly. We even asked, like, can we, do an audio recording of it? Just use your audio. Dwight Baker, right, the Mormon. Yeah. I would never want anybody to go through the pain of hell that the people that have been involved because of my pain have had to go through. You pay for some bad choices. And the sad part is, everybody around you pays for bad choices. Dwight Baker, right, he got busted by Doug Estralaga, which, by the way, like, having two Jerrys, two Dougs, in the show certainly made it a little tricky. So Doug Estralaga was he was the lighting guy,
It was just like Javier Bardem.
He was a rookie at the same time as Matthews. They actually were at Quantico together. Right. So they were super close friends. He was the lighting guy.
He's the one that busted Dwight. He's the one that busted Dwight. So he busts Dwight while Dwight is being processed. Dwight says to him, like, you know, I recognize Dwight Baker had gone to a wedding like a month prior, and Doug Estrada got followed him, like got on the plane with the marshal and like sat like in the other aisle, just like, you know, just making sure he's not like trying to find the country. And because there was also that tie-in where like, yeah, and so but Dwight Baker remembered seeing him on the plane with the marshal. But Dwight is another person, back to what I was saying, that you feel like this right, lead that he's showing up extra early on Sunday. Sure, yeah, coming across that right. Yeah. He's a Mormon elder. To get to that level in Latter-day Saints is pretty difficult, pretty high. It takes years and years and years. He's devastated. It seems like he's excommunicated. Yeah, he's wild. Yeah. Now, did you feel any sympathy for him at the end? Did you feel like with George Chandler, like forgiving him? Like, I mean, you got the credit to you guys. That was important. He was convicted. You know, it was like, I just didn't. George Chandler? Yeah. That's the foster son. Yeah, the foster son. And I felt tremendous relief, happiness when his appeal was validated. You know, and yeah, I mean, you couldn't help but feel for both of them in that situation. And that George is forgiving him, and you know Dwight is, you know, and I think it means, you know, genuinely terrible for having brought his foster son into this horrible situation. So when we first met George and Dwight, we met them together at lunch, and they were like, we'll meet with you this one time. We're not going to campus. And George, who rarely drinks, was so nervous. He had like, he's like, I'll have another one. Like, he was pounding vodka tonics. What was he nervous about? He was just nervous about talking about it. Just like, and part of it was this was, I think, the second time he had seen Dwight since the trial. That's true. Yeah, that's it. That was it. Yeah. We're like, oh man, I wish we could film this to see. There's just a raw emotion between the two of them because there's just so much that's happened in their lives. I mean, it took a while for both of them to agree to go on camera. But yeah, it seems like everybody didn't want to be on camera. On the FBI side, it's easy, yeah, but I mean, like the participants, right? Oh yeah, it took a while of really telling them, we want you to tell your own story. We don't want people just telling a story for you. The guy on the first episode, is it Cooper? Cooper. Is he alive? He is. Yeah. Really? Yeah. No, I was like, no, he is definitely alive. He did not want to go on camera at all. And for everyone who went on camera, it changed how people perceived him. Sure. Right? If you only heard their story from the FBI's point of view, you just think like, oh, this is a criminal freak. You would associate them with. But when you see their stories, it humanizes them. Even AJ Glum, who was like, yeah, I did it. He was like, I gave away $10 million and I took $600,000. So how dumb am I? How stupid am I? AJ was like, I'm doing it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, to this day, he pays like $160 a month, right, restitution. AJ does. Yeah, there's been a lot of comments on Twitter about how people are like, I can't believe they pay less than my student loans in restitution. Yeah. Like, it does pay. What's the saying about crime does pay? Yeah, crime does pay. So with the white collar crimes, it's really different. And we, at the beginning, like most people assume, like Jacobson's got to be in jail still, right? These people probably served 15, 20 years. In actuality, it isn't like that. If you're taking money and you're not physically harming others, and a lot of times in kind of plea deal like Jerry Jacobson did, they'll give you a pretty good deal. I mean, you'll owe a ton of money. But for Jerry Jacobson, like his lawyer, Ed Garland, says he owed the government $13 million, but at a certain point that becomes irrelevant because he'll never be able to pay that back. Right. So he'll be saddled with this incremental, but I can watch that. Somebody on Twitter said that one of the craziest things is that they filmed an interview with Ed Garland and Jana Singer in the house for Knives Out.
That is dead on. Yeah.
That was actually, I mean, that's a beautiful house. I believe it. Yeah, it's a third generation attorney's house. Yeah. The idea that restitution is so low, it's upsetting. It's upsetting, but you also have to remember that all of these people have like liens on any property that they have. So they can't sell anything. When you're a federal criminal, you don't have the same work and job opportunity that nobody can help look at. It says 24 million, right? And he pays $360 for a Honda. What is that all about? Like, that should have a couple of zeros at the end, you know? Part of it is it's percentage based. So if he was making $1 million a year, the amount he'd be paying back, but most of them are retirement age. So this is really being taken out of Social Security and pension. I wonder if they did. I'm assuming at some point they're just like, we have to track this guy to see if he's going to cash. We wondered about that. Like, how does the government keep track of all these people? Yeah, like if he had money stashed and all of a sudden he had a brand new truck in his driveway, is there somebody does that trigger? Like, right? Is their next door neighbor been watching the entire time, and all of a sudden the truck then is being impounded? But I guess not. I mean, it's about resources, right? Right. Well, like he said though, when you say resources, the FBI says 9/11 happened. We all became terrorists. Right. Right. Yeah. They were lucky in a sense that the arrest happened before, because after that they're all fully in terrorism, and Devereaux had to then carry the rest of his case on his own. Wow. So there's two things on Twitter. There's one major thing and one sub thing. The McMillions coffee. Frank and Heather Colombo ordering a coffee from McDonald's with 10 cream on 5 sugar, or 10 cream and 5 sweet. Yeah, I mean, that's like drinking 42 Cokes. That's way too much. Speaking of his family, a lot of people are really excited about their youngest son's name. So they kept talking about, this is our son Vinny or something. But he works at McDonald's. Yeah. And then we saw his name tag, and I said his name is Vintonio. It's like Vincent and Antonio combined. That's some real Like that name comes with olive oil. I think it does too. Hey, Vintonio. What was your reaction when he popped on the screen? Like Vintonio did? Yeah. Again, it just seems like too ridiculous. He's got a very nice stereo in his car, and we heard him coming down like the street. We heard him like blocks away. Because I love that Brian starts with his very nice stereo in his car. And that's why it's a Pioneer. And so we had to like stop down for a second, like, okay, obviously we can't keep filming, so right, destroy the sound. Yeah. Then walked in with that. You know, like, you had no idea what happened to Velcro. Amazing, blindsiding. Speaking of surprises, one surprise was Colonel Scott. During the time with Fuzzy Bunny, Colonel Scott was the reporter that was always sent out for the field report on what was happening with the Fuzzy Bunny.
The Fuzzy Bunny opened its doors just a half hour ago, opening the doors to a steamy controversy.
The Fuzzy Bunny, which Jerry Colombo fought tooth and nail because it's important to him to stand up for business people. Times the city was like, this isn't gonna fly here. He's like, I'm gonna change it around and make it a church. Yep. You know, he was running strip clubs. Yeah. Strip club named the Fuzzy Bunny. And in the report that Bruno Scott did, you know what the thing is when you're watching it, your head turns, and then information is so quick and the story's so captivating, your mind kind of moves on rapidly. But you're like, why is he in the strip club? I mean, with the stripper in the background. The stripper's like, I'm here at the Fuzzy Bunny. You're like, oh. Like, those reporters do that outside the club. Like, I'm standing outside the Fuzzy Bunny. He was like, no. I need to make sure this is a strip club. I mean, did you guys ever
asking you questions about that to find out. We tried to get in contact with her and all, but I think he wanted to keep the fuzzy bunny behind him. It's also funny that like it was always him that I sent out to do the report. It's like every time you see him, those are all different instances, different reports he had to go out. I mean, the first one, I don't know if there's a more 90s thing than seeing him in like a suede jacket with a stripper with cut off jean shorts in the background. I'm reporting live from the Fuzzy Bunny. So Jerry Clomo wanted to create like a membership. You had to have a membership card. And there was actually an awesome archival that we just didn't include. Otherwise, we would have had like a 2-hour documentary episode on the Fuzzy Bunny. Yeah, that's actually a spin-off just of the Fuzzy Bunny. What does the new Fuzzy Bunny docu-series debut? Well, we're working on it. So yeah, it's 2021. But yeah, there was a membership, and there was this. Remember, there was this older woman. Oh yeah, I got my membership card. She was so proud. Early 70s, sitting at the bar drinking, and she was like so excited to, I guess, have somewhere to booze up and pray. Yeah. It takes a little of the edge off. We look at the girl. So there's a great deal of irony in this series. Irony is like incredibly captivating. I thought you were just going to give us the definition. Irony, for those of you that don't know. Right. But there are some things that are just like we talked about, you just could not script. Like the name of the town that Dwight Baker, George Chandler live. Fair Play, South Carolina. Fair Play. And, we don't really make a whole big deal of it. We just kind of like put it up there, and if people catch it, they catch it. But like it's so ironic. And the slogan for the town is "Our name says it all." Yeah, that is kind of poetic, right? Yeah. Now our name says it all. Fair Play. And that's where Dwight and George Chandler. Yeah, God bless them. There's somebody who put on Twitter that they've all moved on from Baby Yoda. Now people want to adopt Heather Colombo. Oh, really? I did not know that. There was a lot of comments about how Heather was quiet throughout much of the series, but then she came out at the very end swinging. Yeah, she is the punctuation mark to the whole series. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I felt that. Did you guys cover your last podcast? Facts? No, sir. That is. We talked about it a little bit, but it's unbelievable that this actually happened. Yeah, that part, by the way, is yet another part of the story where scriptivism are just so stupid as speed facts. From the FBI's office. It doesn't even make sense. And especially now, email, being able to do things quickly, you think, okay, you have to send a 50-page document for the facts. It came from the Jacksonville office. So the way it happened was the Jacksonville office had to fax it to South Carolina, right? And so they had to fax it. They originally faxed it to Columbia, which is the main office in South Carolina. And Columbia was like, that's actually not our jurisdiction. There's a smaller Greenville office, and that's the closest to Fairfield. And that's where you need to fax this, right? But for the FBI, correct. But then they go like, we speed dial, right? They have the Greenville, they're called RAs, resident agencies. Those are the smaller satellite offices. And on the speed dial, it said Greenville RA, and then below it was Greenville News. And they're right next to each other. The person just saw Greenville because they would do a lot of communications with newspapers to do press releases and things like that. And so they would have tons of different press on speed dial. Ridiculous set of events. Right. Yeah. And email existed back then, but they still had to fax it. The FBI protocol is you fax out these documents. That's the thing. There's somebody in Hollywood that some name still sending the fax. It's Barbara Streisand. What? Yes. She's like sending the fax. That's awesome. Fax machine. That's like the most diabolical power moving pool on something. Yeah, because now everyone's like, where am I going to get it? How am I going to get this? Right? It's just like, I don't give a shit. Go to Kinko's. I know that even if you go to Kinko's, you've got to nuts it off and bring it out, right? Kickstarted, I think. I don't know. Let's see what more. Don't do emails. Okay. You want to go through some questions? Sure. Thank for all the listeners who have been sending us their questions. There's no way in the world we could have answered everyone's question on the show. So the first question comes from Brody Thomas. Doug Matthews never get a chance to smash through a game. We should mention that Brody Thomas, by the way, is 7 years old. Oh, for Christ's sake. Have you ever shot a gun before?
Hi, my name is Brody Thomas. I'm 7 years old.
Yes.
I've been watching big videos with my dad, and I have a question. Did Doug Matthews ever get a chance to smash through a gate?
Well, that is adorable. Has Doug met Batman? First of all, thank you for watching the show. Thank you for allowing us to warp your mind as a child. That's the beauty of the show. It's family friendly. Yeah, it's like for all ages. Right. It's true crime for everyone. It really is. I have a question that hopefully they'll email back. Did your parents make you cover your eyes during the fuzzy bunny portion of the show? Good question. For Brody's dad. Right. I mean, how do you explain the fuzzy bunny the Brody's are? Like that's where grown-ups go. That's just dancing. Yeah. Some places are open. Right. As far as we know, Doug has never smashed his car through a gate. That probably would have been the end of his FBI career. Yeah. He wanted to. Of course. All right. I'm so excited for this next question. So this can be from Leslie Richmond. Phoenix.
My name is Leslie Richmond. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona, and my question is about the relationship between Amy and Doug. Watching them both share the stories about their work with Shamrock Productions, it seemed like there was a real fondness between the two of them. And so I wondered if there was any chemistry or flirtation or potential for a romantic connection between the two of them back then. Really wondered if that came into play at all.
I'll take this one, guys. Please do. For sure. So Doug is married. And and he was married back then. Amy, okay. We actually have no conclusive evidence to support or deny this claim. Yeah, they're both professionals, right? And they have great professional chemistry. That comes across, right? Oh, okay. Yeah. She was actually just featured in Elle magazine. Yeah, right up about her from this. Yeah. Giving her a little credit. I mean, for all these years that she really couldn't talk about it. Yeah. And then no one really knew her involvement to the degree that she got involved. I love how easy it's manipulated we are as men. Oh, yeah. Every guy was like, I think she likes me. Like every guy was like, let's do that. She smiled at me. Yeah, she was nice. Woman talked to me. Yes. Woman talked to me, made eye contact and smiled. She didn't believe me. But every guy. Yep. All right, next question comes from, next one's also great. Mike Miller. I'm really hoping this is the Mike Miller that went to University of Florida. Please explain to me the quote, the moral of the story. There are no free lunches, but there may be brownies hidden somewhere. In your last episode, AJ Glums, that's what that means. But I'm still trying to figure it out. My wife's still trying to figure it out. I gotta believe there's other people still trying to figure out what it means. So if you can, just spend a little bit more time on that. Thank you. Great show. Well, thanks for the compliment, Mike. We don't fully know what it means other than the fact that it feels like it alludes to what Jared Jacobson, what Jerry's son was talking about, where there might be some money buried somewhere. What's your interpretation of that line? My interpretation of that line is just that there's like nothing of super substance is free, right? But then you can't get little treats for free. So that's interesting. That's good. Yeah. And that's like you're not gonna get away with stealing millions, but you have some good friends stealing less. The beauty of this is it's up to interpretation. Yeah, right. It can mean so many different things. It's like the ism. It's one of those things that should be used more in society. Hopefully in 5 years, like, there might be some brownies somewhere. Oh, right. Like, if you said that to somebody, like, you should know what that means. Yeah. You know who knows what that means? Criminals. It's a very, like, criminal thing to say. Yeah. Like, when phrases like that, I bet you if you asked any criminal that, they would all be like, oh, yeah, I feel like that. But, like, good, decent people like Mike Miller are like, I go to work every day. What's free? Now, there are a lot of AHAs like, I know exactly that. Oh, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, now Marsha, we love Marsha. She had a number of great lines and great information shared with us. But the number one thing that people are asking about with Marsha online is that dog that's next to her real or alive or is real? And it absolutely is. It was so docile and like it was knocked out for this entire 6-hour interview, and at certain points it would start snoring. Really? Yeah, we had to like wake it up. Where did Lee live? Lee is in Jacksonville. I mean, a lot of people are probably wondering if Lee knows, right? At this point, yes, she knows, and if she ever got in trouble. It's really a giant mystery. Like, we were even asking the FBI, like, do you remember Lee? They were like, no, really? Yeah, I don't remember. All right, next question. The first episode used this contest and then they decided to run it one last time to help the other. My question is, did they do anything charitable with the increased revenue from this last contest that was running? That's a damn good question. That is above our pay grade. Well, they did run an entire game where they gave away $25 million, $1 million a week, just to random customers in stores to make up for everything that happened. And this was actually spearheaded by Amy. So they didn't actually run this through another marketing company. This, like, Amy was going to different stores, and they were doing this thing where they would randomly tap someone on the shoulder and saying, we're giving you $1 million. Damn. Yeah. And so, Good Morning America, I think at the time, did something. We were trying to track that down, but we found out about it anyway. So, and then I think I saw in the end, was it the last episode? They said they still do it to this day. I was confused by that. They've done versions. Yeah, like while we were filming all of the bulk of this stuff in October of 2018, they were running a game for Halloween. It was the trick or treat game, but it was the same deal, same peel off, same. But you could only win up to $50,000. So it's part of the thing. Not the same. Yeah. If they bring it back, the question would be like, would people play it? Would that? I think they would, right? Oh yeah, it would probably be bigger than ever. Probably the excitement of the show and the excitement to be like, can I see these pieces? But in terms of charitable contributions, they did give a donation to St. Jude's Children's Hospital, which, we talked about throughout the series, that the pieces were not transferable. And that in episode 6, Mark Devereaux explains that, like, because they were not transferable, they decided to give them a donation. Because everybody who got in trouble had to pay restitution, had to give that money back. Had they not done that, had they actually paid it out like the game, the real question would have been like, okay, is St. Jude's supposed to pay it back? Right. So giving them a donation was a really good move and helped them. And what is the story again? A reminder of how did it end up in St. Jude's? Like, who gave it? Uncle Jerry Jacobson. He sent it into St. Jude's because someone was supposed to buy a piece and they backed out at the last minute. There was an expiration time of when you had to redeem the pieces. So he's like, well, I got to do something with it. And he sent it to St. Jude's. That's the story we've heard. That seems like a nice thing for Gentlemen, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. It's absolutely fascinating to watch this incredible series that you guys put out. But it was just an unbelievable story. And are you going to continue more podcasts? There's the possibility. If the audience is interested in hearing more, we're certainly down to continue. Well, look, regardless of whether the podcast continue, if you still continue writing emails for the time being, whatever happens with that, I'd just like to tell the audience that March 24th, the special Ball Hog comes out on Netflix. And we got a sneak preview. It's hilarious. Hope HBO lets that stay in. We definitely want to thank you, Tom, for being here. Doing this with us is so awesome to sit here and chat with you. And thank the audience for listening and diving into this crazy world with us. Oh, that is a thrill. I mean, this thing really got my fun meter going, you know. This has been a lot of fun for us. We had a lot of fun coming even on your podcast, Your Mom's House. You guys were great guests on Your Mom's House, episode 541. We got into, different aspects of the series and talking about. Thank you all for watching the series, and thanks for listening to the podcast. This podcast was produced by FunMeter in conjunction with Unrealistic Ideas. For FunMeter, I'm Brian Lazarte. And I'm James Lee Hernandez. Joe Fenstemaker produced this episode. Our consulting producer is Mary Finkel from Pineapple Street Studios. JP Hesser mixed this episode. The music heard here comes from our actual series and was composed by Pinar Topa. Unrealistic Ideas is Mark Wahlberg, Stephen Levinson, and Archie Gibbs. And of course, none of this would have been possible without the amazing support of HBO. You can find the McMillions podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, the HBO Go, and now apps, or wherever you get your podcasts. Thank you all for listening. Peace out. Hey, this is James Lee Hernandez. And this is Brian Lazarte. We're back for a couple of reasons. First, to say thank you to all the fantastic fans of McMillions. Huge thanks. Seriously, we could not be more grateful. And it's been crazy. With where things left off, we still are learning new things about this case. So, who knows what lies ahead. But until then, we want to tell you about an exciting new HBO podcast that we think is right up your alley. It's called HBO's I'll Be Gone in the Dark podcast. It's the official companion podcast to the 6-part documentary series I'll Be Gone in the Dark, based on the book of the same name. The series explores writer Michelle McNamara's investigation into the dark world of a violent predator she dubbed the Golden State Killer. And the podcast brings you deeper into the story through interviews with people closest to the investigation. And McNamara herself. We could tell you a lot more about it here, but we actually have the trailer. Take a listen.
For more than a decade, the Golden State Killer terrorized suburban California neighborhoods, burglarizing over 100 homes, raping more than 50 women, and murdering at least 12 people.
It wasn't anything that we had dealt with before, and I couldn't let it go.
3 different crime sprees, 3 different parts of the state, 3 different identities. The Visalia ransacker, the East Area rapist, and the original Night Stalker. And then, in 1986, he vanished. As the decades passed, the police investigation slowed down. The cases were cold. But the true identity of the serial rapist and killer gripped a community of DIY detectives. One of them was the late author Michelle McNamara. I'm Nancy Miller, a writer and editor who worked with Michelle on her investigation into the violent predator she dubbed the Golden State Killer. That Los Angeles Magazine article brought national attention to the cold cases and grew into the best-selling book, I'll Be Gone in the Dark. And now, 4 years after Michelle's untimely death, it's become a 6-part HBO documentary series of the same name. Over the next few weeks, I'll be joined by special guests as we expand on the stories and themes from the series. We'll hear from detectives who worked on the case.
I scared myself silly, and my thought often was, my God, if I confront him, somebody's going to be dead. There is not a day went by in my whole life that I have not thought about the victims of the East Area rapists.
The unofficial investigators who honors times.
Reading those case files, seeing the victims describe the ordeals in their own words, you're a beat closer to the actual terror that they experience.
Michelle's friends and family.
I already know how awful it is that she's gone, but then when you see moments of someone's life that you love that you didn't see, and you just see even more pieces of them, it's unimaginable.
some of the women who survived the attacks.
There was a day that I was on the phone telling my friend what had happened, and I got in a lot of trouble for telling anybody.
And through archival recordings, Michelle herself.
There's so many ways to find people now that, yeah, you just sort of feel like he's got nowhere else to hide.
We'll also be hearing from the filmmakers, Academy Award nominee and Emmy Award-winning director Liz Vargas, and director-producer Elizabeth Wolf.
We knew very early on that like we were not going to be telling this with like the flashlight from the point of view of Irans, and we thought a lot about what was the experience of the survivor.
HBO's On Gone in the Dark 6-part companion podcast will debut June 28th, right after the series premiere. After every episode airs Sunday nights at 10 p.m., you'll be able to download the show and get to know the people connected to the story even better. You can subscribe on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever else you get your podcasts, or stream it on HBO and HBO Max.
You won't want to miss this one. HBO's I'll Be Gone in the Dark podcast is out now. Go subscribe to the podcast, watch the premiere, and then listen to the first episode.
Yeah, we definitely will be doing that.
What's up, everybody? I'm Ronald Young Jr. I'm an audio producer and live storyteller, film critic, and cultural commentator. You may have heard me on the podcast Selfie and NPR's Pop Culture Happy Hour.
And I'm Brittany Luce, a longtime documentary superfan, freelance journalist, and cultural critic. You may know me from my other podcasts, For Colored Nerds and The Nod.
And we're popping into the McMillions podcast feed to bring you an episode of a new HBO podcast that we host called HBO Docs Club. Now, let me tell you, Brittany, I loved McMillions, the documentary. I was losing my big mind watching it.
Oh, that you were, Ronald. On each episode of HBO Docs Club, we take a closer look at a film or series in the HBO Documentary Films catalog. We'll get updates on the stories, talk with the filmmakers behind each feature documentary, as well as experts who will help us make sense of what we've seen.
This season, we're watching stories about unsolved child murders, the inside story of Harlem's legendary theater, and a transgender woman who tried to revolutionize the auto industry.
The episode we're bringing you today is about The Invisible Pilot, a 3-part docuseries about an Arkansas crop duster named Gary Betzner, who ends up colliding with one of the biggest political scandals of our time.
You can watch it right now on HBO Max. And be sure to subscribe to HBO Docs Club wherever you get your podcasts so you can know what we're watching next.
And now, take a listen to the HBO Docs Club episode on The Invisible Pilot. Documentary
makes us question
everything.
The things that we know and the things we think we know.
But we're actually completely wrong about.
This is the beginning of my last act. And in order to know how to go forward, I'm going to have to know where I've been.
The public figures we love
and love to hate.
The issues that we must face as a society.
Huge cultural moments.
I mean, as a black man, you're born into this world with PTSD. Things you cannot see.
The aftermath is worse than the actual Peggy's break.
Someone who's different from us, but also
not that different from us. Somebody offers you $1 million, you're gonna take it.
Documentaries show us the worst
and the best
of what human beings are capable of.
He would fly over the farmers along the field and drop cold beer to them.
Welcome to HBO Docs Club, where we dive deep into the true stories that captivate our imaginations. I'm Brittany Luce, longtime documentary superfan, freelance journalist, and cultural critic. You may know me from my other podcasts, For Colored Nerds and The Nod.
And I'm Ronald Young Jr., audio producer, live storyteller, film critic, and cultural commentator. You may have heard me on the podcast Soulful and NPR's Pop Culture Happy Hour. During each episode, we'll take a closer look at a film or series in the HBO documentary films catalog. Sometimes they'll be from our recent past, other times they'll be brand new, but they'll all inevitably teach us something about the human condition.
All right, in this episode, we discuss the three-part series, The Invisible Pilot, from directors Phil Lott and Ari Mark. This twist-filled docuseries focuses on an Arkansas crop duster named Gary Betzner. The series takes us on a truly wild ride, as it reveals how Betzner's stranger-than-fiction life ends up colliding with one of the biggest political scandals of our time.
When you commit suicide, you aren't planning on coming back. But it did come back. I became the biggest, baddest drug smuggler of all time.
Later in this episode, we sit down with one of the directors of The Invisible Pilot, Phil Lott, and executive producer Todd Schwimmer. And we talk with journalist and podcast host Leon Nafok, who helps us better understand Gary's connection to the Iran-Contra affair and its impact on our current politics.
What Iran-Contra shows is there's no world stage. It's just a bunch of guys in a room. And it's whichever guys happen to be in power.
And before we get too far into things, consider this your spoiler warning, okay?
So if you don't do spoilers, please stop this episode and come back after you've watched today's documentary. And I have to stress, today is a very important day for you to have watched the documentary first. So please, please, please stop. Come back after you've watched.
Yes, you have been warned.
So to kick things off, let's recap some of the major events of the documentary. The Invisible Pilot reveals the untold story of how Gary Betzner, small-town hero and father of three, one day suddenly fakes his death. Then he changes his name 6 times, gets recruited by the CIA to run illegal weapons to a Central American war, and then becomes an unlikely key witness against President Reagan and the Iran-Contra scandal.
So Gary's story is told in 3 distinct chapters in this documentary. And the series begins as Gary's family and his small community in Arkansas are basically struggling to find answers as to why Gary, who's like this supposed family man, suddenly dies by suicide out of the blue.
It was dark. Mom came in, kneeled down, and took us. She said, I'm going to look that seriously. She said, I got to tell you something.
Gave him a big hug and cried and said something horrible has happened and your dad's gone.
I didn't know he jumped off. I didn't know he jumped off the bed. I just know he's dead. She said he's dead. I just didn't get it.
Then in the second episode, we're still basically reeling from the revelation that Gary is actually alive. And we learned how Gary's idyllic life had secretly become this caper-filled hidden life of drug smuggling, alternate personalities, Pablo Escobar, and also an illegal war that he starts to believe is being conducted at the highest levels of the U.S. government. As Gary wrestles with becoming a CIA pawn in the final episode, he makes the life-changing and very risky decision to blow the whistle on the entire operation and President Reagan, and becomes the star witness in John Kerry's Senate hearings into the CIA's connection with the illegal drug trade. And this is televised across the world.
Now, Mr. Betzner, did George Morales call you?
Yes, he did. He wanted me to fly some guns and ammunition, stuff like that, down to the Contras.
And what was loaded into that flight?
That particular flight had an M60 machine gun, other M16 guns, some C4 explosive.
By the third episode, the series presents the stories of both men, both hiding secrets, both breaking the law, on a collision course with history. One of them, of course, we know, that's Gary, a small-town father with dreams of something bigger. And the other is President Ronald Reagan.
A charge has been made that the United States has shipped weapons to Iran as ransom payment for the release of American hostages in Lebanon. But the United States undercut its allies and secretly violated American policy against trafficking with terrorists. Those charges are utterly false.
And in the end, both men pushed little by little the boundaries of what they are prepared to do
finally stepping over the line beyond the point of no return. And today, at age 82, well, not literally today, but in present day, at age 82, Gary retells his story as he reconciles with the meaningful repercussions of his life and reflects on his legacy. So, Brittany, what is your overall impression? What did you think?
I will say the documentary was very helpful in me understanding functionally how the Iran-Contra scandal worked. You see to me, a micro and a macro level, the depth of American greed and deceit, and just how baked into the foundation of our country, but also our American values, that level of deceit and scamming are. You obviously see on a macro level, President Reagan and the Reagan administration scamming the United States. This is like before we even get into the AIDS epidemic. This is before we even get into Reaganomics. But on a micro level, we see Gary try to carry out the same scams, and he gets pretty far. When all is said and done, when you consider the grand scheme of all of the crimes that Gary has committed throughout his life, we see not that much recompense for it. You know what I mean? He's not a particularly, I guess, reflective individual in that way. And, you know, he does obviously end up serving jail time. But at the end of the day, like, he's out. But he also had a lot of really fun times that are outlined with him using drugs and having a good time and everything like that. Expecting his wife and children to accept him and deal with that. What's interesting to me is that I don't know if he ever really fully feels the brunt of all of the wrong that he's committed over the years. But when you look at the way that his wives, women in his life, and his children, when you look at the way that they feel about him, and you look at the way that their lives have been touched by his deceit and by his criminality, it becomes a lot more clear just the toll it takes, that level of deceit and that level of just ruthlessness and just pursuing a life of just pure pleasure and fun for yourself, as Gary has.
I watched this series twice, and the first time through, I found myself just really struck by how this man seemed so proud of himself. But in the first 30 minutes, we don't realize that this man is not dead. You know, so we're sold a bill of goods that Gary Bensler is a dead man, and when he then shows up, even when the way the directors have him show up, he shows up in such a way that makes me say, "Oh man, so what are you up to? What are you up to? No good?" And I feel like he continues that. He does not disappoint for the rest of the documentary series. Like he talks about getting arrested in Hawaii, I believe it was, when he had absconded and sent for his family, and they were living as nudists in Hawaii.
Oh my gosh.
At 6 o'clock one morning, I heard the door knock. I looked out and saw the cops. We had a sign on our property. It's like, take off your clothes and come in, because we were nudists. They came in and they said, come down. So I just, came down those stairs and naked as a taper.
When he's out there, they get arrested, and he talks about one of the police officers having the drugs that they confiscated from him in his hand, and I would just took the acid, what it was, and just popped them in his mouth, all three of them. And he starts laughing when he tells this story. And I remember looking and saying, what is this man out of his mind?
They took us to town. They looked at some fingerprint.
No, she. What happened to her? did not expect this athleticism. Rich bitch. I know what shepherd is. Really? I thought it was like Razzmatazz. Riz, dog. This motherfucker Riz. This motherfucker got Riz. This motherfucker came up and he's like, hey, Pen. And I was like, man, I'm done. Like, hey, I got Riz.
With the Sackler family and for their
Toby. Some of the West Side gangsters. West Side gangsters? I'm so fucked. I'm impressed. I'm impressed most of all by this athleticism. Yoshi.
So fast.
Yoshi. You got 10 seconds left on the shot. 9 seconds. 8 seconds.
Just turning this dial, and I realized she was turning the volume of light.
Gotcha, bitch. You little slut.
What else do you want?
Look at this one. I didn't see this your mouth jump up.
This is the story of DMT, or dimethyltryptamine, a simple compound found throughout nature which has profound effects on human consciousness.
One of the things, besides what it does, one of the things about DMT that always fascinated me was the fact that it's such a simple molecule. DMT stands for dimethyltryptamine, N-N-dimethyltryptamine. If you actually look at the ring structure of DMT itself, you'll have really 4 positions that you can attach things to. So you can make diamond, there are some other types of carbon chains you can attach to the diamond that do chemical together, but very different from DMT. In biosynthetic, it's 2 steps, right? 2 trivial enzymatic steps, which is amino acid groups, and it's everywhere. So all organisms have tryptophan, and all organisms have 2 key enzymes that lead to the synthesis of DMT. And these enzymes are very ancient enzymes. They're all over the place. They're part of basic metabolism. So theoretically, anything could synthesize DMT.
Look at this athleticism. See, this is really what I don't think anybody was ready with how athletic Mike was when he could go over here. Now he went like this.
What its function is. That's a $64 billion question. Is why is DMT in our bodies? Why is it in plants? All sorts of mammals? What is the role of plants? The conventional wisdom 30, 40 years ago was that these things had no real function. They were just sort of physiological noise, but that's a very naive understanding. Now understand is that these secondary compounds are, in a sense, the language of things. These are messenger molecules. This is what plants use used to mediate their relationships with other organisms in the environment. Why is it that human beings, sexual premises, are wired to receive this experience? It must be that, there's important information to be learned.
So I don't think it's universally present in nature by accident. It has a real function. We can co-evolve with these plants. There's a purpose in anatomy.
So it really fits in with the notion that DMT may be common molecular language, resonant language among all living beings on this planet and maybe others as well. I can't think of a more powerful tool to explore the whole question of what is consciousness.
Substances are tools that can be used to expand awareness in all areas of life and apply that expanded awareness in the full betterment of people's lives and the community around society.
The good news is that there's a growing number of Westerners and actually intellectual scientists, artists, university shakers, filmmakers, and so on realize that this stuff is all too interesting just to go on keeping it swept under the rug. And meanwhile, the Inquisition was a long time ago, urban rationalism was a long time ago. At this point, there's no good reason apart from bad habit to keep up these barriers.
With the help of two concepts that are traditionally opposed, science and spirituality, we humbly reintroduce psychedelics back into the cultural dialogue.
DMT, the spirit molecule, it's a conundrum, it's a paradox. What the spirit is the inner world, molecule is the external. So psychedelics are intended to take us from the science to the spirit.
I was drawn to the pineal gland, which is a very small organ in the center of the brain, which has always been an object of interest and veneration for a lot of us theologians. I thought, it wasn't totally crazy to present a psychology, which, fit in nicely with my theory that
This hypothesis proposes that the pineal gland at certain times under specific stress or stimulation releases a significant amount of this hormone, DMT, and it's that hormone that facilitates entering and exiting of the soul body. This is what the Jewish sage mystics have been describing in coded language for literally thousands of years.
Meditation through fasting, chanting, and other techniques. There might be a burst of endogenous DMT that correlated with mystical experiences. And I had this theory that there's a big similarity between psychedelics and experiences that were possible with meditation. And that was one of the original findings that led me to start looking for this combat in the brain around mystical experience.
I can maybe roll for you to explain it. Creativity, imagination, sex, changes that occur due to isolation, trauma, and starvation, all of which produce hallucinatory. These hallucinatory phenomena are explainable about the presence of compounds known to produce hallucinations. The only compounds that we know of that can do this are classic compounds known for hallucinogens. With
thinking about spiritual states, I think endogenous hallucinogenic compounds and molecules in the brain can potentially release are probably very relevant to this topic because on one hand, they may really help us to elucidate what is the neurochemical mechanism of these experiences. We can say that there's a release of endogenous opiates, or we can say that there's a release of dopamine or something like that, and we can measure that release. We can see where in the brain those different molecules go, what receptors they activate or deactivate, and hence we can really learn a lot more about what these experiences are because it really can allow us to match up these experiences that people have with hallucinogens, as well as understanding where they are related in the context of the brain's receptors and the different parts of the brain that may or may not become active.
One of the other interesting things about the pharmacology of DMT is that it's actively transported into the brain. And so you have to go wonder about the role of DMT in just normal perceptual activity. Too much DMT, things become psychedelic or not enough DMT in the brain can make things all over the lack of brain.
There's something that makes sense about DMT. We call it the spirit molecule. It might almost be called, the reality molecule. Philosophically, it makes sense that something that would be so fundamental to the way we perceive reality would be viewed out there in reality.
There was a sense around it that there was something special, that it wasn't like anything else. It wasn't like other psychedelics. Its intensity and speed was such that it produced a different kind of response. I mean, I remember always getting the sense that it was kind of like a psychedelic bungee jump. There was a kind of raw leap into this rapidly changing environment that was very different than the more gradual approaches of other psychedelics.
Smoke DMT is sort of like drive-by shooting psychedelics. You're in one place, bang, you're in another place, and then bang, you're back down. So it doesn't leave a whole lot of room for that narrative. But who am I? What am I doing here? Why am I in this space? What am I learning? It's almost like there was too much information to process in that minute span to integrate once you drop back down.
It's very rapid also, a very short duration of action. This is because it's very rapid. DMT is rapidly created by an enzyme delivered with oxidation. That's the reason it's not active. Whereas psilocybin, when you take it by mouth, it's not broken down by oxidation. So it gets through different phases of different monster.
Yeah, very interesting.
Are these two fucking?
When I began my studies in the early 1990s, ayahuasca was just starting to make inroads into the West. But it's obviously become a lot more popular in the last 10 or 15 years. And the visionary in ayahuasca is through some amazing chemistry and there's combined found a plant so it starts working in a half hour, lasts for 3 or 4 hours,
Orally active ayahuasca tends to pick you up and gently carry you into the space, hug you, embrace you, lead you, and show you all sorts of mystical visions. And then it very gently brings you back down, like floating on a feather back to the ground.
As valuable as my DMT experience in Zambia, I feel that there's a lot more enduring value in then this of technology which stretches it out and makes it a navigable space. Our whole Western European-derived tradition of distilling alcohols and isolating chemicals and making everything stronger
Do it live.
and taking it out of nature and putting it into the biggest punch that we can. I don't think that generally that's the most useful way. I think there's a reason that cultures have learned to turn a 5-minute experience into a 5-hour experience. It seems to me that ayahuasca has had a plan and that it's reached out into the world and brought DMT into many, many thousands of lives, much bigger canvas than it had reached for the last 10,000 years. And it's done it very rapidly. It's done it with form.
And ayahuasca is much harder for the power structures that we have now. It's much harder for them to do that because it has been part of a legitimate religious and spiritual practice for thousands of years. So it's certainly enhanced. And we can't just dismiss all that as primitive mumbo jumbo and superstition. We have to get to grips with that on its own terms.
I think that there's a growing number of people who feel this
Are you done?
get back
So
in
now
touch
what's your thought?
with nature,
What are your
with plants,
thoughts?
with animals, and know that
196.
the shamanic path there's wavelengths and that actually these
Profile.
tools, these psychoactive tools, the plants like
This profile.
direct
Workspaces.
wavelengths. Now it may not be anything
Go.
like the DNA, but
Go here.
a frame.
I think like a lot of people in my generation first heard about DMT terrorist began. It was a very funny way to become aware of such a powerful, interesting,
Just do this.
logical, rich topic about DMT because it really became more, it was almost more of a concept than something that people were necessarily taking.
And Pain Flash makes it clear that disembodied consciousness is a possibility. I think that the whole tension of history and the tension of life seems to be about the shedding of the body.
Terrence was he was a good promoter. Basically, he said it's the ultimate metaphysical reality pill, even though it's not a pill. But I thought that was a pretty good characterization after it seemed to be a different order than LSD.
You can have enough spots with the files. Yeah. Are you happy or sad? I'm about. I mean, we're doing above average, so I'm more happy than sad.
I ask that you suspend
You know, I thought we put spots together and took enough time to make them all
whatever you
change.
believe their value to be, and continue to have profound effects wherever we find their use.
I swear to God, this guy's annoying next to his fucking his chili.
Transition from indigenous Indians and so on. These are all real cities, and then these churches, Santo Church, the church, later started doing ceremonies that made ayahuasca accessible not just to Indians but to people in big cities or as far from the shamans as we are.
You like pseudogenics? No.
In the early 1990s, UDV established a branch of their church in the United States. In the late 90s, U.S. Customs Department, along with the
Dude, I swear to God, surely
DEA,
low. You are everywhere. There's no way.
the church
Surely low. It's everywhere. And she
government
has
action
no life.
contended that it violated
Surely
the
low.
Religious Freedom Restoration Act. Was heard
Surely
in
low.
the U.S. Supreme Court
But you have no
in
life.
February
2006, their decision was announced.
Surely low. You have no life.
On the side of the UDV.
Why is it that in the entire Western world, these substances that have become so interesting by hundreds of cultures for thousands of years are prohibited? How did these cultures that consider themselves to be enlightened, democratic, and scientific get to declaring plants illegal? It can seem weird, but there's clearly something deep and revealing about the nature of these societies.
Our society values alert, problem-solving consciousness, and it devalues all other states of consciousness. Any kind of consciousness that is not related to the production or consumption of material goods is distinct from existence. Of course, we accept drunkenness. We allow people some brief respite from material drive. A society that subscribes to that model is a society that is going to condemn states of consciousness that have nothing to do with the problem-solving mentality. If you go back to the 1960s, when there was a tremendous upsurge of exploration of psychedelics, I would say that the huge backlash that followed had to do with the fear of part of the powers that be. Enough people went into those realms and those experiences, the very fabric of the society began to go a bit apart. And most importantly, those in power at the top, not being power at the top.
There was an optimism that was ungrounded. You know, that Vietnam was happening, that all this real stuff was going on, and then the psychedelic movement wasn't really addressing that in a real way. And then Timothy and that bunch sold us a false bill of goods that didn't really work.
We are now, whether we like it or not, in the psychochemical age. In the future, it's not going to be what book you read. It's going to be what chemicals do you use to open or close consciousness. Chemicals can help us learn fast. Chemicals can help us expand or contract our consciousness.
The atmosphere. We are researching to try just about everything. So we would try it. We regard ourselves more or less as spiritual pioneers.
The way I look at the 60s, I see it as a kind of failed attempt at a kind of mass cultural voyage initiation. Most people would try to go out into these other realities, but they didn't have a basis for it. There weren't wisdom traditions, elders, there weren't like connections and shamanic lineages, so you wouldn't go out and they would kind of like smash apart.
Timothy, they're really so discredited scientific approach to studying this. Because he started off doing interesting research, got into advocating the use of what was incredibly threatening, culturally reacting, and politically, it became impossible to do this sort of research. Funding agencies didn't make resources available, regulatory agencies increased the practical hurdles for initiating this type of research. And I think people who had interest in research of this type largely were discredited because of their interest in research. Social, political, scientific issues that came together pushed these drugs out of the scientific marketplace.
Public opinion in many cases had become that psychedelic research was dangerous. Lay public was uninformed about the true nature of these compounds, what their importance may be, the understanding of perception itself.
One of the tragedies to me is that research on these substances really started in the 1970s. And for me, it's especially tragic because I really believe
cannabis substances when you age and move into philosophy and thinking throughout it. What a lot of people don't realize is that psychiatry up until the 50s and the general concept in the drug industry played any role in emotional behavior, which today seems really bizarre. And the discovery of LSD and its potent effects on the psyche occurred almost contemporaneously with the discovery of serotonin as a molecule in the brain. And it was really when people looked at the structure of serotonin and compared it with LSD that they really began to think neurochemistry plays a role.
Did you land it? Did you land it?
Behavioral states that LSD had not been discovered. I doubt that any of the drugs we have, at least not as quickly as we do for treating depression and so forth.
Once these drugs became used and scandalized, psychiatry had to really work hard to distance themselves from any scientific meritorious relationships. Being a psychiatrist is the same one and understanding about something else. It's not that well received. And I made one mention one time in this description.
For cultural reasons, the whole class of compounds got pulled off the clinical bench, and no research has gone on for 40 years. So, scientifically, I can't imagine how exciting the area to be pursuing.
How does one go about studying these plants and compounds? Plants and compounds which produce unimaginable experiences and appear to shed light on some of humanity's greatest mysteries. In order to answer that question, Dr. Strassman conducted the first human psychedelic research in a generation.
One of the things that I had established early on was being able to discriminate between studies in the scientific realm and recreational use. But in the early 1980s, I reviewed all of that literature, and it pretty well established that if people were really carefully screened and supervised and then followed up, that the incidence of adverse reactions to LSD or psychedelic drugs was extremely low. The drug or the compound or the chemical that seemed like the best candidate to use were reopened the U.S. front on psychedelic research would be DMT.
It's exciting for me because I think this is the first study in a generation. And not only that, despite the fact that DMT had been used safely in earlier studies, and it was not true for the brain, DMT is one of the most profound and potent psychedelics. So it wasn't just an initiation of clinical research, it was a reinitiation of clinical research with an extremely potent drug. I was of the strong opinion that you could do these studies, and Rick agreed. So we had a number of discussions, and at some point in the discussion, Dave, what if I do all this paperwork, spend all this time and get to things that I'm ready to go, and I can't get to DMT. And that was a real possibility because DMT, clamping DMT, wasn't the chemical used by physicians. I told Rick, if you get to that point, no one can make it, then I'll do it. And ultimately, Rick got to that point.
The design of the study was fairly straightforward. Give people DMT and measure as many variables as possible. I had to sort of anticipate a lot of injections that would come my way from the regulatory agencies that oversee this kind of research. So at that point, we began a 2-year process of dealing with not that many regulatory agencies, but fairly monolithic ones. One sort of the sidelight of the protocol was the involvement of a psychiatrist from UCLA named he was kind of a grand old man of American psychiatry. And actually, he was one of the people who in the 50s and 60s got their start in psychedelic research.
And the main thing that David Friedman told us was, don't even get close to something. Forget about treating mental illness or alcoholism or anything. Forget that. That's where all the hysteria is. That's where all, if you're a scientist, approach it as a scientist. Do the basic simple measurements. Look at cardiovascular. You won't get in trouble doing that. You can get it funded, and it's solid science. Rick did what he said, but then he still was able to get these accounts completed. That wasn't in the plan. That wasn't really what was proposed in the studies. And
Eric Strassman was advertising in some magazine somewhere about wanting volunteers for a particular study in psychotropic, and I didn't really know. I didn't know DMT from SLP, but I remember reading that. This is bad. I better get involved in this and make sure that somebody doesn't get hurt. That at least there's some sensitivity towards what this stuff is really about.
I met this research nurse at a party, and she heard me talking about that I had used peyote ceremony, and she took me aside and said, "There's something that you might be interested in. We're looking for subjects, volunteer subjects for some unusual research."
I was a little concerned that the study participants might be a little obnoxious. Maybe that's not the right word, but people that were just seeking to do a lot of drugs. They were very professional people. There were varying degrees as to how much hallucinogen use they had been through. It seemed like there were some people that felt like they had made it their life mission to experience every kind of substance out there, and then other people. I think they're just interesting for their own personal growth and curiosity.
Once we actually got into the preparation for the actual trips, Rick asked me about roller coasters. Do you like roller coasters? The sensation of going up really high and then slamming back down towards earth. And I said, no, I hate them. They're horrible. I said, I just wanted to go experience, learn as much as I could, absorb as much as I could, and be humble to it.
The idea of legally sanctioned psychedelics is just very compelling. Plus, you're in a hospital, so should you get that uncomfortable experience that you're dying, you're with doctors in a very safe environment from that point of view.
I mean, this was really very cutting edge. It was high risk, and people knew what they were getting into. They wanted to have the extra insurance, and I was glad actually to have the crash team in the hospital to respond to emergencies.
You're in this hospital room, and there's all the sounds and the smells and just the prior experiences of being in the hospital. All these negative things come back. So there was the whole environment to be overcome, because little did I know that it didn't matter where I was. I wasn't going to be in my body. I was going to be out in the universe, and it didn't matter where you watched from. It could be a hospital room. It could be the jungle in the Amazon. It didn't matter where you were, because you weren't going to see.
Set and setting is so important. It's even more important than the substance. More important than the substance. Set and setting is everything. Now, what is the set and setting when you are blindfolded? The set and setting is not what you're seeing. You're not seeing anything. The set and setting is your internal self. The things that you have learned, the capacities that you have achieved, the conditions of your own psyche and psychology, these are your set and setting.
It's the medicine combined with interacting with the set setting that creates an effect you see. Trust and resource that makes it possible for you to take something that you've seen. If that's not there, you just have to turn.
So I didn't really have physical fears so much that they would die or have a stroke. I did have some fears about people's mental health, especially with some of the higher doses. We gave one gentleman who had a lot of experience with the drug one dose. He didn't think it took him far enough. So then we gave him a higher dose, and it's gone. It reminded me of something from The Exorcist. I mean, he just sat bolt up in the bed, and his eyes were opened up. They were completely dilated and black. And I almost thought he was going to turn his head completely around. And I remember looking at Rick, looked at me, and I thought, oh my God, he's gone. I hope he comes back.
The countdown was like
counting down from preparing for your death, like waiting to surrender, and you feel the coldness, and the coldness just going through your veins. It's really indescribable. It's hard to, it's like ice going through your veins. And the next thing that would happen, besides my racing heart, is this burning sensation would happen on the back of my neck. I mean, this was reliable. This is like clockwork. This happened every time that he shot me at the DMC. And then there'd be a hum, and the hum would get louder and louder, and to the point where it broke apart everything that I was or knew. It was just this. And it just got louder and louder until you just had to surrender to the sound. And then you were there.
I would get a warm, full feeling, a golden feeling in my chest before it went to my head. I'd feel this warm rod about an inch and a half in diameter start growing up inside my central channel. Come up, sort of slow, warm up my chest, go up through my head, and slow down. I put tremendous pressure on my sinuses behind my eyes, and slow down. Start to grow and extend the skin behind my forehead about 1 inch of my hairline. And when it hit, I was afraid it was going to pop my skin a few times. Very physical feeling. About 1.5 inches, 2 inches above my skull. When it popped through there, then the second contract would start. I thought I died. I saw the white clouds, the Renaissance white fluffy clouds with the gods and angels and all that stuff. That's what I saw. I thought I was dying and going out, but I did take a quick look at Cindy and a quick look at Greg and my eyes. They were both there watching, looking very calm. I go, that's really good news. My body looks fine.
So I didn't know whether it was my birth I was experiencing, my death, which was yet to come, because I know that time crumbles, the linearity of time is totally meaningless in these days. You are at the Godhead, the point where all time folds in on itself.
More and more layers of my humanity start being removed. Finally, the last layer, almost the last layer, and I can't even describe what it is, but you have, at some reaches way in there, there is like the last layer of that which defines you as a human being. You're no longer anything.
There was no concept of time. It was so disorienting. I was so terrified. I have never in my entire life been so terrified, blasted out of my body, to leave my body behind, to be going at warp speed backwards through my own DNA, out the other end, into the universe.
So I went right into this white light. As soon as I went into it, I lost any sense of being different, any sense of what I was doing, past, any sense of future. It was absolutely blissful, euphoric, and I just felt like it wasn't I. I was everything. I was the light. There was no sense of separation, no shadows, no differences, no past, no future. It was all present and light filled. Then I felt myself falling out of this light, and as I fell out of it, I could feel the light was like a glow, like the sun with flames coming out, lapping out, and I could already start to feel this tremendous separation.
I reached across, and it was suddenly I'm in the universe, in this huge void, with these beings on the other side, and I put out my hands, and this incredible rainbow of pink light went between me and these entities. And I was trying to make it be like a white light, but it was this incredible pink light, this energy of love that we, this capacity of love that we as human beings have, that I was trying to just send to them.
This meteor-like trip through the infinite space of the interior consciousness is up pops the picture puzzle pattern door. And I'm now whizzing through this sucker like if it was nothing. It just, I'm flying through it. But now I know what the picture puzzle pattern door is. The picture puzzle pattern door is the farthest reaches of your humanity. This is the doorway into what defines you as a human being. When you go past that, you stop being human to a degree, and the further you get past this point, the further away you go from being a human being. But right here, this picture puzzle pattern door is everything. It's everything. It's what defines you as a human being. This picture puzzle pattern door is you.
This is like the actual core of where all of reality is emanating from. This is where meaning comes from. Symbols were pouring out. They were intertwined. Every symbol and letter and in every language was pouring out at this point.
And I looked around at my environment and I was trying to absorb everything, to understand, but there were all of these machines or structures or things that I had never seen before, that I had no idea what they were. I was like a caveman in a computer lab. I didn't have any idea, but I knew in my intellectual awareness that this was very advanced civilization or life forms or whatever they were. They were so far advanced from what we know here on Earth.
There's one state in it, I call it the hobby horses. And they're interlocking, reticulating, vibrating hobby horses. And I use that's what they seem like to me. They interlock and they form a visual pattern that seems infinite to escape. And then you're on the inside, outside, every side. And so it's less possible to use, words start to escape you.
The texture of the space was very much like an animated Mexican tile. It seemed to be hyper vivid in color, in a technicolor sense, but also very clay-like and earthy. Pointing towards Earth, but not really being of Earth. There was no eye. It was just a sense of being suspended in this incredible golden space, like a cathedral made of stained glass of all imaginable colors, unbelievable brilliance and saturation. Just this amazing pattern. This gigantic dome felt like the size of a small planet. And there were these winged beings. I don't remember exactly what they were, like angels, something like angels, that were majestically confined in this space. There was something about the quality of our life that you've never seen. It was like a sense of my sense was that at some point there was this sense, this is the divine realm. This is the divine realm. It was not like a thought, but it was like this implicit kind of rocking recognition.
It was all very, very impersonal until I got to the space where I realized that I was in the area where souls await rebirth. And I was there, and I had been there so many times before. I recognized it, and this incredible transcendent peace came over me. I had never in my life ever felt such peace. Everything was stripped away. Every hope, every fear, every attachment to the material world was completely stripped out of me. I was free to just be the essence of a soul.
After the medicine wore off, there is that familiar sensation of coming back into your body. That was most experiences of coalescing back into sensory awareness and a sense of the body that becoming more substantial. It's part of the body. Okay.
So Laura removes the eye shields, and I ask, not really with my eyes open, like I ask, how long is my wrong? And Rick chimes in like 15 minutes. For a moment, I'm shocked. I'm like, mind, has to try to catch up because now the whole cognitive dissonance experience has to catch up. It's 1,000 years of experience in 15 minutes. Well, to say the least, it was fun.
I mean, it's amazing. I mean, it's amazing what a human being can experience in a hospital bed. I mean, they can experience almost the whole universe. Life, death, everything in between.
This is not some recreational thing, and I don't believe anybody should enter this lightly. It is life transformative. It will perhaps shake you enough to realize, that you need to be awake to the fact that you don't know, and that is the beginning of starting to know.
What we see here is such a tiny part of what is real. I get really frustrated because, of course, there's no way to prove that where I went was deep space, that I encountered, other entities, other life forms that exist in this universe. At some point, maybe our civilization will become advanced enough and will throw off these anchors of impossible thought that these things are impossible. It's not. Everything that exists when we can see it.
I wrapped up the studies in 95 and really just had to take a break for a couple of years. I was aware of a growing sense of discomfort with what I was doing because I just couldn't explain it. And it seemed to me if I couldn't model and explain what was going on that I was doing, just bringing people to the edge of these kinds of experiences, it seemed like I ought to. I was a little bit responsible to sort of pushing people off the cliff without really knowing exactly what it was, accepting and understanding and feeling comfortable with that level. And, I think what began dawning on me after a while once I stopped the study was that I was really dealing with those spiritual phenomena. What do these experiences say about the nature of reality, the nature of our minds, or the function of our brain that we can so quickly shift into these alternate realities? Let's take a step back and consider how these experiences inform us about ourselves, our consciousness, and symbiosis of the two. It started seeming to me that what was happening with EMT, particularly with respect to some of these reports of entering parallel or alternative freestanding parallel sorts of realms of existences, that indeed was what their consciousness was doing. The chemistry of their brain, which is the organ of consciousness, was being changed by DMT in such a way that they could then receive information that we weren't able to receive
Yes, they're the experiences from DMT and ayahuasca, and they have their function. But if we also look at what it enables us to see,
It just rips that filtering mechanism away for a few minutes, and for a few minutes you're immersed in sort of this raw data sphere of input, of sensory input, of memories, of associations. I mean, it seems like the brain builds reality out of these things, what you're experiencing, what you have experienced, and how you associate and synthesize these things together to tell yourself a story, essentially, about what's going on, where you are in space.
It's the brain that helps us to process all this information and read for us in addition to what our world is all about. But we're trapped in the brain. However, in spiritual experiences where people feel that they get beyond the self, in certain types of psychedelic experiences where you have incredible sensory and other types of phenomena, people really feel like they are able to kind of get outside of their brain. We have to take a very big look at what is going on within them when they have the experience and try to understand how it happens physiologically and try to make sense of it from the subjective perspective as well as the objective. I don't think you can just say, let's just explain it away on the basis of science.
What I was doing early on when I was sharing these reports that were interpreting the collective psychological brain chemistry aberrations or whatever, that there was a part of the brain that was being dinged that was responsible for the appearance phenomena.
This is not a new phenomenon. Entities in altered states recognized for an extremely long time in many cultures. Helpers, spirit assistants, angels, all of these different entities have been fairly common throughout man's experience in altered states and through much of man's mythology.
But I don't think it's out of the possibility that people are in some way interacting with some sort of an intelligence or sentient being or something that exists at some level that's not in this three-dimensional physical plane.
I'm looking at it from a sense of, okay, is the drug healing you? Is it helping you? And or is it giving you the tools? What are you bringing back? What you bring back, I think, has to be something more than there are these entities out there. The best psychedelic explorers are people who realize that even the truths they see on a trip are not truths, but new models, new what ifs, alternative frames.
Unless there is a map and a clear methodology, then one will just have a variety of different experiences. All these various experiences that have been reported from near-death experiences, alien abductions, encounters, sexual ecstasy, I think all of these experiences, in fact, are fractals. We understand the concept of fractal geometry. No matter how small it is, it contains everything that is in the picture. And thus, that validates profoundly all these various experiences.
Just count the phenomenon as hallucinatory or imaginary. It's maybe more useful to look at a mechanism of action. If it is real, then perhaps that is going on.
Look, there's extraordinarily regular phenomena that come up with these things that clearly link in many ways to these larger human issues around mysticism, religious experience, or encounters with other entities. And here we have it. And if you can't go in there and really go in there and account for this material inside your neuroscientific framework, you're leaving a huge gap. You got to account for this stuff the way you got to account for dreams, the way you got to account for all sorts of psychoactive responses.
Using DMT as a postmodern model as a kind of between our consciousness and a consciousness of not sort of reality.
DMT works. I would try to wrap mathematical vocabulary around the specialized metaphorical vibration and how vibrations can really inform the value that key to the relationship between the spiritual realm and the ordinary realm. This was the window that was opened by DMT.
Psychedelic drugs or other types of pharmacological substances can help to induce a state where people feel that they touch a deeper sense of reality, where they understand reality on a more fundamental level, and they gain a great deal of insight and knowledge into the ways in which the world works and how they are as human beings supposed to relate to that.
DMT has somehow, it seems to me in my experience, more of a breakthrough LSD. It's constructed, it's more supportive of the dream future. And it is in itself more of a mystery. Because of this little stuff, there's something that has intelligence. That is actually
So what is the nature of reality and what is the nature of how we experience it? Can we understand it better? Are we capable of understanding reality on some very fundamental levels? And what do we need to do in order to prepare for that?
There are parallel universes that see it as well as the rest of the theory of quantum physics. There's dark matter, which is a huge amount of the matter in the universe, 5%. Whereas radical ideas, cosmological extension in some ways, instead of using machines to see instead of using the brain.
There are fields which are undiscovered so far, which have no mystery. Gravitational the electromagnetic fields are known for all of these physics are new discoveries. Dark energy is even newer discovery. Beyond that are more discoveries yet coming beyond our cosmos itself. Higher dimensions, as they say.
I still don't have very much use for the concept of God, but I do believe that there are higher levels, transcendent levels of reality, and I'm actually now starting to really believe that the brain is not the source of consciousness. It's not really who we are, but it's more like a radio tube or something way bigger.
Are these experiences, spiritual experiences, or otherwise, are they created by physiological processes, or is the brain itself responding to something that's going on? And the fact that somebody may actually find a way of turning on their brain to spiritual experiences. Again, I mean, I'm not sure that that necessarily diminishes the reality or the realness of what these experiences are about. And the pharmacology or psychopharmacology of psychedelic experiences turned out to be essentially the same as religious or spiritual experiences. It would help us to understand where these experiences are occurring within the brain. I'm actually quite convinced that probing the biological basis of moral behavior, I think these primary religious experiences really are the bedrock of the world's religion.
Research and knowledge, speculation about the milk body and the DMT is in fact the hand of God that is interacting with our natural evolution to stimulate and accelerate the process of redemption of individual and of collective enlightenment.
Because of my ayahuasca experiences, I consider myself a spiritual person. I know things now that I didn't know.
This experience is so familiar for a lot of different people and is so easily acquired and so much information
Ranging from new forms of medical treatment to a better understanding of the universe to life-changing spiritual revelations, these natural tools offer us the ability to seek creative knowledge, tools that could positively affect life on our planet. Let's answer Dr. Strassman's question. If so, so what?
Because of the collapse of consciousness, spiritual and scientific knowledge split apart. Both these modes of knowing have to come together. In other words, science and technology, from a traditional religious perspective, is not an expert. It is part of the process by which humanity is going to evolve to this next stage.
How do we find the right form for psychedelics in the future? But assuming that psychedelics are part of the future, right? At the moment they're still generally repressed and suppressed. If that were to change, how would we begin to construct a kind of system that would allow for kind of rational and mature approach to psychedelics?
You're not listening.
The name of the game is to
Hey, those LA Raiders
show
shoes, baby.
science the purpose
Oh,
of
for sure.
somewhat
Oh, you
of
never seen so many Dominican
and
ladies.
it's not just crazy stuff, which shouldn't be considered as, let's say, not even worthy of interest or legitimate. I actually think because it's declared off bounds, it just makes it interesting to start with. But one doesn't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, and I think it's really important to stay faithful to science.
What is why is there a part of the brain that seems to be, for lack of a better word, a god detect? What's the evolutionary advantage to having some part of the brain that seems to, trigger and mediate experiences of the transcendent?
Kabbalah is revealing to us that the mental body is actually the very edge of the higher dimension. It is penetrating into our lower dimension, and it is located precisely in the middle of the brain.
I can remember reading about Descartes thinking that it was actually an interface between the spiritual dimension and the dimension of matter. And I remember studying that as a foolish idea from our history. And now it seems actually like a very interesting idea.
What we are looking for out there is really in here. It is the doorway. It is the gate.
So we focus on the transformative effect of psychedelic, but it's also true that the reverse is true, that it requires transformation in order to embrace psychedelics. It's one of the tricky paradoxes of postmodernism that psychedelics both acquire and produce a transformative effect.
We have severed our connection to spirit.
Right,
That's what our
so,
society has done. It has sought to persuade us that
That's
the material
okay,
realm is the only realm. The only way we're going to recover is to reconnect with spirit. I truly believe we need the help of the gods.
and that's why you and that's what
Part of our work is to respect these
This was the underdog.
and then
This
to
was a small
change the
country
culture
within my recent
that
days.
people
Remember
doing them can be
these
respected
words.
and held.
Someday, please
Not
Violet,
everybody
you are small today,
needs to do
but
them.
you
Not
will be
everybody
mighty
should or wants
tomorrow.
to. But it
Where
isn't
is he?
pushed to the side. And so part of that does involve research, because that's how in our reductionist society we validate things.
The passing of the year and the opportunity for sober reflection, I think
What are you
there's a
doing
growing
now?
appreciation that there may be something to gain from studying these compounds. There's a lot we can learn, and there may very well be treatment models, particularly for patient populations for whom conventional treatments are ineffective. The psychedelic model, when utilized optimally, may provide great benefit.
I think the most important thing that we could do right now that would be fairly straightforward to do is to ask and answer the question of whether ayahuasca could help people who have drug and alcohol abuse. And given that we know that DMT and similar alkaloids have a very strong effect on the same receptor sites that are involved in depression, and the notion that most people, in my experience, who use drugs and alcohol are self-medicating with depression or an anxiety.
I've had permission now over the last few years to utilize psilocybin, which is the acrid alkaloid of hallucinogenic mushrooms, in the treatment of patients with advanced stage cancer who have anxiety. We're treating the anxiety, not the cancer. Now, the psilocybin is 4-phosphoryloxy and then dimethyltryptamine. So obviously, from a chemical structure point of view, very similar to DMT.
Ultimately, what I want to do is see these things used in the way that they were used traditionally to heal people, help people. And right now, helping people come to terms with dying.
It changes your whole relationship to your death, your impending death. Believe it or not, you're going to die. And now, with this tool and having crossed over already, some of the fear around that will disappear.
Now I'm beginning to wonder whether consciousness may actually survive biological death. That maybe the model that we've been working under, the psychiatry and the behavioral pharmacology model, is just wrong. It's backwards.
Yes.
The consciousness is primary.
If you're like super black, you're like, dude, I don't want to fuck anything that doesn't look like night.
By practicing a transient dying experience.
What about this?
Thus far,
Chocolate making me
observing
fuck
very positive
she ain't
effects
dark enough, baby. I'm one of those bitches
during the session and then the subsequent effects on
that
mood
you don't even
regulation,
know if she in the room because she's smiling.
pain perception,
Really? Yeah, I want to
quality of life for cancer patients. By and large,
I want one of them bitches that look
quite
blue.
well identified. They
I
have
want one of them blue bitches. You know what I mean?
For those people who do come to terms with it, part of it is a recognition that these psychedelics open up a space that they were their existence and sort of give them a vision of what could be past death, as well as a better perspective on the emotions they lead in life, a better feeling about what they've done to their lives.
More or less into the same higher realm and receiving some information from there and develop this to be absorbed into ordinary science that we can approach with the scientific method and so on. And our intelligence, our capability of survival on planet Earth increased. We're a dying species. We have our dying planet to be human. So our disease is extremely serious. And therefore we're desperate to find new information, ideas, and so on that can transcend, we have to evolve our intellectual evolution. Being predicated upon the psychedelic ideas.
It's so easy to change the world. I mean, and that's the kind of thing that you can see on psychedelics. If you don't get trapped in the beauty and awe of the psychedelic experience itself. You know, it's like looking through the chandelier of reality from a different vantage point. You know, you can now project through those crystals in another way, and it's beautiful. But okay, come back. You know, now come back.
I think if I ever were to resume giving people psychedelics, particularly DMT, it would be just to kind of tinker with brain chemistry and just see what's happening. I think one of the things I also learned in research is that you just don't want to give drugs and see what happens. There's a little calluses that the first word comes to mind. I think if you're really going to
people read that.
people up like that,
oh, whatever, Rabbi ROTHSCHILD.
find
Really?
are
Yeah,
this
it's
kind of
pretty funny.
two-edged
What
swords,
else? Just shut the
simultaneously
fuck up.
opening up to the numinous world, to the world of messages, the world of spirits, the world of
Hashtag
entities.
viral
And at the
rabbi.
same time, there's taking that material into the acid bath of neurology, into sociology, into the ongoing construction of reality. And the wisdom that these things bring is this kind of very tricky mixture of authentic religious experience with gods and messages and clear signs and a sort of remarkable mirror.
Scale 1 to 10. How fucked are you?
The
1,000.
curiosity, perhaps the uniqueness of the human creature, is that we live in both realms. We have the ability for spiritual experience, and we have the ability for physical experience. The agenda of the spirit world, if there is an agenda, is to allow us to experience our full potential and to deliver our full potential.
All right, you gotta check your shit.
Maybe the choices that we are making right now as a civilization and a society are found far beyond ourselves.
I think DMT is a forcible reminder that there's
sure.
a lot more about reality, the universe, ourselves, biosphere, whatever. There's a lot more to it than we
It seems our reality is not the only reality. Occasionally the cracks reveal themselves and they even want to be discovered. As humans, we are creatures that thirst for knowledge. We spend time, money, and infinite energy searching for it. In schools, in churches, business, and in technology. Knowledge is power. Thus, our greatest quest. Dimethyltryptamine, a molecule with a complex name and the simplest ability to unlock the door to another dimension. Perhaps, just perhaps, our future evolution.
Let's fuck that on. Oh man, that is space back. So what is that? It updates my PlayStation 4. Maybe. I don't have a copy. Yeah, that space ended, yo. Mighty party. How about you stop being a fuck, you little bitch? Are you done? $333. What you want? Oh, that was tight. Yeah, she's like, I like how you watch none of it. No, it's like super important. Okay, black tie heroin. Yeah. Why? Well, I don't know. Just in this dream, I think more something about black tie heroin. It was very interesting. Why are you watching it? HBO. It's the best.
That's a gram black tar heroin. This gram is $60 a gram. You get 4 quarters to a gram, 2 halves to a gram. Out of all the heroins in the world, Mexican heroin is the worst. It looks like shit and does your body like shit.
All girls come to the city and are showered with heroin if they want it. I felt the rush, and it was pretty incredible, you know. It was like, it was over. That's what the rush is what got me.
Bored with my life. I'm not doing anything, and I start doing it again.
I see the kids, I tell them, go home, get out the city before it's too late. Just want to sleep, sleep forever, Just want to do that shot and be high and just go into the afterlife high. Beautiful dresses. After this, there will be fast cats. After this, there will be no more. After this, there will be no more. Well, first thing you know, just a million. Folks said Jed was away from there. Said California, the place you ought to be. So you load up a truck in San Francisco, swimming pools, Chucky's on every corner. Tracy. Tracy, it's ready.
I grew up in Westchester, Ohio. As a child, I was precocious. I was extremely advanced in school. I was tested as having a near genius IQ really early, and I became a really depressed kid. I started becoming a compulsive eater. It was just difficult. We had seen that Sid and Nancy movie, and I'd heard about heroin, and it just seemed like be something interesting to do as a life experience, because I always said I wanted to try to do everything once. I wondered kind of what it would be like to be that high that you die, and maybe it would be kind of like a dream, like. When I was young, I thought of being a lawyer, like a 30-year-old lawyer with a kid. So I told my mother that.
Yeah, well, that was because Frank Jordan, but now we got a new mayor.
Climbing out, we stumble around, all smoking, soaked to the bone. I carry the crown of a girl underground. I'm down for a sweet ride. I'm down for a sweet ride. I'm down for a sweet ride. So follow me down. Once was lost, now I'm found.
I was born in 1974, and my mom's a lesbian, and this is how she described it to me. You know, was she was a heroin addict when she got pregnant with me, and what had happened is she went to this party over at a girlfriend of hers house and got really high, and the next morning she had woke up in her girlfriend's bed. She was naked, and like a couple of weeks later was getting really sick. So she went to the doctor, and then she found out she was pregnant. So she didn't know who my dad was, and I never knew who he was either. Usually I wake up, first thing I do is I fix. Yeah, that's good. It takes me about a half an hour to an hour to find a vein to the head. It takes a bunch of tries and stuff. Here. Usually do my dope and go back to sleep, or relax a little while. Then I go out, try to pull a day, make some money. I was calling you, let you know that I wanted to see you if you still want to see me. That seems to be the only thing that I'm any good at as far as making money. I'm not any good at breaking into cars, or I have too much of a conscience, to rob innocent people. And I've been raped 4 times in my life, prostituting, and it's really hard. I don't like it. I mean, it's very degrading, and the people that pick me up, they do. They try to make you feel. I mean, they try to degrade you as much as possible. I mean, they get off on that. They get off on making you feel like a piece of meat.
At first you're doing dope, you're getting high, then I think you're gonna die, because it's like you keep trying to put some more. It's like I don't even think, half the times, around the last times I was putting dope in my arm, I wasn't getting high no more. It was to the line, and then I overdosed the last time I did some heroin. I'm clean and sober now, and I know if I use I'm gonna die. and I don't want to die yet. Step through the house. Scared to go to sleep. When I do, I wake up feeling scared. My girlfriend calls me and holds me when I cry. I tell her that I'm scared. Ask her if she thinks I'll die. She tells me I'm okay. I don't believe her, but it makes me feel better anyway. We just got a check, so we've been partying it up. Probably spent maybe $300-400 since the first, and it's the third now. We're just finna shoot a 101 right now. It's like a quarter heroin, about a dime of coke.
Really fluctuates. Sometimes we have good days or good weeks where we have a lot of extra cash in blood. Other times we have a dry spell where we're broke and we scrape and we might only spend maybe $10-20 a day. As your habit progresses and dehydration starts setting in, your veins get really, really small in diameter. And it's easy to miss, and when you miss, the shit just kind of sits in the blood and the muscle tissue. And
Just shut up while I'm fixing.
Well, my mom's happy that I'm here because it's the first time she's had a permanent address for me in about 2 years. You know, she loves it that I'm here. She loves the fact that she knows that I'm safe. I want to go back and finish school. I've always wanted to go back and finish school, and I want to stay off drugs by taking myself out of the drug environment for a while and then trying to get my head together. That's the thing that I keep thinking about is I want to have kids. I can't have kids on drugs, and I don't want to have kids on drugs, and I don't want to get pregnant on drugs. And I've never been pregnant, and I don't want to have a baby on drugs at all. I just want to have a pretty healthy baby, whether I have a husband or not. I need to do something different with my life, but it's hard to stay away from drugs because they're everywhere. That's why I came out here. You know, part of the reason I came out here is peace and love and drugs and sex and whatever. That's the whole San Francisco image. And I just wanted to come out here for a vacation, but when you get strung out, you end up staying someplace a lot longer than you expect. school, we used drugs. Like to us, it was more like a spiritual thing. We were kind of like soul searching or whatever. I had a lot of friends that go down to San Francisco on weekends. They'd tell me that heroin was a really good drug, and a lot of my friends, they read books by William Burroughs and stuff. You stick the needle in, you feel everything kind of just, I don't know, fade away. A lot of times my friends will make fun of me because a lot of times I'll sit there shooting out my dope and I'll leave the needle in my arm for a long time and I'll kind of zone out. It's like, in a way, it's a meditation for me. Most of the time I like to ride around my bike when I'm high. It's like I can kind of just watch the world go by. I like to feel kind of like I'm spying. Kind of just ride around. I can visit other people. I can be kind of like a little worker bee, just buzzing around, seeing what's going on. Then I don't feel like I'm as quite as stuck.
Where are you going? You gonna go back down there?
I'm 6. It's not fair that people can say what's legal. The one thing in the world that makes me happy, that might kill me too, but I mean, that should be my decision. One thing that makes me happy, I can't do.
Well, if 30 kids who are playing Nintendo started going out and massacring people, you'd probably outlaw that.
Well, wait a minute. You're trying to say that, like, every 30 people that does dope go out and massacre people?
No, but I'd say 30 people out of 50 go out and commit crimes to get money. Did we tell you about that guy who was in my room?
Oh yeah, you know,
No, in my room? No, look at my chest.
Licking your chest?
Okay. My friend stayed over and he left, and he told my girlfriend, lock the door. And she'd go back to sleep, and she didn't lock the door. And I start feeling somebody licking my chest, and I think it's my girlfriend, so I go like this with her, to her hair.
Yeah.
And it's kinky black, black man hair. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is not my girlfriend. What the fuck you doing in my room? Bam! Miracles and lucky charms. Like the girl of my dreams, the girl in my arms. Cause we'll come to the ball tonight, and I'll have my hands full tonight, and everything will be real alright, because she's coming, she's coming, she's coming, oh tonight, she's coming. I met Jennifer, my girlfriend now, and we're just bored, so we started doing heroin. I usually do about 3/4 a day. It's $15 a quarter. So that's $45. It's not bad.
Which one did I do? Did I do this one or did I do this one?
I like being high. I guess it's the way that you get high from it. It's instantly. It's pow. You do it and 2 seconds later you're high.
Ah. Bam. You guys are lucky. This doesn't usually happen to me. I either have to probe at my arms or it ends up in my muscles. That's why I have fucked up arms. Because I muscle it so much. Ooh, I'm so proud of myself.
I made this when I was younger. These are just different ribbons and warts.
This is a certificate for Constitutional Bicentennial Essay. This is Mickey Mouse Club. Jessica Winstead is a musketeer in good standing of the Mickey Mouse Club. And this is for Oklahoma City. Gerber Baby Pageant. This is the 18 honor row.
That person has 6,000 people.
This is a picture of me.
Oh, I know.
I don't know how old I was.
What was your life like then? Tell me about your life at that age. Can you talk to me again about your grandfather?
My grandfather moved in with me and my mom, and that was like the first time he was a part of the family, you know, in a lot of years, because he had faked a suicide off the Golden Gate Bridge. And he moved in and he was sleeping on the floor, and then I guess it hurt his back, so he started sleeping in the bed with me, and then he started abusing me, just like touching me, making me touch him. And then I was 5, it was the first time he had sex with me. And I ended up having to get braces put on my hips. What the story was is I fell down some stairs and they like knocked my hips out of place. Is what we told my mom and even the doctors. That's all I really want to talk about.
What?
Wait. That did hurt a little. Just look back and pull back. Ow, ow, fuck, ow.
I think for a lot of girls, it's also kind of like a sexual thing. It takes away, like most of the girls I know, it takes away a lot of their sexuality. They don't want to be with a man. When they have heroin, they have their drug, and that's what makes them happy. It's kind of like a fulfillment. And with most of the boys I know, they still have those feelings. Okay, we got 20 minutes. Go away. We're gonna take the whole 20 minutes too. It's kind of satisfies like a hunger. You know, like with me, I'm always kind of hungry, like more like for food. And heroin takes away that hunger for food. It takes away most all feeling there is at all, except for the feeling of heroin.
Thank you.
That feels fucking nice. Oh, look. A little bit of breakout. There's blood on the wall, and most of the blood is from me. It's a lot of wasted dope. So the drugs that I didn't finish, I get too frustrated when it's in the needle. I'll squirt it up on the wall. The other day, I found this mouse, and I was gonna do something with it. I was gonna kind of preserve him. I found him on the steps. It just looks so funny, a little pancake mouse. But I don't know, and I was gonna maybe make a decoration out of him. I haven't really been doing any of my drawings, and I do like these journals, and I kind of make little collage type things in them that are just like, oh, this one's not very good, but this one's got some good things in it. The female body, and it's always just been fascinating to me. Women, I don't know, they have a power that a man just does not have. I think one of the scariest things is seeing a friend of mine go out and do something like do special favors for somebody for money so they can get their dough. That to me is just like, I can't see myself ever finding that an option. It's just gone too far, and I get those offers all the time, and I can't say that sometimes when I'm just really feeling desperate that I just don't, I don't think,
everybody else does it, but then I know deep down inside that I could never forgive myself for doing something like that.
I'm gonna go out to make money prostituting. I go up to Polk Street, wait around for somebody to come by who thinks I'm attractive. And I tell them that I don't do anything anal. I just pretty much like to get my dick sucked or this and that. I don't get anything less than $40. I'm doing it since I was 14. I guess after a certain time, it's just do it, get it over with, and it's done. And that's it. I mean, it doesn't really bother me.
He's straight. He's not gay. He doesn't enjoy what he does. And he's the man that I love, the person I'm going to spend the rest of my life with. And my opinion is that it does affect him mentally. And I think that's a lot of the reason he does drugs and a lot of the reason he does the things he does. He just refuses to admit it. I mean, say I want to make love and he'll be like, oh, well, a lot of times he just says he's tired. But I know it's because he doesn't want to do it because he's already had to come or whatever.
Usually it's like I can't usually come with my dates, and a lot of dates want me to come, and I've tried, and then I don't come, and then I come home and you want me to have sex with you, and I don't want to,
But I need to be touched and loved too.
You act like I never touched you.
How many times have we been intimate in the last 3 months? 3 times. Since we've been in San Francisco, we have been intimate 3 times.
How you doing today? I've told my friends that I'm HIV positive. I feel like that was the biggest mistake I could ever make, because most of them, they don't want anything to do with me now. If I have dope, then fine, they're right there. But when it's gone, so are they. I'm not really so much scared of death. I'm scared of the way that AIDS kills you. I don't want to go through that pain, I've been through enough pain. Then I said, fuck it, I'm gonna die, so I might as well enjoy my life while I can. And so I just got really strung out. When I got these fucking people who, like, when I fucking, give them my money for so, fuck them all, Taking these out. Well, yeah, I'm breaking out, like, all over my fucking legs, my face, armpits, fucking dope. And these pants were the only fucking pair of pants that fit me last month. There's no way I could lose this much fucking weight from this dope alone.
Oh, y'all are too fucking cool. Drive around and watch a guy tuck in his shirt. That's what I want to do on a fucking Tuesday night, is drive around and fucking hustling out and watch a guy tuck in his shirt and laugh.
I don't know. I'm really lonely. And it's not a sexual loneliness or companionship loneliness. It's just loneliness. Period.
There was so much drugs up in there, it was sick. Except for the last month and a half I was there. A couple weeks ago, somebody offered me some drugs and I turned them down. I didn't want them. I didn't want to go like that. But that's a playpen.
These are on sale for $3. Nike socks and Adidas shoes.
Where the baby is.
But I went and got a new pair of shoes. I got a t-shirt. And I still got money left over to get a room for a little while. Until I find a decent place, you know what I'm saying? So. I know that, Mom. I know my mom well enough that I don't want her to enable me to get back into doing drugs. I don't want to do that. I'm not even going to go there with her. If I was going to if I would have asked her to send me more money leaving the jail, she would have sent me more money, but I didn't want her to send me more money. I wanted just enough that I could see how I did, one day at a time, 1 week at a time, rather than having her invest all of her emotions and time and stuff into something if I was going to fail, because no matter what, I love my mom. So this is my GA hotel. Whoops. This is the period of my probation. Try again. I'm happy to be out of jail, but I'm just thinking, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I don't know.
How you doing, Tracy? Where you been? How much did you get out?
5 months and 20 days.
Good. Came out of weight.
Yeah. Wear my shoes? Okay, whatever.
She's a good person. And my friend died 2 weeks ago. And I tell all my friends that I care about that heroin can kill you. I've done it before. And I'm glad I got it.
Yeah, Anthony Zay died.
I hate it.
He Yeah.
But you know what? I pray for you right now. Just so that God gives you
Okay.
strength to stay away from that shit.
Okay, fine. I won't buy any drugs. I won't go buy any drugs.
I'll buy it.
What?
I'll buy it. Still have to buy it.
Wasn't all that great. If I went in a restaurant and did it, I don't know if I would have done it. It's like an impulse decision. Yeah. I just didn't like the feeling. I didn't like the feeling of being out of control. I
thought it was going to be different. I mean, when I remembered it in jail, it was different than it was when I did it. It wasn't the same thing at all.
Well, my mom, she's giving Jackie a really hard time because she thinks that I need a man to take care of me. Her boyfriend, though, he's always at work. He doesn't say much about us, but I can tell he kind of doesn't really like us there. He's nice, though. He's a nice guy, but everything that we are is against his religion. He's a Jehovah's Witness. And everything that we do is satanic. You want to see this? Just look in here. All these are little Bibles. Everything in this whole thing is little Jehovah's Witness Bibles. The Jehovah's have some phrases, reasoning from the scriptures, God's words or man's. We had a big argument about that one. He tries to give me a big explanation about that. Oh, but there's Playboy right here.
Buzz off the sport.
Got an SF, I didn't drink for a year. Didn't think about drinking, there's all those drugs.
Evil of heroin.
My mom's home.
Now let's get over here. I'll show you. You can take a picture of this. Here I sit on my lap. This is where she always, that I want her. She always makes fun of me.
I'm a little too big to be sitting on my mother's lap.
No, she's not, is she?
I'm 21 years old and I'm sitting on my mom's lap.
Where'd you get mine?
At work.
What do you think?
Oh, yeah. Get it. $5. Is that okay for now? No, I need 20. Okay. Every day we'll wake up late, something fucked up will happen, and the next thing you know, we're like, guess we're gonna go panhandle for some dope, and that's what we do. We panhandle all day just to get a little tiny bit of dope, and it doesn't do nothing for us. My mother told me last night, never stick another needle in your arm again. Sure, Mom. 10 for you, 10 for me.
That's the way I'd like to see her again. Just a natural, pretty girl.
I was born in San Francisco. I was raised around here in this area in the Tenderloin. I don't know, we were poor. A lot of times we didn't have money for food, but we always had a roof over our head. My mom always cared for her kids a lot, me and my brother. And my mom was gone a lot, either to work or with her boyfriend. I still love her. She loves me a lot. I guess I am scared of one thing, and that's being alone. You know, that's the one thing that I hated when I was alone. It's really lonely out there. Jennifer, I think she's beautiful. Beautiful person. And we love each other very much. We're gonna get married eventually after we're clean off drugs, and that way it'll be better. Because pretty much all we fight about now is drugs. That's the only thing that we fight about.
All the fancy artificial news.
Not very creative. No, that's not true. I just don't like scary stuff. Hey, is this cheesy? You guys say this is really cheesy.
Sometimes I think he doesn't know anything about it, and then he'll pop up with words like saying, one day I said I was sick and he suggested that I go to methadone. So I've just realized lately that he knows actually more than I thought he did. So.
Me and Lars broke up about a month ago. I started working for an escort service. I did my first date with it last night. It's pretty cool, $130. It's more money, so yeah, I've been using more, but I've lowered a heroin habit. I've just got other habits I've picked up. Started smoking crack. Just because heroin doesn't get me high. Just do something. If you want a blowjob, it's $20. If you want, sex, that's another $20. But some people were trying to come in there with $10, and sometimes it's like, well, fuck, I need the money, so you do it, and then you get through with them. You try to clean up yourself in the car as they're driving you back to where you got picked up, and you stand back on the street. That's what it feels like you just the tissue or something, being wiped. I do it once and I go fix, and I do it like 2 more times and then I go fix, and then I do it a couple more times and I go fix.
doing really good. She's cut way back. I mean, she was doing like 2 grams a day, and now she's down to maybe not even a half gram a day. So she's getting on the right direction, the right path. But I just don't. She's a totally better person, man, when she's not on it. And when she is on it, she's like completely just out of it. I mean, she just lays in bed and we have no relationship. It's just really fucking up our relationship. You gotta fucking be a man about it and just.
He loves me more than heroin. I just can't. I'm a chicken shit about it. I can't. You know, I keep saying I can't do it. I can't do it. You know, and then what is he gonna do if I come home with a fix? Is he gonna be like, oh no, I don't want it?
When I make the decision of that's it, I'm going cold turkey, and if she's not gonna do it, no matter how much I love her, I'm gonna have to leave because my life's more important to me than heroin. Heroin, when you're off heroin, leaves a big void in your life, man.
Recently, I've been thinking, what am I gonna do when I quit doing heroin? And it's like I sit and I go over it for hours and hours and hours, like my plans and this, that, and the other thing. And it seems like getting there should be so easy. All I need to do is kick, but then there's like, what am I gonna do? What am I really gonna do? It's been so long since I've had a straight job or gone to school. It's like even if I wasn't doing heroin, I don't know what the fuck I would want to do with my life. I would have just done it. This is just from the past year, from hitting in my legs. I mean, if I wanted to live a different kind of life, you can't even cover that stuff with pantyhose. You know, I've been fucking dropped in a dumpster or something like that and just been picked up by rats.
Well, fuck that. I remember the first day it hit me. Oh my God, I have AIDS. All the thoughts that went through my head was like, my God, what the fuck did I do? I gotta do what I can in the shortest time I can do it, so I'm gonna go get fucking hot. I don't give a fuck. You know, I gotta get my dope, I gotta make my money, and I gotta keep trying. I don't have time to care for anybody else.
We can get a half right now, but that isn't gonna do us any good.
No, I need money to get home.
No, we'll give you the $10 back.
We sell another bag.
Yeah, then we'll give you that $10 back, and the $10 you.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
I'll give you a dime and a half. $10.
All right. Okay, well, will you run and go do that thing first?
You have to wait a couple of minutes because they can't go in and out because they don't want you selling drugs.
Oh, that's right.
All right, we need $18. So tell them you can buy them. $20.
medicine, please. I gave you $10, right? No, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't give it to me.
It's right here on
Oh, duh. Okay, see, this is my dope. See? I'm gonna go do it to myself again right now. I've already done 2 today. This is my 3rd. I usually do about how many of these do I do a day? 10, 15, 3 or 4 in the morning. 3 or 4 in the morning, 3 or 4 in the afternoon, 3 or 4 at night. For every one of these represents $10, and I usually have sex with someone for $20. So you can imagine how much times a day I have to work.
Film the whole thing, kid.
I'll show you the whole fucking thing here. See all that there? Look at that. That's black tar heroin. That's what it does when you muscle it sometimes. Not good. See all that? That's burned out veins. I have no veins left, not even in my legs. I have no veins in my breast. I have no veins in my neck. I have no veins anywhere left in my body. So if I want to hit a vein and I don't get one, I end up with a needle full of blood. And so then I'm sick, right? And I'm sweating and I'm throwing up on myself and I need to get my dope in me. And the blood is rapidly coagulating and the outfit is getting near a desperate situation. So finally I just jam it in my shoulder and shove it in. And I get an abscess, but at least I get well, hey, you know, but when you're ailing that bad, you'll do anything to make the feeling stop. It's cessation of pain. You want cessation of pain. You want it to stop hurting, man.
So many contradictions and shit about being an addict. So I said I never would use a needle, and I did. And after I got over the fear of the needle, it was pretty much on from then. And I said I never would hit my neck. Now I'm hitting my neck. Now my neck is inflamed. And it's just like, what's it gonna take? You know, to fucking stop. So am I completely fucking insane? Or I just so strung out, so weak, that I just don't care.
Sometimes it makes me happy.
You woke up, I was still asleep. I stay up all night, I read, whatever. You
smoke crack.
No, I don't smoke crack all night. I smoke crack during the afternoon when I get too tired to get out. And don't belittle me, please, like that. That's not right.
That's just factual.
You do speed all the time.
I admitted it too.
You act like a complete fucking freak. This isn't a fight deal, okay, right now, so don't start with me, alright? I'm talking, I'm not arguing, I'm not fucking taking pot shots at you. I'm trying to talk rationally, so don't be a bitch, please.
I'm not, I'm just bringing up
Okay,
things.
I'm a crack smoking fucking asshole. Hold on, Micah. I'm a dick, okay? What fucking ever.
So you told me that you would give me some more dope.
I will give you some more dope. We have company right now, and I think what we're talking about is a little bit more important than fucking shooting drugs. No fucking it. I like to treat people
He thinks that I have to fucking do things to support our habit, but then if I don't come through, then he has to fucking manhandle me to
one time I pushed her in the bathroom.
Push me off the toilet because I didn't share.
Look at the size of you. You probably could kick my ass, man.
And he fucked my hand up and he scared me
that's all it was.
And gets in my face. That showed that dope was more important than me.
I was sick for 10 fucking hours straight. And,
but dope was more important than me.
Dope was more important than that one, and yeah, I was sick. I think you should fucking be quiet. You're embarrassing yourself.
I'm not.
There you are. Thanks, man.
And then he has a way of cutting me off.
I never pushed you around to the point where fucking you were in danger. You just got fucking scared. That was the only thing that happened. You didn't expect it of me. You thought, see, you treat me like.
No, I did expect it of you.
No, you didn't expect me.
Because you told me you slapped other girlfriends years before, and then you said it was over, and you left, and you said this isn't right.
I slapped one girl before, and who is it?
Go away. get up into it with this. I've been thinking about how my mom I'm tired of this X-ray business. I'm way tired of it. I'm about to the point of just robbing people, but I can't do that. Because I'll go to jail. Because some stupid person will just have to try to take a swing at me and I'll have to cut them up in little pieces. And just taking drugs. Living a fucking really risky life. I got motherfuckers coming down the alley trying to rob you and shit. And rape you. They figured out it was a girl before they figured out I had drugs. Or both. They smoke my drugs and rape me at the same time. Things like that. And a year from now, at the rate I'm going, I'll be dead.
Since we were trying to have an affair, we were lovers, we still are. It certainly wasn't helping the relationship at all, to have one partner in a knot and the other partner not in a knot.
I got put in psychiatric ward Friday because I tried to kill myself last Thursday. With an overdose, I shot 4 grams of heroin and it didn't kill me. I was very pissed off. That really pissed me off for 2 reasons. For one, my habit was so high that 4 fucking grams of dope couldn't kill me. For 2, I didn't die.
When I saw that his behavior was getting erratic, borderline psychotic, dangerous to himself and potentially dangerous to others, some sort of change needed to be done. And though I don't feel very comfortable about putting him on the street, we all have different bottoms, I guess. And he has yet to reach his bottom. You're not really taking responsibility.
Can you get this little water in that?
You can't turn it all around on me.
I'm not, James. James, listen for a second at yourself. No, listen to yourself for a second. I can't turn it all around onto you. Have you not heard me fucking say I? That means I am taking responsibility for what I did.
Hey, don't scream at me.
Well, James, it's pissing me off when you're sitting here saying that I'm not taking responsibility for my fuck-ups. You don't think I can talk you out of sleeping bag money, dude?
What?
You don't think I can talk you out of some sleeping bag money, dude?
I thought that you already conned me out of sleeping bag. I'm just using your word. Money.
Con you out of sleeping bag money.
Using your word.
Using my word.
You said
What do you mean?
Con.
You're using
You said the word con.
When?
You said
when?
Right now, you just said you don't think that I could con you out of money.
No, I didn't. Well, maybe I did.
Excuse me.
Bad choice of words.
Bad choice of words, okay.
Actually, I thought what I was saying was, you don't think I could talk you out of fucking sleeping bag money.
I can find you a sleeping bag, maybe. What'd you do? Hurt yourself on the step?
Yeah, excuse me.
You right, Jake?
Shut up! Leave me alone!
Okay. Let me know if I can help you.
Fucking hurt me, Steve. You don't want to hurt myself. Nobody fucking cares about sunkies, man. You can walk all over sunkies. I'm packing up my shit, James. That's what's up. And I'm trying to figure out something that I can take from you to show you how it feels to have something fucking taken.
Listen.
I left Ben because, well, first of all, he had a history of being abusive with people that he'd been with, and he showed signs that he was going to be abusive towards me, so I wasn't going to stay with him. You know, I told him if he ever raised a hand to me or did something like that, I would leave. I don't know why I stayed when he kicked me off the toilet. You know, that was a sign that something like that was going to happen. I don't know why I stayed. But I came back one day and he slapped me, and that was the end of that. Okay. Well, I'm going to call you Sunday or Monday. We'll tell you what's going on with me, okay? Just, I'm trying to work on some things while I'm going to call you, okay? I just don't want to get your hopes up. Okay, so. Okay, Mom. I love you. I know, Mom. I know. It's 3 years. 3 years. She really wants me to come on. She asked me what I look like and stuff. She hasn't seen me in almost, it's coming up on 3 years. I mean, I feel good that my mom loves me. It makes me very, very happy. I just haven't kept in contact with them. And she knows that I'm not keeping in contact with them because I'm, you know, she knows in the back of her head that it's because I'm back on drugs. She just doesn't want to believe it. You know, because I tell her all the time that I'm not. Because I can't live without the money she sends me, and I don't want to break her heart.
Holidays just make me think about how much I love my family, and I'd love to see them. You know, I just don't know how. You know, I'm getting older. It's weird. Think about how old I am now compared to when I first got here. And all the time I've spent being strung out on drugs, and I don't want that for myself anymore. But I mean, I know that the dope is no good for me. Although I think there are worse things in the world than shooting dope.
Don't know who you are. You get your life from the start. But I could see in the dark.
Also, just for the record, we have made a 487 C. This view of our that day.
Nothing can be so strange as to make you want to stay. I found out a long time ago. There's a voice in my head. I can't remember what it said. It said,
It just seems like I haven't been away from it very long, and I still want it every day. And so I can't really see anything else.
always answer the phone. Never go all alone. But I never long alone.
I don't want anybody to feel pity on me. I just, nobody decided, nobody forced me to become a junkie. It was my decision. A poor decision, but still, these are the things that we have to live with.
Hi, Grandma. I'm okay. How are you? Merry Christmas to you, too. Now, happy holidays. It's been 6 years since I started using heroin. So you get to spend Christmas alone, too, Grandma? Like to, change everything. I wish I was there, Grandma. Killing and destroying myself. Yes, it did. Thank you very much. Did you pick out the sweatshirts? Grandma, I told Mom for like 1,000 years now, and I like them at all. But I don't like sweatshirts or jogging suits or none of that. Oh, Grandma, I love you lots and I miss you lots. I'm gonna say your big kisses and the very best for the Christmas. Okay. Bye-bye.
At the dark end of the street, that's where we always meet. Just a shadow where we don't belong, living in darkness to hide our wrong. You and me at the dark end of the street. You and me. I know time's gonna take its toll. We've got to give back all the love we stole. It's a sin and we know it's wrong, but our love keeps going on strong. You and me at the dark end of the street, just you and me. They're gonna find us, they're gonna find us, they're gonna find us someday. We'll steal away to the dark end of the street, just you and me.
And we've seen it in universities, we've seen them in elementary schools, and now we have seen them used against first graders.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Look at this move. Okay. Paul, what are you doing? Okay, my big five. Being super cool. Goodness, do this.
Is Peso Pluma Mexican music's next global superstar?
Are you saying good?
The Latin genre has been growing in popularity over the years, and Peso is at the center of the explosion. But what is regional Mexican? And what is it about Peso and the other new artists today catching everyone's attention? This is Billboard Explains, Peso Pluma and the Mexican Music Boom. Regional Mexican is an umbrella term that consists of genres from different parts of Mexico and the United States, like banda, tejano, corridos, norteño, sierreño, and mariachi. It has been around for more than a century, creating a foundation and fan base thanks to artists like Los Tigres del Norte, Cristian Nodal, and the late Jenny Rivera.
Yo, dog. That was tight. Did you make a mistake? Yeah. There was one that you wanted to watch. What was it? Her thing? I'm the biggest West Side gangster life has ever seen. Thanks for the update, baby. WGBH kicks ass. It's very West Side. WGBH, even though it's located in Boston, it's very West Side. Yo.
The story goes that 20 men were sent to Cali.
En agua prieta, Sonora, en el norte de México.
Here is where a legend was made.
Debajo de la frontera hacia Arizona, donde los gringos disfrutan de la mercancía que mandamos con nuestros carritos. Debajo de la frontera se existen nosotros. Le pusieron Coquenali de nombre a este túnel en concreto. En su construcción colaboraron los mejores arquitectos. El que comisionó aquel trabajo fue un tal Chapo Guzmán.
Truman, in my opinion, is the most dangerous criminal in the world, second to none. Joaquin Guzman Lorea, alias Chapo Guzman, is attempting to avoid the most significant and persistent pursuit ever.
Fue como la tanto a donde llegue la droga del Chapo quiere esconder.
Joaquin Guzman, known as El Chapo Short, had been on the run from the Mexican and U.S. governments for over 30 years. Yet, this time, he built up the biggest drugs empire in history. Along with British filmmaker Andrew Quinn, I have been filming the drug street for years. We have come to distrust everything we're told about the drugs. We believe the authorities knew exactly where El Chapo was and could get him anytime they wanted. So in autumn 2012, we set out to prove this by seeing if two filmmakers could find a well-known drug trafficker. We began in Chicago, the headquarters of the Chapo Sinaloa cartel. The authorities have named him Public Enemy #1. The same title they gave to Al Capone over 80 years ago.
Second time we've ever felt necessary because of the viciousness, because of the evil, and because of the power of this man. In Chicago alone, over 90% of the marijuana, cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and other synthetic drugs that are being sold on the streets while we're standing here have come from the Sinaloa cartel.
El Chapo ran the cartel like a terrorist group. He had a whole range of distributors in Chicago, operating as independent cells. So using all contacts, we found a family that have been bringing drugs from Mexico for decades. And just like in the movies, our man turned up in private jets. When you have a chance, turn right. It's all about family. We're still cowboys. We take care of our own. But basically, we're all working for the same guy. Most of it. How does he manage to get it off so much money? I just can't do that. I don't know. He's smart. Smart man, bro. Does it well. I'm just logistics. Logistics, I think you do it, by the way. Pick up keys, go drop it off, take care of it. It's easy access for those being dismantled. Trucks, drunk loads, every day.
the price comes from down there. We don't set the price yet. It comes from down there. Depending on how much you want, if I'm bulk, 100, 200 tons, depending. The price changes. But it's set from down there.
There's the meme.
She was like working for a company, organization, a corporation. Same thing. You subcontracted, perform a job, and that's it. No questions asked. It's just like that. Takes a look in the eye and a handshake. Nadie sabe para quién trabaja. You never know who you work for. Maybe it doesn't even exist. Can't find them, man. Best place in the world to find them. No?
Si te metes en Google, sabrás lo que digo. Esta lista de gran number one enemigo. De familia humilde, nació campesino. Su madre Consuelo no era, su padre se llamaba Emilio. Su primer mujer Alejandrina le dio 2 hijos, muchos dicen 3, otros dicen 5, tiene 3 hermanastros, o 5 no más. Griselda López Pérez Guzmán es la mamá. La tercera esposa, por cierto, mi Sinaloa, se llama Emma Coronel. Hace poco tuvieron 2 mellizas muy bonitas, nacidas en un hospital en Los Ángeles. Aquel que lo busca acaba perdido. No existe una pista, ni muerto ni vivo. Se gasta millones para quedar en olvido. Por su recompensa también hay castigo. Y si da el miedo y la lealtad, desde chiquito supo negociar. Es la coca de tu troncha, el arco de tus venas. Fue amigo del pueblo burlando de la ley. Tanto persecutor o mal que lo siga, no pueden negar. Digan lo que digan, que es pura leyenda. El Chapo Guzmán, los yokis del mundo a sus pies están.
Had a lot of I can hit this one.
Doggy dog. Whistle.
Getting into the solo art cartel, I never knew what I was going to get into. The expanse of the tentacles, it's a massive octopus just floating around the world. To large hub here in Chicago, and then near Montreal, and then transiting via cargo to Hong Kong. It's industrial short. Lots of short. Up to $200,000 a kilo of cocaine. So just, at a kilo that might cost $18,000 in LA, but it takes it to Australia. The profit margin is just unbelievable. Power structure is constantly changing, but what doesn't change is Chapo Guzman at the helm of this corporate empire. Somebody sitting in Lebanon may not necessarily know the person that they believes that's talking to the person that's still know it, but they're all complicit in this conspiracy. This is a major arrest at Mexico City. There was $200+ million seized. But that was the wake-up call. Yes, massive stack inside one condominium in Mexico City. Just the walls and the closets. Just an unbelievable staggering amount of conspiracy. All from sale of chemicals for the production of methamphetamine. It's a corporate operation. It's no different than a Home Depot or a Walmart with a CEO and directors and financial staff. These are corporate infrastructures that claims on behalf of Chapo Guzman. And you don't end up
Look at the daughter watching Momo Go. Straight down the freeway down to old Mexico. Smoking shit was running to and fro. Police so weary cause they're losing control. Yeah. Red, white, and green.
We decided to follow the money back to Mexico and El Chapo. So we set off on the border to find the only man who had actually met him. We first met El Flaco 4 years ago. Still breaking a cardboard of smuggling with all useful products. For 20 years, he's been shipping kilos of drugs into the US under the protection of the man they call SEO.
Cuando el señor se pone el precio que dice el señor. Hay gente que trae de 100, 200. Yo puedo decir que se vaya a la verga el señor. La mercancía es tuya. ¿Qué es lo que pasa? Mira, eso es mi mato. La primera vez, cálmate. Tranquilo. Hay que pedir permiso al señor. La segunda vez, termina tus cosas. La tercera, down, motherfucker.
El Flaco operates out of these violent back streets, less than a mile from the border with California. I have witnessed some of thousands of killings here, victims of tobacco to control the most lucrative smuggling routes in the world. The US agent told us that he's waiting for Tijuana to cave in for all the tunnels that Chapo has run over. El Flaco has come to trust us. He agreed to let his friends in the cartel know that we were looking for El Chapo. We ended up locked in a garage with the car and lots of methamphetamine.
Ahora
what you want across the border. Submarines go underwater, planes will carry through the air. The best technique of all, and not the catapults to Texas or the freight trains to Chicago, but the tunnels everywhere. You can follow along the road. I love the nuisance. You can follow through the air. 747's 30 tons. You can follow through the sea. But submarines to the moon. That's the genius of our
As you can see, the tunnel has lighting and does have good airflow, indicating that there's some type of ventilation system. Fortunately, you're in for Mexico.
You can follow along the road. And it tends to move it. You can follow through the air. 747's 30 tons. You can follow through the sea. But submarines to the moon. That's the genius of our
Nomás que Jesucristo dijo que fue el cabrón que no se dejó romper nomás por el dinero, pues lo crucificaron. Se ofrecen 5 millones en plan de 10 o 15. Esa persona tiene muchos fotos por todos lados. Dice, como el Señor, por eso es el Señor. Tiene una visión de la vida, una visión de lo que pasa, de lo que sucede. Uno decir que el Chapo no existe. Si me dijeran que el Chapo murió en Sinaloa hace medio año, no lo creería. No es un hombre que se valga de sus dineros para hacer ruido, para tomar presencia. Nada.
In Mexico, the Chapo's name provoked fear and admiration. Few had made dared to speak even about his past. The first man to have him in handcuffs was relaxed enough to invite us home.
Van a estar que el Chapo viene a la luz pública de una manera verdaderamente cardenable. De otra manera hubiera sido más.
Cardinal Posadas was murdered at Guadalajara Airport in 1993. It is rumored that information on the government's involvement with the drug cartels. Chapo was at the airport that day and always denied having anything to do with the murder.
Pero tampoco sabíamos quién era él. La balacera que dio el señor pensan que 15 millones de nuevos pesos, equivalentes a 5 millones de dólares, para las personas que proporcionan información que conduzca a la captura de los narcotraficantes. Alias el Chapo Guzmán. En septiembre en la Ciudad de México vuelve a aparecer. Vuelve a desaparecer. Se le sitúa en la parte alta de Chiapas, vuelve a desaparecer porque finalmente aparece en el Tamaulipas. cerca del hotel notifica que está detenido. Estaba amarrado en la camioneta que lo vi hasta que bajó de la escalerilla del 727.
The chapel was paraded in dress. This was the only known footage of him.
Mostraban una mosca, como si no denota transparentar ninguna mosca. ¿Por qué huía? No andaba ¿qué hace ahí? De Guadalajara, ¿qué hace ahí en Chiapas? De Guadalajara fue a Chiapas, ¿para qué? Se fue a Chiapas. Yo estaba en Chiapas. De Guadalajara fue a Chiapas. Está en Guadalajara. También está en Guadalajara.
When he was inside, many of his riders were killed. The property of the rise to the top from behind bars.
¿Cuál es la fuerza de la personalidad de este hombre? Que desde la prisión nadie lo traicionó y fortaleció su poder. Bueno, 10 años después, la figura más fuerte de la historia.
Aquí está la versión. Porque TRUMAN lo era, y la firma en todas las hojas del Chapo Guzmán. Hace más de 14 años soy abogado del arzobispado de Guadalajara en el homicidio del cardenal Juan Jesús Posazo. En el año 2000 nosotros fuimos a interrogar. La diligencia no fue la sala de prácticas judiciales. La diligencia fue en privado, fue servicio VIP. La diligencia estaba programada para las 10 de la mañana. La diligencia empezó a las 11 de la noche. Chapo encontró la tranquilidad y dijo: mire usted, hoy yo tuve visita con Cuba. Después tuve que tomarme un bañito con vapor para relajarme. Después me fui a dormir una siestecita para atenderlo como usted se merece. Yo en ese momento fue que quien mandaba en ese lugar era el Chapo. Miren, ya yo miedo de querer entrar en ese conocimiento y que el Chapo pensara que yo era su enemigo. ¿Usted piensa que es una locura que me estoy ocupando? Es irse a meter a la cueva de lobo, donde ellos están trabajando. Ellos no saben si lo haces por curiosidad o si eres parte de alguna autoridad o eres parte de la avanzada de un halcón de otro grupo criminal que quieres ver qué es lo que están haciendo, y eso evidentemente te puede costar la vida.
Three journalists I have worked with are among the 60 that have been killed here in the past decade.
That's like you do.
Not surprisingly,
Yeah, that's
our
like you
reporters
do.
goes nowhere without a bodyguard.
Bell has directly accused the authorities of being involved in Chapo's rise to power. Prison officials to each of the last 4 presidents of Mexico.
La respuesta del gobierno fue una sentencia. Estos hombres prometieron asesinar. Y me queda claro que he aprendido desde 2 años de vida. Es que un día va a pasar. Vivo con una sentencia de muerte cerebral. México vive en la podredumbre de la corrupción. Está en su poder en Puente Grande, que en una Navidad mandó a traer a toda su familia de vacaciones al Hotel Resort, en el que convirtió el penal de máxima seguridad de Puente Grande. Estuvieron una semana sus familias. Llegó a ser tanta corrupción del gobierno que en un penal de máxima seguridad, solo para varones, no hay una estancia para mujeres en Puente Grande. Metieron a 2 guerrilleras y a una muchachita llamada Zulema. Su gran delito era haber robado la camioneta de México. Entonces esta muchacha, Zulema, da una entrevista donde habla casi de un mundo color de rosa. Ella habla que el Chapo Guzmán la conoció y se enamoró de ella y le mandaba cartas y que era muy romántico y que de pronto no solo la mandaba a llamar para tener relaciones sexuales con ella, sino también para dormir en el lecho, casi como fueran un par de esposos felices.
Zulema released the text of letters Chapo had sent her in prison.
Ella empezó jugar con levanta mucho. Al quitar me sentía así como por la vez un poco de tristeza por haberse dejado solo.
No puede entender la realidad. La realidad de lo que vivió Puente Grande es que después de que el Chapo se cansó de ella, empezó a rolarla con todos sus amigos. La muchacha comenzó a tener realmente un gran choque emocional. Incluso el subdirector habla de que ella casi parecía haber perdido la razón. Y de pronto ella solía ponerse en su celda, bajarse las pantaletas y abrirse de piernas dentro de la celda, enseñando sus partes íntimas a todo el que pasara, porque se convirtió en el bote de basura del Chapo. Hay reportes médicos y un expediente de la Comisión de Derechos Humanos de cómo esta muchacha fue obligada a abortar con apenas asistencia de una enfermera en el penal de Puente Grande en 2 días, y en una de ellas casi se desangró. Ese es el rostro romántico de Chapo.
Says nobody dies. Well, it's kept alive in the life of somebody. Always
my heart.
Exactly how.
It's found in the back of the car. And
On the shelf.
El Chapo's rivals, the Zetas cartel, believed the story of the police and kidnapped Lula soon after she was released. Her body was discovered mutilated in the trunk of a car. She had been raped and was left with a beautiful second covered in many fragments.
Joaquín Guzmán salió de su celda en el módulo 3 del penal a depósito de desechos. En el lugar lo esperaba un vehículo recolector de basura.
Camino de evasión, que va desde su celda, la que era su celda,
La versión oficial es que pasaba por ahí, el limpiador de pisos pasaba por ahí. Se dio cuenta del pobre Chapo, lo van a extraditar, pobrecito. Él dice que es inocente. Vente, dijo, vámonos.
Yeah, the 19th of January 2001. That was the year that El Chapo Guzman got away. No one paid attention in the penitentiary. No one saw the convict carry dirty lingerie. Open the gates to the usual citadel. Yes, the king has his hands on the ship with the Lord.
Historia estaba de tanto contarse, pues me parece que todos tenemos de qué. Yo puedo secretario de seguridad. Me fue una vez la puerta.
Last time they saw him was by a gas station over the hills, not far from his nation. He's free. The king of Congo and white Russian has returned from the stay in a 5-star prison. $1 million or two. That's the price of freedom. Goes to show my t-shirt just as long as you need her. On the 19th of January 2001, that was the year that El Chapo got away. The 10 years of love, baby, telling clear gun. The city of legends, that is stupid tradition. Was dangerous at sea, the biggest fish inside it. Anything hustlers need, Chapo's there to provide.
Bolivia's home to the Chapo's Sinaloa cartel. Those supplying drugs to every corner of the world. As you never know who works for you. Let alone keep it cool and why. One lesson that we've learned over the years. Trust no one. Like many journalists and dignitaries, we were taking on the official tour to show how safely the government takes the search for Chapo.
La cocaína, la metanfetamina sólida, cristal, heroína, la goma de opio, semilla de marihuana, el poder del arma de fusil al aire para combate a corta distancia y el poder para llegar a penetrar placas blindadas. Esta camioneta que vamos aquí con el porque es vehículo blindado que vean. Armas cortas, armas largas, video, trae un dispositivo de acción de gas lacrimógeno, digamos
time, on the run, and what they call significant and persistent pursuit of everything. Something of manhunt and nothing. One of two fates awaits Chapo Guzman. Either he will be captured, brought to justice. He will die in his attempt to evade that, or he will spend the rest of his days looking over his shoulder, attempting to avoid one of those two fates. We will not stop. This is a relentless pursuit, and with a little luck, we'll end up incarcerated and in prison for the rest of his life.
The reality is that Chapo and the Sinaloa cartel rules combination of money and fear. We have met governors who later accused of having lunch with El Chapo. Dishes and appeasement turned out to be well for him. He was known to go out with the occasional evening meal. El Chapo lived in Culiacan before his arrest in 1993. Our driver had serious persuasion to make his personal house. The state seized the property, but it remains deserted because no one dares to buy it. Trying to find someone who knew El Chapo well. Adolfo Salazar is one of a brand, cartel boss who has made retirement, and so was ready to talk over the phone.
Todos mis amigos principales, no encontramos, no, casi no se han muerto, pero todos los muertos han morido con todo eso. Ay, 24 años y soy uno, 32. Ya no se asusta de nada. Es morir ahí como nada. Tienen un hijo y se lo matan. Y al rato andan ofreciendo al hijo para que se vaya también. La gente es como insensible, no siente. Ese es el sapo. El sapo. Está el sapo. Invitaron a mi amigo pues, a una boda antes. Ahí fue la única vez que no me sentí de amanecer y fue no necesariamente que vaya a creer la gente que toda la gente lo cree. Si es un pueblo, ahí hay 2, 3 gente que trabaja con él. Pero esa gente trae algún negocio, algo, lo que sea. Hay derrama de dinero. Por una ciudad.
said he had no idea where the chapel was now, but he was confident he could deliver our request to tourists. While we waited, we wanted to visit the mausoleum El Chapo had built for his son Edgar, but no one would take us there without permission. Edgar was reported murdered in a supermarket car park by a rival cartel in 2008. When permission came, it was the first sign that the Chapo must know that we were looking for him.
Now, we would have permission to go east down. We wouldn't be able to go around the cemetery or anywhere near, but we will definitely go to that. All right, well,
The guard made clear that we were the first outsiders to visit. And then we heard a completely different story of Edgar's killing. It was a mistake. The same people that Chapo killed him by mistake. And I think this mausoleum shows that he killed his Chapo's soul. Some relatives. As we finished filming, we were told El Chapo's ex-wife, Griselda, or his mother, had not given her permission. Then a call came that she had sent armed men, as well as the police, to stop us. We headed straight for the airport. Clearly, the death of Edgar remains an open between the Chapo and his ex-wife. El Flaco was with El Chapo at the time of Edgar's killing in 2008.
Va a ser esta parada y este volante no empuja el domingo va a estar, por eso lo voy a fumar está la cruz
Publicly, another cartel was blamed for the murder of Edgar. Chapo turned Culiacan into a war zone. Rival cartels began bringing authorities with messages proclaiming that the Chapo and the government were working together. Took another trip to Culiacan, secret meetings with senior cartel bosses before we could take the next step towards El Chapo. But we were warned it was too dangerous to travel by land into the mountains with Perico. That is why we were introduced to El Chino and heard the song of his life.
Sí, pues a ver que fui cuidando, pues también cuidando de hay que estar sospechoso. Tiene mi más grande agrado. No mal. Aquí no se va ni un inocente. Bien, te pasa.
None of the guns or threats of violence had scared us half as much as sitting at the foot of the runway with El Chino, no flight plan, and a vague idea of where we were going.
ubicar quién es el sapo, habría que viajar justamente a esta zona del Cerro Dorado. Evidentemente no cualquiera podía ir ahí porque obviamente y los niños van en ese rol de manera casi natural. No entienden que es ilegal. Si tu padre lo está haciendo, si el padre de tu padre lo hacía, si el alcalde, si el policía, ellos no ven que hay una ilegalidad. Hace más de 50 años, uno de esos niños fue el Chapo Guzmán.
That night was left in the heart of the Golden Triangle. Angus was watched like a spy by heavily armed men who had only seen gringos on TV. Our host was the local Sinaloa woman who owns the hills and valleys around.
Haga las preguntas y yo voy a ver qué tengo que contestar. Voy a contestarlo más o menos lo que es. Pues yo pienso que sí, como una federación, y luego también depende de quién es. No hay cuenta que depende de quién es, de por nosotros, porque la tuna lo pensamos bien. La corona no lo ves. Ahora yo creo que es igual. Aquí es gente que trabaja. Y aquí lo que hace es respetar los señores gordos. Y claro, cuando te dicen alguna cosa, pues le mandan de oye, tú andas mal o algo así. Uno tiene que aceptarlo porque si uno se revela, ya le va a quedar de cuenta. Porque si aquí ha pasado mucho éxito, así porque si, por ejemplo, que uno tenga la manera de voy a llevarlo a la frontera y la voy a bajar yo con mi hijo o algo así, no cuenta por eso una persona, le van a dar la misma delito, le van a pegar una ley de cartilla, si es que la pega, ahí le va a estar difícil.
Muy buen amigo. Y luego él de la misma era chiquito y joven, anciano. ¿Cuál era tóxico? Y todo tiempo. Y hielo, no, él llega y como llegue, él lo tira a usted y llega y lo sacuda como si fuera su. porque los niños, porque desde niños, desde cuando están chiquitos, lo conocieron y son muy buenos con ellos.
Yo lo que puedo decir es que quiero ser
nunca se le olvida. Mire así, nunca se le olvida que aquella persona lo trató mal.
It's amazing.
Lunch from Chapo's army, some of the most wanted men in Mexico, was beef, beer, and cocaine. Our identities were checked on high-speed internet network. Both for a sense, Chapo was close by.
¿Qué se acuerdas de qué le decían el Chapo?
Su padre hacía trabajó en la serie y así se le quedó. Ella muy chiquitito cuando recién nació. El Chapo tenía y así quedó ella. Como el rancho de ellos está allá y nosotros acá. Aquí lo que oímos nosotros, que lo nombraban de Chapo, y así lo nombramos todos. Pero fue muy buena gente, dijo para mí. Nos mandaban del avión a Culiacán, a Culiacán. A una visita, pues, se avientó por ahí en un carro y eso mandó.
Y ahí me lo vendía. Y de allá venía y echaba estudiando y así. Y luego aparte no fue un hombre que fuera tomador, ¿no? Cuando se quería presentar, cuando la muchacha le daba con todo, porque él no cree que era de las personas que se agarraban nomás con bailaba y soltaba y agarraba otra. Y se terminaba el baile y él se iba, él no cree que quedaba. Él se despedía de la gente.
They told us the military regularly sends in helicopters, and we worried about being caught in the crossfire. They could assure us that they got 3 hours warning before any raid.
No, aquí los andaban todo tranquilos, los solitos, gracias a Dios. A veces la gente los controla o algo así, se les llama. Para que hay que trabajar y ya. Eso ya no va ni morir. Ya no va ni morir. Ya nomás están recibiendo sus chequecitos. Y ya pueden trabajar con ellos.
Al contrario, mataron a un hermano. Nosotros tenemos motivos para portar armas. Y pues ya con todo eso, como le dijeran, de repente
Pues,
ya por el camino, también no, que a mí me mataron a un hijo, me mataron a un hermano. Yo también me puedo animar, traigo armas.
Ha aumentado todo.
Cabrón, porque ese pelo de la mera carne chingona. Nadie se fuga y así se fugó. Facilito. ¿Verdad? En lugar de tener encerrados. These men smoke cocaine and meth all over the world. Heroin and marijuana go here. Still bring the cartel billions of dollars. Es como comencé, pasé de naranjas a pasarlo verde. Familia pobre como en arma, cansado de pisar marihuana, con mucho trabajo y poco presupuesto, tarde o temprano hay que ser deshonesto, con mucho que dar y tampoco de vuelta, pues la salvación es secando la hierba. Lo único que hago bien es negocio. En mi juego soy extraordinario. Dejé el colegio antes de los 8. No soy tonto, todo lo contrario. Cansado de vender naranjas silvestres en Marina cuando éramos nenes. Antes de saberlo, cuando era más chavo, tenía experiencia en lo más guapo. Mi Sinaloa, vivo aquí con mis frutas tranquilo. Tengo cada país en el mundo metido en negocios que están bien prohibidos. Más de mis ciudades en América no gastan, comprar mi producto, no gasto como basta. 50,000 trabajan para mí, güey, más que el presidente, más que cualquier rey. 50,000 vidas clamadas por guerra desde el 2006 que habla más de la guerra. Soldado con en mi mano, yo viendo esto, saben lo que saben, lo único que entienden ellos de verdad, lo que les ofrezco es ley de la tierra, consejos que faltas tomar yo los tomo, que no quieran pasar. Pues se lleva y el plomo. It was strange, flying with the troops over the Sierra, looking for a chapel of these men. We now knew what was going on. We wondered which of these men, or their officers, or the generals above them, was working for the cartel.
Hasta el día de hoy estamos conversando y síganos. Están citados de un lado para otro, intentando investigar, no van a ciudades, suben las montañas, se van de vacaciones. La DEA sabe dónde está. La DEA sabe dónde está. Está en México, donde tienen radares, donde no vean les dan la gana.
I assure you, the Japanese mob is not out flitting about the restaurants and living the high life. In fact, without getting into details, we can tell you it's much closer to the Saddam Hussein model, living in spite of all, moving from place to place because of the fear that he's going to be captured. And that's the way it needs to stay. Like I said.
You know, but I can't tell you how to.
Just as we were preparing to make contact again, a phone was found, retrieved. On it was film of the Chapo interrogating the man, tied up with his trousers round his ankles. Here was the brutal reality of the man we were looking for. Yet, every day he was worried that someone may get to him first.
He's one of the most wanted criminals in the world, Mexican drug lord Joaquin Guzman, also known as El Chapo.
This guy's been on the news since escaping from a maximum security prison back in 2001, reportedly by hiding in a laundry cup. Now there are reports saying that Guzman may have been killed in a gunfight in a remote section of Guatemala.
Concerned, I ran out of contact. He laughed and invited us to lunch. Not in Culiacán, but in the mountains, in La Tuna, at the Guzman home. No one we knew had ever been here. Driving without the cartel's permission is suicide. Probably. Even the police just wave us through.
Venían muchos billetitos, billetes de 50, quería 5 pesos en no sé en qué cosa. Eran de esos de color, de las veces que así parecían tener a y la madre era una pega, tenía la curiosidad de juntarlos, a los ratas, ponerlas aquí, y las miraba a buscarle a la vida. Pasa y todo. Se agarran una persona, por ejemplo, se agarran lo que hagan desde, si pasa lo que pase, ese blanco que tiene, ese blanco que tiene, también cuando piensa que le puede echar porque es el mismo de la usted lo piensa, como él no mató a nadie, no aportó puertas, no afectó a nadie, ni a autoridades
Y no creo yo que también me por él.
Only one person would have arranged for us to have lunch with his 2 hours later, we were being driven up the mountain to a place they called heaven for his direct instructions. A pesar de que, señor, that's basically they said that he said yes and no. And it was funny because we got some right there. And he came to the mobile phone and
Isn't he just being polite and telling us to go away?
no, because the staff was basically saying no, thank you very much. And play around like that. So it's not good to still come up with those top shots.
So he is somewhere between his birthplace and Cricket Club.
Yeah, they said it's basically
Most obvious place for him to be.
Over the following months, she was twice more invited out to cookies. Each time, Chapo decided not to go. For all the disappointment, we had found him exactly where we had expected. So why hadn't the authorities who were offering $5 million for his capture? Porque se puso en el año 93, ¿por qué permitió? Y ahora no. O sea, fue más rentable para ellos ponerlo en la carta. Esto que se le prendiera, nadie se iba a conformar con que lo hubiera perdido. Y ahí tendríamos que hacer una donación. Eso que cada vez se ven 2 o 20 o 30 o 40 grandes empresarios, banqueros, funcionarios actuales, del pasado.
I never eat it anyway.
Tienen que decir,
I never eat it anyway.
Chapo was just round the corner. It was surreal, standing there, watching the security people, openly voting and texting, even sending photos. The US and Mexican governments simply had to know what he was. But presumably, Chapo was still more useful as the world's most wanted drug trafficker.
El Chapo Guzmán es la cara del cartel de Sinaloa. Es a quien nos están presentando como el jefe, como el líder. Es como un gran iceberg que está a están siendo una pequeña parte sobre la superficie del mar y la otra parte está abajo, que no la podemos ver, que no sabemos quiénes son los que están tomando las decisiones. Cuando ya no les sirva.
Y mientras tanto, cientos de millones de personas siguen enfermando y que por favor no va a parar. Y miles de mexicanos siguen muriendo todos los días. Mexicanos inocentes. Niños, mujeres, jóvenes, hombres de familia, buenos, decentes, están muriendo.
¿Qué necesario es eso?